countries do not wield any influence over the Americans, and particularly in the situation like it is right now. Where does the alliance really stand then?
Well, as allies, we are in constant discussion, and so there have been talks about also already in the past, what shall we do with Iran? But at some point, individual allies, like in this case the United States, took this decision alone, saying that they came to a point where they felt threatened, and they went over to action. And so this was not a NATO decision, and yeah, but of course, a lot of allies were involved because they were asked for support, which many of them, if not most, gave, but not all. And of course, that caused some discussions and even a small rift in the alliance. But it is not a proper NATO. It is not a NATO action or maneuver. No, it is a military operation started by one ally, the most important ally of NATO, to be very clear. And after years of discussions on what to do with Iran, how to contain the missile program, the nuclear program, and so on. But it is, of course, a matter of discussion to what extent NATO allies, as individual countries, can support this operation, and that is also a judgment which has to be made by every ally in itself.
Ambassador, is there a sense of unease within the NATO allies right now, particularly when you all call this as a war of America? It is not a war of NATO. So does that bring in the sense of unease right now when one of your most important allies has actually called you completely redundant? President Trump has said that I'm contemplating coming out of NATO. How do the allies really see this kind of a statement being made? And more importantly, would anyone then take this alliance perhaps seriously?
Well, I think it would be foolish to deny that there is a real tension in the alliance. It's about how to fulfill different objectives, the national American objectives, but also the collective ambitions of NATO. So I think a great deal of member states of NATO or of allies are willing to lend some support, especially to open up the Strait of Hormuz, because the respect of free navigation is for all of us an important principle, and that was blocked as a reaction to the attacks by the United States by Iran. And so there is already a coalition of the willing forming, comprising a great number of NATO allies, not all, and also some external states to take concrete action. But for that, of course, we need first a halting of or a cessation of the hostilities. And so it cannot go together. We are not armed to confront Iranian counterfire against attempts to open up the Strait of Hormuz. But once a ceasefire that is durable is concluded, and a kind of diplomatic framework is concluded, ideally, I say, a mandate by the United Nations, then I think so a lot of very concrete support to open up the Strait of Hormuz and to organize again the free flow of navigation will be organized.
Ambassador, we are talking on a day when there are talks that are going to take place in Islamabad, but it starts perhaps on the wrong foot. You have Pakistani Defense Minister Khwaja Asif calling the Israelis a curse to humanity. Then you have multiple reports, Western media reports essentially suggesting that Pakistan to a certain extent was coerced by the Americans to broker the deal. Iranians say that there is no deal whatsoever. The fact of the matter is that there have been no direct talks to take place, and J.D. Vance has now called this negotiation a negotiation in bad faith. Where does this put perhaps the mediation? How is the NATO countries really viewing the mediation talks that are taking place in Pakistan? Can Pakistan really be relied upon?
But of course, we are not involved directly in these negotiations, so we can only rely on external information and sources. But it is clear that first, it is good that negotiations have started. So we are very happy that this happened, and we are grateful to the role of Pakistan. As I said, we are not involved in the details of all this, but the fact that talks have started under very difficult conditions is a good thing. And secondly, that these negotiations start difficultly, I think is quite normal. These are traumatic experiences, and it will take, I think, a little bit of time before a normal, regular negotiation pattern is found, and results of a clear negotiations will be reached. So, I mean, I think we should be happy that so for the moment military operations seem to cease, not entirely, but seem to cease, and that serious talks are being started.
Ambassador, do you believe that the alliance, NATO alliance, has taken a massive hit? And there is, as you rightly pointed out, that there's no denial of the fact that there would be an unease when one of your main allies has made this kind of a statement. What's the roadmap ahead? Do you think that the relationship with America can be repaired? And if that's the hope, then how exactly would that happen?
Well, I wouldn't speak of a massive hit, as you said, but of course we cannot deny that we have now had turbulent weeks, difficult weeks of discussion, and that is quite normal, I would say, in this kind of organizations of pre-democratic liberal countries with public opinions. You have parliamentary procedures. In one country, you need a parliamentary assent or a green light before you begin with any kind of external military operations. In others, you don't. It is a prerogative of the executive power. So it's a wide variety of local situations. So there will be a need of talks and of clarification. And I'm not too pessimistic that the situation will clear up in the next weeks and months. It is, in an alliance, there must always be a balance between benefits and efforts. And so the allies, and especially the European allies in Canada, have understood that in the past years they did not do enough to uphold their military posture against the main threat in the European space, which is Russia. Let us be very clear about that. A war, a very, very bloody war, is going on the Eastern Front in Ukraine, and so NATO defined Russia as a main threat to our security, and the fact that the war is still raging on, I think, is the best illustration of that. So we must, and the allies agree that more has to be done to increase the posture, invest more in defense, so as to have a credible deterrence against anybody outside NATO wanting to invade or attack our alliance. So that is at one side of the comparison. And so, I mean, the benefits have to be, the efforts have to be shared, but also the benefits have to be well understood. And as I said in the beginning, so NATO is a defensive alliance, and it's often misunderstood also in North America. It is not a tool for a sitting government or here in this case the President of the United States to be used at will in operations which are important for the national security of a country. So it is primarily, it's the defense of the territory of the alliance, of the member states of the alliance. It is a defensive alliance. And so that has probably to be explained a bit more again. And for that you need long hours of talks and of exchanges, and as much as possible in a friendly atmosphere, as allies really do.
Ambassador, I want to end this interview by taking one final question from you with regards to what if the mediation that is taking place currently in Pakistan does not bear the fruit? And perhaps with several countries today bearing the brunt of this war, would certainly want this war to come to an end. In that case, would any of the NATO countries perhaps step forward, playing the role of a mediator, hoping that you are able to bring all the stakeholders on the negotiating table? Because today we are talking about a mediation taking place minus one of the main stakeholders, that is Israel. Israel is not on the negotiating table as far as the current talks in Islamabad is concerned.
Well, I think that, first of all, it's difficult to predict in these unstable times how the situation will evolve. So I will be very prudent in expressing myself about this. But I presume that NATO members will try to have involved the United Nations in this. So be it through the Security Council or through actions with the Secretary General, Mr. Guterres. It is not a guarantee for success, but we continue thinking that the United Nations offer a forum, a neutral forum aimed at restoring peace. And if the esteemed efforts by Pakistan do not bring concrete results, indeed, then we have to find other avenues. And so the United Nations path could be one of the possibilities.
Well, Ambassador, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast and putting this into perspective.
Thank you very much. With pleasure. Bye-bye.
Saying you could form the government on your own without the BJP also. If you were confident that AIDMK can come to power on its own, why did you have an alliance with the BJP in the state election?
கூட்டணி என்பது அவ்வப்போது நடக்கின்ற தேர்தலை பொறுத்து தான். திமுக தலைமையில் ஒரு கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. அதேபோல் அண்ணா திமுக தலைமையில் நாங்கள் ஒரு கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். எங்கள் கூட்டணியை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஒரு ஊழல் நிறைந்த அரசாங்கமாக இன்றைக்கு இருக்குது. மக்களோட ஆட்சி இன்றைக்கு தமிழகத்தில் நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்குது. அதனால் ஒத்த கருத்துடைய கட்சிகள்லாம் ஒன்றாக இணைந்து இந்த தேர்தலில் திமுகவை அகற்ற வேண்டும், திமுக ஆட்சி அகற்ற வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் நாங்கள் கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். ஒரு நல்ல ஆட்சி தமிழகத்தில் மக்களுக்கு கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் எங்களுடைய கூட்டணி அமையப்பட்டது.
But the popular feeling is that in the 2024 general elections, both BJP did badly and AIDMK did badly. Then you realized that you needed each other to win. So was this a result of the poor performance in the 24 Lok Sabha
24 election, central election, it's not state election. இது மத்தியில் யார் ஆட்சிக்கு வர வேண்டும் என்ற ஒரு தேர்தல் தான் நடைபெற்றது. அந்த தேர்தலில் அதிமுக பாரதிய ஜனதா கூட்டணி அமைக்கலை. ரெண்டு பேரும் கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருந்தா குறைஞ்சபட்சம் 20 இடங்களை நாங்கள் வென்றிருப்போம். நாங்கள் கூட்டணி அமைக்கல. ஆனால் அதே 2019ஆம் ஆண்டு இதே நிலை தான் இருந்தது. 2021 சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் 75 இடங்கள் அதிமுக வெற்றி பெற்றது சட்டமன்றத்தில். அதே போல் 2024 நாடாளுமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் அதிமுக கூட்டணி வாங்கின ஓட்டு பாரதிய ஜனதா தலைமையில் அமைக்கப்பட்ட கூட்டணி வாங்கின இரண்டையும் ஒன்றாக இணைத்தால் 99 இடங்களில் சட்டமன்றத்தில் நாங்கள் வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கிறோம்.
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया. ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें.
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning to you. You're watching Republic, and today we are covering all the latest in the talks between US, Iran and Israel as US President Donald Trump intensifies for the peace talk to go through, saying that the strait will open in any way, but the main focus here is now the nuclear disarmament of Iran. We will get you all the details, but first let's begin with the headlines. Trump issues warning to Iran, says US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail. Trump says Iran has no cards other than Strait of Hormuz ahead of negotiations. Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets before talks with US begin. AIADMK General Secretary EPS speaks to Arnab Goswami on Nation Wants to Know exclusive, says AIADMK will get majority, predicts NDA wave in Tamil Nadu. EPS tells Arnab that AIADMK will go after DMK leadership, including Stalin, for corruption when voted, links DMK to the drug mafia. Let us begin with the first story of the day. A major tragedy has been reported from Uttar Pradesh's Mathura, where a boat carrying pilgrims capsized in the Yamuna River. At least 10 people have lost their lives in the accident, while several others have been rescued. Let's have a look at this detailed report.
What began as a religious visit to Vrindavan ended in a tragedy when a boat carrying pilgrims capsized in the Yamuna River. The incident occurred yesterday near Keshi Ghat in Mathura district. The pilgrims, mostly from Punjab, were travelling in 2 boats when one of them overturned, carrying around 25 to 32 people. According to reports, the boat collided with a pontoon bridge amid gusty winds, leading to the accident. Following the collision, the boat lost balance and capsized in deep waters. At least 10 people have died in the incident, including men and women from the pilgrim group. Around 20 to 22 people have been rescued so far and shifted to nearby hospitals for treatment. Rescue operations are underway with police, fire services, NDRF, SDRF and local divers deployed.
बंसीवट और केसी घाट के बीच में यमुना नदी पे जहां पॉन्टून पुल है, वहां पे एक नाव दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुई, जिसमें लगभग 25 से 27 लोग बताए जा रहे हैं। अभी एग्जैक्ट नंबर जो लोग हैं उनसे बातचीत करके कंफर्म किया जा रहा है। टकराने का जो प्रथम दृष्टया कारण अभी तक लोग जो बता रहे हैं वो था कि पॉन्टून पुल से टकराकर ये घटना हुई है। जो भी मिसिंग लोग हैं उनकी तलाश जो है की जा रही है। तो मेडिकल टीम, प्रशासन की टीम, पुलिस टीम ये सारी जो प्रशासकीय विभाग हैं उनकी टीमें लगातार कोऑर्डिनेट करके इस सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन को कंप्लीट कर रही है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with other ministers, have expressed condolences and have directed officials to ensure immediate relief and medical assistance. Authorities have now launched an investigation focusing on overcrowding and safety protocols.
Now, amid rising tensions in West Asia and fears over disruption in global energy routes, India has received a major boost to its fuel supply chain. An India-flagged LPG vessel has safely docked at Mumbai's Jawaharlal Nehru port after navigating the volatile Strait of Hormuz. The successful journey comes at a time when global shipping routes remain under threat. Here's more in this report. Let's take a look.
In a significant development for India's energy security, the LPG vessel Green Asha has safely docked at Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority.
You can see right behind me massive vessel Green Asha, which has arrived at JNPA port yesterday. Green Asha is the first LPG vessel which has reached JNPA since the conflict has begun.
The ship carried over 15,400 tons of LPG, navigating the highly sensitive Strait of Hormuz amid ongoing tensions involving Iran, the United States and Israel.
It's carrying 15,400 tons of LPG, successfully navigated the volatile Strait of Hormuz, and it's a critical global oil transit point, and is safely crossed Strait of Hormuz and arrived now anchored. You can see exclusive visuals only on Republic TV. You can see the Green Asha, which has anchored at JNPA port. And port officials confirmed that the vessel and cargo and all crew members are safe, and is very important for India and the continuity of the supply of LPG and the safe arrival of Green Asha, which is strengthen the LPG availability in the country and bring some relief on the supply front.
The vessel docked at the liquid terminal jointly operated by BPCL and Indian Oil, with officials confirming that the cargo and crew are safe. Sources say...
Viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in there. On your screens, you're seeing visuals of the Artemis II astronauts splashing down on the Pacific after a record-breaking journey to the moon. The lunar mission has just ended after a successful mission to a roundabout to the moon, and now the crew of the Artemis II mission are now splashing down on the Pacific, safely landed, in fact, into the Pacific Ocean. There on Friday, the total number of human beings who traveled on the moon and have returned safely to Earth rose, and now we have a record where the number of people who have in fact traveled around on the moon and have returned safely is now 28, and now this a record-breaking, a historic lunar mission, the Artemis II crew has just splashed down into the Pacific Ocean. These are the visuals on your screen, and you can see the capsule still floating there, and with a rescue underway. All of the crew have now safely splashed down into the Pacific after a historic, record-breaking, a historic achievement of mankind. In fact, the lunar mission, the Artemis II crew astronauts now touching down into the Pacific Ocean after a very successful lunar mission. There, ladies and gentlemen, the crew, the astronauts of a lunar mission of the Artemis II. Well, in fact, the capsule are seeing with parachutes having floated, and they have also sent a message saying Houston, integrity We have you loud and clear, just confirming the successful touchdown of the spacecraft, the capsule. In fact, and it was also heard as the spacecraft entered the Earth's atmosphere. And there on your screens, you see the Artemis II spacecraft astronaut touching down into the Pacific. You can see boats traveling towards the capsule, trying to recover the astronauts, and they will now be safely brought back to the Space Center and will be welcomed after a very successful lunar mission. And a big achievement there that have in fact left Earth on the 1st of April, and this has been a very closely watched mission, an astronaut mission, one of the first after many years since the Apollo 13 mission in the 1970s. And these are the astronauts of the Artemis II crew now landing safely. You can see the capsule being floated with balloons, with parachutes as well. And this happened successfully with no mishaps. All right, now we have a voice here. We are now joined by Dr. Seshagiri Rao from ISRO. We are going to speak to Dr. Seshagiri on the successful landing. Dr. Seshagiri, first of all, a very good morning to you and welcome, and thank you so much for joining on Republic on this special broadcast. The Artemis II crew have landed safely, splashed down on the Pacific after a successful lunar mission. What are your initial thoughts? This was a very closely watched mission as well. Many historic achievements have been made as well. So give us your initial thoughts on this.
Good morning to all of you, and it is a wonderful event. It is a unique one as far as the re-entry is concerned. It is a re-entry from orbit is different from re-entry from the lunar spacecrafts. The reason being lunar spacecrafts travel at 11 kilometers per second, and whereas the anything in the orbit is travels at 7.8 kilometers per second. So when the Apollo landed, it is a straight landing into the atmosphere where it experiences the friction and it gets heated up very much. And as far as this particular capsule is concerned, Orion, they have modified the let us say re-entry. After re-entry, you know, during our childhood, we used to play by throwing a small stone onto pond where, you know, it makes two hops and then sink. So that way, when it is landing, instead of straight away landing onto the water surface, actually a little distance above the surface, again it floats and then lands at a different place. This is a very nice one because of three reasons. It is a low G landing, and the second one is the place where it is going to land will be accurately predicted, and the third one is the astronauts will experience G, and the temperature also. Actually, compared to the Apollo, it experiences a very reduced temperature, maybe of the order of 3,000 degrees centigrade instead of 4,500. And the Apollo has experienced 7G, and this experience is only 3G. And thereby, this particular practice of landing with one hop has also been demonstrated, which is going to be very useful for future missions, and this is a remarkable one, and all of us should be knowing that, but a particular type of re-entry and landing in a precise manner.
Yes, in fact, a truly precise landing, as you put it, Doctor. Now, my question to you is that will the Artemis II mission pave way to more future lunar missions, even trying to attempt a landing on the surface of the moon as well? So do you think that that is too far away from the road, or will this be one of those missions where it makes a breakthrough, a really breakthrough where we can, in fact, attempt an Artemis III mission is also on the way way here? And do you think that a manned landing mission on the moon, on the surface of the moon, can take place after this? What are your thoughts?
Yeah. As far as Artemis 3 is concerned, this particular Artemis 2 mission is a precursor. Except landing on moon, everything has been done very well. The first thing is the travel, and the second thing is the way they handle, let us say, small emergencies. Like that the toilet has given a problem and they have fixed it. And whenever there is some kind of a leak, like earth, on the ground, the water, let us say, settles at a small bottom. It doesn't actually in near zero gravity. It won't settle. It starts flowing. It's a nuisance there. Then how to handle that? That has been done, and lunar capture has been done, and they have gone as close as let us say 3,000 kilometers on lunar surface, and they made one round, and then again travel back has been a success, and they have landed. And these are the important things, stones in the Artemis 2 travel. And this is going to be very, very useful for Artemis 3, except landing, everything has been demonstrated, especially the Orion capsule. And the Orion capsule has got two parts. One is the service module and the module where the astronauts travel. The service module has been done by ESA, and both, let us say, worked very well. And the service module before re-entry will get jettisoned, and all those things have been done. And it is altogether near, we can say, 100% success as far as Artemis 2 is concerned. Artemis 3, only landing alone, they have to make it, and with thorough simulations, they will make it for a Artemis 3 landing in the coming future. No doubt on that.
Yes, thank you so much for that. And also, Dr. Rao, can you also take us through the entire sequence that took place from the 1st of April, and it has been a 10-day lunar mission. So can you take us through all the some of the big achievements that have been made, some of the record that was broken, in fact, the number of days, and also traveling behind the side of the moon. So can you take us into some of the key sequences, key events that happened during the full lunar mission of the Artemis II?
As far as the lunar missions are concerned, we can remember the Apollo missions. So Apollo 17 is the one where the number of days, less number of days are concerned, Apollo 17. After that, we can say the Artemis 2. It is a 10-day mission. In the 10-day mission, after liftoff, what they did was they made two orbits around the Earth, and it is called earthbound orbits. Then afterwards, it is, let us say, translunar injection. That means it leaves the Earth, and at that time, the velocity will be around 11 kilometers per second, and it travels towards the orbital path of the moon. And, when the moon is about to let us say, travel in the path, and this particular one with a reduced velocity, it will get captured by the lunar gravity, and at that time the velocity will be reduced to around roughly around 3 kilometers per second, and then around 40 minutes it will be far side of the moon. In the far side of the moon, because all the communications is concerned, the moon will be obstructing the communication. So at that time, without communications to the ground, they spend around 40 minutes. That so experienced by this Orion capsule, and later on they make a U-turn, and it is a earthbound trajectory, what you have seen today. And the Earth to Moon, they took 4 days, and Moon to Earth, they took 4 days, and in between, you can say, let us say, first 2 orbits, they have spent 1.5 days, and the round about the moon, they took around 40. Observational point of view, the transmission break is around 40 minutes, and there around a day it took. The total U-turn is concerned, altogether 10 days. So it is the second shortest lunar trajectory, the timeline point of view, and everything went on well.
Wonderful, in fact. And also, Dr. Rao, now my question is that since this has been truly a successful mission, now where does India stand in terms of sending a man to the moon, in fact, a manned lunar mission? We know that India is still currently working on a mission to the moon, but how far is that going to happen?
Probably India's missions are concerned. India is busy with Gaganyaan mission, and one day back towards Gaganyaan mission, they have successfully tested the integrated drop test. It has been reported in the press also. And as far as Gaganyaan is concerned, the first two missions are without crew, taking them to orbit and bringing them. And similarly, the lunar sample return also. The plans, everybody knew that sample return is given as a priority, and these two put together, let us say in future, maybe around 2030 and beyond, and we can say that India will be prepared to send humans to moon. So that means the precursor to that is the successful completion of Gaganyaan and successful completion of sample return from the lunar surface. These two are important.
Yes, in fact, and also Dr. Rao, I'd like to know from you, and also can you just go to walk us through all the details into what kind of training is necessary for these kind of manned lunar missions? What do astronauts go through for training, and also both for the takeoff and also for the splashdown? And are there any kind of risks that's involved, especially in sending astronauts into space?
Yeah, all of us knew that India selected 4 astronauts and 4 of them got trained, and two of them has been sent to US and as well as let us say Russia for additional training. It is called let us say high G experience in various test conditions on ground. And followed by, Shubham Shukla has been to International Space Station. He has got the experience of, let us say, staying in the space station and landing also. These particular experiences will be shared with his co-astronauts that have been nominated for, let us say, Gaganyaan. And this training's point of view, we can say that we know that Nair was the standby for Shubham Shukla while the training was going on. So that means we can say that 2 of our astronauts have got 100% training to make them fit for the, let us say, space travel and to land back. And out of them, 1 has got a practical experience, and that person's name is Shubham Shukla. So that means the training part also, we can say that what kind of training is required. And, once the training is complete, what kind of a practical experience a particular person gets when you put them into International Space Station kind of a thing and then bring them back. So these experiences are with India and ISRO, and we have no doubt with such a rich experience, once the Gaganyaan is successful, our astronauts also will be ready in all respects.
And also, Dr. Rao, as you mentioned, that India is also working very hard towards the moon mission as well earlier, including the Gaganyaan mission as well. But my question to you is that what is the cost analysis with regards to sending a space into the moon? Because are we better placed than in some countries? Because just a few years ago, the Mars mission made a lot of headlines for being very cost effective. So is India ready to carve out a dedicated budget for a lunar mission as well?
Always, the budget required for these missions are, as you know how much India has spent for the Mars mission. So our budgets will be always less compared to the future missions. Right now, unless you know that Gaganyaan also, India has put some budget, and then Chandrayaan 3 was successful, and as far as these two add together, it will be of that type. Right now, I don't have the numbers, and probably in our next discussion, we can take those numbers by looking into the data. And right now, I don't have the numbers.
And also, since this was a successful lunar mission, and now many space centers are also planning for a manned mission even onto Mars. Sir, do you think that a Mars mission is anywhere in the future?
Right now, actually, the Mars orbiter has done a wonderful job in, let us say, making an atlas of the Mars, and that has been done very well. And as far as Indians are concerned, either Chandrayaan 3 landing on South Pole or orbiting the Mars, in the first attempt itself, we are able to do it. So that is the greater aspect of the Indian, let us say, scientists' plan. And we always have that particular kind of an accuracy and then planning. And definitely, as I see from the ISRO website, we are seeing the Venus mission and let us say lunar sample return mission and the Gaganyaan mission, and then let's say the Antariksh station related activities. And if it is planned, definitely the Mars experiment can be planned at any time. Right now, I do not have data on that.
Yes, in fact, a truly wonderful achievement and a way to look forward to as well in the future. And Dr. Seshagiri, thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast and giving us all the details into the lunar mission that has successfully completed and has now touched down back onto Earth. Thank you so much for joining us. And there you see, viewers, the screen where the boat is now en route towards the capsule that just splashed down on the Pacific. They're carrying our astronauts that have been to the moon and even going towards the far side of the moon, a historic mission. The Artemis II crew now being taken out, almost being taken out of the capsule, and much care is being taken into this, and this was a very successful touchdown. In fact, as our guest has earlier pointed out, that this was in fact truly precise in the way that it landed into the Pacific waters. And also one key thing to remember here is that this lunar mission will also pave way for the Artemis III that's in the talks, and although a date is not fixed yet, more missions to the moon will be coming, and this was a very successful mission again after the Apollo 17 in the 1970s. And yeah, there you see, viewers, on your screen now, a boat being taking out all of the crew astronauts that was in the spacecraft of Integrity. This was the capsule, and the door latch has just opened, and you see our astronauts being taken out onto the boat, and they will safely be placed in the centers to check for their vitals and then be ready to move. And you see a lot of personnel there, many boats surrounding this particular capsule. Door latch has been just opened on your screens. Our astronauts back to the Earth and being carried out with much care. In fact, with the very, very big change here is the change in the gravity here back on Earth after the moon coming back from Earth. In fact, much care needs to be taken, because right now in this critical juncture, astronauts really don't have the critical the mass needed, in fact, to go out and just swim into the water. So they will have to be carried out carefully onto the boats and be taken to the centers, and some medical care given to them, and then just after some vital tests run, they will be back on the ground. All right, now we are joined by our guest Vinod Kumar, Director of InSpace. Sir, this, as you see, a very successful lunar mission that we just witnessed, a 10-day mission, and now touched down on the Pacific waters. Your initial thoughts, sir?
Yeah, it's very good. Congratulations to humanity. Now, humanity is back to moon again. So this is a very good, proud moment for all the nations and world as a whole.
And also, sir, we are seeing these visuals live as it happens. We are seeing the latch just open. Can you give us into all the details? Can you walk us through what's happening after the splashdown? Will there be the crew being taken out? There are boats surrounding. Can you walk us through all of the details? What happens at the astronauts splashdown coming back into the Earth?
See, this is the rescue operations will come. Now they will be spotted, they will be taken, and after that they will be put the quarantine for some time. So these are the normal procedure and SOPs there which NASA will be following. So, but it is a very good movement, and we are proud that yes, they have successfully landed back after going to the farthest point around the moon.
And what happens to the astronauts after this? When they are taken out of the capsule, where will they be taken to first? And then when will they be ready to be dispatched and back into the ground, just as we are?
The normal SOP is that they will be medically tested after rescue and they will be put in the quarantine for some time. And all these things are a normal SOP, well established for these kind of missions, whether crew comes from ISS or from the space journey. So these are all normal things, but very good movements, and we are very happy to have this mission a grand success.
And also, sir, according to you, do you think that India can also take inputs from this and work on a manned mission to the moon in the near future? What are your thoughts on that?
Yes. Always this space doesn't have boundaries. So we cooperate and collaborate with all the countries and we do the things together. So this is very good movements for us. The inputs are always given. We are together. We work together in previous missions as well. We have worked on a couple of missions with NASA also. So this always, and there are two we were together, one we were together. So all these things are international collaboration is very important. And again, congratulations for all the people, those who are involved, and especially to the astronauts.
Thank you so much for that. And also, sir, I would like you to take us through all of the key events that transpired during this Artemis II lunar mission that took off on the 1st of April. And there have been many record-breaking events that took place. So can you just walk us through into all of the key achievements that the mission took and also and why they are significant?
All these things are very, very significant because there are the efforts going for colonization of the moon and Mars. And we need to develop the technologies at a scale and scale it up so that the moon and Mars is, people are going there. So we see that a lot of things are happening, like space tourism is there where people are going up to 110 kilometers and enjoying the zero-G gravity for some time and coming back. So all these things are very much important, and this technology needs to be improved further so that people can have the experience of space. The days are not far when people will go to the moon and Mars like a holidaying thing. So we are very much enthusiastic with such successes because these technology marvels are very much required for the humanity.
Yes, definitely. And in fact, sir, what are the key technological upgrades now from the earlier missions to now having the whole crew successfully touching back down on Earth? So what are some of the key technological upgrades that we are seeing now? Can we see more of that into the future as the world is now heading towards more manned missions into space?
Yes. So basically the major things come the comfort of crew is very much important. The impact on their bodies, what happened to the human beings when they are in zero gravity. All these technologies are very much required and improved. The technologies which were in 1960s are totally different today. The guidance, navigation and control, these techniques, the precision landing, splashing down on the waters, all these technology required a whole lot of technologies are there. it is just not only this guidance, navigation and control, comfort of the astronaut is very important. Precision pointing is very important. Rescue operations are very important. This is a series of technologies. You name the place. A whole lot of improvement has happened over the years, and certainly it will benefit for the comfort and ease of the travelers of tomorrow.
Yes, in fact, a long way that we have come, as you have mentioned. And now, even now, there could be still some risk, some challenges that astronauts and scientists still face even now, because space is really unpredictable, and many of the calculations could, in fact, go wrong. So what are some of the key risks or challenges that the astronaut has to keep in mind, and also those in the space center, the control center, and even the engineers, all of them? What are the key things that usually are sort of expected and that can be overlooked, that can be even overcome during the whole takeoff and also the splashdown as well?
See, space is such a business that it doesn't pardon you for the mistakes if you do. The reliability and quality of any space mission is of utmost important. You should be having 100% confidence, and you should have tested each technology multiple times. There are multiple redundancies are required because human lives are involved. As we progress, as the nations progress over the time, such technologies, the confidence on the machine has to increase. So there is a requirement of reliability and quality of the systems which are being flown. And it is ultimately it is the man involved where when it goes to any space missions, it is very, very important. And things have improved a lot since 1960s. 1960s there were very less autonomy. Now you see everywhere artificial intelligence is there, and people are working on such kind of things for the better control, guidance, navigation, and every flight observation, right? And not only this, the number of artificial objects in the low Earth orbit have increased tremendously. So you have to keep an eye on all the objects while you are re-entering into the Earth's surface. So there are multiple range of technologies which need to be further improved. But yes, this proves that those technologies are sufficient as of now, but we need to scale them further.
Yes, in fact. And also, sir, will this Artemis II mission, we all know that an Artemis III mission is also in the near future. Will this latest successful splashdown, the mission, will hasten the process and see an actual man landing on the moon, on the surface of the moon now with this successful mission after the Artemis II?
Certainly, it is a big boost to the technocrats and engineers working for the Artemis 3 also, or Artemis program, I will say. There are many private companies which are working for Artemis program, and this is a big boost, and they are going as planned. So in near future, landing of the man again on the moon is real. We are looking forward for the successful landing on the moon soon.
And also, sir, with the race of many space centers around the world to send a spacecraft to the Mars as well. So, according to you, is a Mars mission very far behind? And also, since Mars is way back in the orbit, how different would it be from conducting a Mars mission than a lunar mission? This was quite successful, as you mentioned, a big upgrade in technology as well. But how would that look like if we were to send a manned mission towards Mars?
Certainly, Mars gravity is much higher than the moon gravity. Now, when you design a technology, and this is too far from there, it takes roughly a year. So what happens if you plan any mission? You have to consider many factors. The duration is around 9-10 to 1 year, 10 months to 1 year. So it requires different kind of things. You have to carry the ration for the astronaut if you go. whole lot of technologies will require to be improved, scaled up. Even as SpaceX is trying to launch a vehicle to Mars, still they have not yet lifted that. It's a very heavy vehicle. You need to carry all these things for a year. Surviving of all the machines and hardware for the Mars is very, very critical. So they need to be developed there. This is required to be scaled up at very large scale. And if you see, the moon is 384,000 kilometers, roughly. But Mars is millions of kilometers. Now, time taken that Mars goes other side of Sun also. So it's a completely different ball game, I will tell you. Going to Mars is a totally different ball game than going to the moon. Moon is in Earth orbit, but Mars revolves around the Sun. So all these technologies, but yes, it gives a confidence that yes, what is conceived by the scientists, engineers, my compliments to them that they are able to practically implement it.
And also, sir, I'd like to know just one thought from you as well. We've heard a few years ago many times, even now, even though it's not too big, but US and China have also talked about sending an armed, like an army, soldiers into space as in a way to colonize space, even now to colonize the moon. What is that looking like? Do you think that space can in fact truly be colonized? And what is that stance that the nations are now putting their missions too many attentions there onto colonizing space, with first being US and China trying to send manned, even soldiers into space, because this could in fact be something big happening in the future. Is that just talk, or is that really feasible?
Yeah, that is too far. That is too far, because it means first you have to go and settle there. And that environment of moon is totally different and harsh. So it will take its own time. Let's not comment on that. But yes, wherever man is there, there is a accompanied greed that we will do. But yes, international conventions are there to ensure the fair distribution of resources and this thing. But yes, technological requirement is very much there. Nobody will give you technology. Each country, whoever can develop and go, me first. But yes, it has not happened for last 70, 80 years after the space race, and it is not going to happen soon. But yes, people are trying to develop the technologies, methods to go there.
Yes, in fact. And also, sir, we have seen some other private companies like the Blue Origins, in fact, just 1 year ago, sending an all-crew, a women crew mission to to space. Now, my question is that space tourism is big on some of the agenda of the space centers. Do you think a space tourism could, in fact, be feasible with this, and even not to the moon, but just to space? Space tourism, many other, even Blue Origins, the impact was just the step was a move towards transitioning into space tourism. Can that happen soon, and how does that look like according to you?
Yeah, space tourism is quite reality. People are going. Blue Origin is going there. The Virgin Galactic is there. The people are going up to 110 roughly that kilometer. It's a 15-minute roughly flight. 5 minutes they will go up, 5 minutes they will enjoy the zero-G gravity, and they will come back and land safely. So this couple of missions has already been accomplished successfully, and this is the future basically. Here, if it scales up, people will enjoy gravity for some time. People are paying in crores to go there and enjoy that gravity. There is a big business there. So space tourism is reality, and it has started. But yes, again, it needs to be scaled up. It needs a good infrastructure to be developed across the countries. Now, presently, US is operating, but other countries also may come in future. So yes, that is a very reality, and it is enthusiastic for the general public. You don't need a big training for that. Hardly 3-4 days quarantine, just training, and you go and come back to space.
Yes, in fact, truly interesting, and would be a really wonderful adventure. And also now, sir, now coming back to this particular mission, what were some of the data that was gathered? What were some of the key, especially including the mission, they have also identified 2 craters that was never observed before. And what sort of data, how significant, how does that translate into our normal lives? Because for most people, this is just another lunar mission, but that in fact is a big breakthrough in our science that will really push forward humanity's technology upgrades in all of that sort. So some of the data that was gathered, some of the big achievements that took place in this particular mission, how does that translate into our normal lives for the public to understand?
See, basically, if you see, the technologies, imaging technologies are totally different that were there 70 years before. You see our Chandrayaan 2 images. They are much, much better quality than what was the earlier Apollo picture. So now these identification of craters, studying of that will help you to understand the safe landing site. That is very important. Japan has carried out one mission where it was almost successful, but it toppled there. This is all very much required. Many countries and many private companies are also trying to land on the moon. So, but what happened? You need to study the topography. And it is very much important that you know that fully well, that which are the places you can land and that too safely. So these data analytics will continue, and more important is the flight path and safe flight path. You know, there is a high velocity, escape velocity is more than 11 kilometers per second. If some object collides with that, what will happen? You can imagine. So all these technologies need to be improved further and further. This is my thing, and this data is very, very important for the upcoming missions and for the humanity to do further explorations of the moon and Mars.
Yes, in fact, truly wonderful. And also, sir, thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast and for giving us all of your insights into this lunar mission. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes, there, viewers, you see a historic achievement of mankind and of space, and that was Artemis II, the crew touching down onto Earth, and that's the capsule you see on the screen, and recovery teams are in position to rescue both the capsule and the astronauts. And this was a historic mission of humans coming as the Artemis II mission flew to the far side of the moon. And also beyond the immediate success, the Artemis II now signals a renewed global push towards human presence, more human presence on the moon, with many long-term goals of even colonizing areas of moon and even more missions in space as well. And this was truly a successful journey, a successful mission of the Artemis II, and this could in fact hasten the process of the next Artemis III, as NASA is working on its broader ranges of more missions to space, more missions targeted towards moon, focus on the moon, colonizing, not just colonizing the moon, but in fact gathering more data, and then also advancing the technologies, the upgrades of science, and making a breakthrough and a big leap for mankind as well. And maybe, as our guests have also put it earlier, that this could pave way for a manned mission, not just a manned mission, this wasn't manned, but really a man, an astronaut landing on the surface of the moon. That you see on your screen on the Pacific waters, recovery teams now surrounding to retrieve both the capsule and the crew member, and they will shortly be taken to the medical centers for checkups, and then after that they will be set free. And the Artemis II mission finally has returned home after a successful lunar mission there. And also viewers point to note that when the capsule re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, the radio signal that sent out from the Integrity capsule was that as the parachutes were just flying out, that Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear. And this was a message from the Houston Space Center to the Integrity capsule when it touched down, when it was landing and touching down on the Pacific. And usually when a splashdown occurs, the big risk was of the capsule heating up and catching fire. And fortunately, with a very big fortunately, it did not happen. This was truly a successful mission because we have seen earlier many other mishaps took place. But this time, the Integrity mission truly successful, bringing back our astronauts safe and sound back to Earth with a very advancement in our space technology, flying towards the far side of the moon, and our crew safe and sound back to the Earth. And also, viewers, the mission was truly significant as the astronauts have traveled much farther from the Earth than any human has ever gone before. And this truly has made a big footnote in our space missions as well. And this was a mission where the astronauts truly traveled to the furthest side of the moon, and they were also circling the moon and successfully testing some life support, critical life support and navigation and propulsion systems, some technology testing as well. All right, now viewers, we have another breaking news, and this is coming in from U.S. President Donald Trump. He has congratulated the team of the Artemis II crew on their historic mission and have called them modern-day pioneers and praising their groundbreaking journey to the moon. He even invited the crew to the White House, saying that, and I quote, "I look forward to seeing you all to the White House soon." The U.S. president very proud, and he also continues to say that the next step is Mars. Yes, the U.S. in fact furthering and even advancing more of their ambitions in space now after the moon. Now next is Mars. And now U.S. President Donald Trump has in fact invited the crew to the White House, a very big day for the space world, for all the astronauts, in fact, coming back to successfully back safe and sound on Earth. The U.S. president has even congratulated the team and invited them to the White House and saying that the next step is Mars. That's a big statement coming in again from U.S. President. This, in fact, is not just for particular to one country, but in fact, truly a big breakthrough for mankind, for space, for science, and for astronauts. A successful lunar mission, touching down, and no particular mishap in general, and astronauts back and forth just in 10 days, circling around the moon, gathering, in fact, crucial data, bringing back to Earth safe and sound as well. All right, now coming up after the short break, AIA-DMK General Secretary EPS speaks to Arnab Goswami on Nation Wants to Know exclusive, says that AIA-DMK will get majority, predicts NDA wave in Tamil Nadu.
we are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration.
All right, coming up after the short break, AIADMK General Secretary EPS speaks to Arnab Goswami on Nation Wants to Know.
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत दुर्घटना
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the Artemis II. The mission has been successful. The astronauts are back on Earth. The Orion Integrity capsule made a splashdown in the coast of San Diego. We'll get you all the updates of this story and all the other life-breaking updates, international stories and national stories. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. NASA's historic Artemis II makes a splashdown at the coast of San Diego, returns home with astronauts. Trump issues warning to Iran, says US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail. Trump says Iran has no cards other than Strait of Hormuz ahead of negotiations. Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets before talks with US begin. AIADMK General Secretary EPS speaks to Arnab Goswami on Nation Wants to Know. Exclusive, says AIADMK will get majority, predicts NDA wave in Tamil Nadu. EPS tells Arnab that the AIADMK will go after DMK leadership, including Stalin, for corruption when voted, links DMK to the drug mafia. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, amid rising tensions in West Asia and fears over disruption in global energy routes, now India has received a major boost to its fuel supply chain. An India-flagged LPG vessel has safely docked at Mumbai's Jawaharlal Nehru port after navigating the volatile Strait of Hormuz. Now, the successful journey comes at a time when global shipping routes remain under threat. Here's more in this report.
In a significant development for India's energy security, the LPG vessel Green Asha has safely docked at Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority.
You can see right behind me, massive vessel Green Asha, which has arrived at JNPA port yesterday. Green Asha is the first LPG vessel which has reached JNPA since the conflict has begun.
The ship carried over 15,400 tons of LPG, navigating the highly sensitive Strait of Hormuz amid ongoing tensions involving Iran, the United States and Israel.
It's carrying 15,400 tons of LPG, successfully navigated the volatile Strait of Hormuz, and it's a critical global oil transit point, and is safely crossed Strait of Hormuz and arrived now anchored. You can see exclusive visuals only on Republic TV. You can see the Green Asha, which is anchored at JNPA port. And port officials confirm that the vessel and cargo and all crew members are safe, and it's very important for India and the continuity of the supply of LPG and the safe arrival of Green Asha, which is strengthen the LPG availability in the country and bring some relief on the supply front.
The vessel docked at the liquid terminal jointly operated by BPCL and Indian Oil, with officials confirming that the cargo and crew are safe. Sources say the journey was closely monitored, involving real-time coordination, heightened surveillance and contingency planning.
Indian government is closely monitoring the situation, and especially amid rising geopolitical tension in the region and the importance of the uninterrupted energy supplies. You can see this is Green Asha, which has arrived in Mumbai yesterday, And what makes this journey particularly significant is that the ship has safely navigated through the strategically important Strait of Hormuz. Exclusive visuals only on Republic TV. We are reporting from JNPA port, and we are only channel showing you the massive vessel LPG tanker Green Asha, which has arrived at JNPA in Mumbai.
Experts say the safe arrival is more than a routine. It signals resilience of India's diplomacy despite global uncertainty. As tensions continue to simmer in West Asia, India's diplomatic and strategic outreach on all fronts sends a strong message that energy supplies for India remain intact.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the US-Iran talks are happening in Islamabad today, with high-level delegations from both countries arriving. Now, the US team, led by Vice President J.D. Vance, includes Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, while Iran's delegation is headed by Parliamentary Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf and Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Republic TV's exclusive editor, Niranjan Narayan Swamy, breaks it down for us.
The Islamabad talks are scheduled to take place on Saturday, and looking at the way the entire story is played out over the last 1 week, one can safely assume that the story is not over, meaning the ceasefire may not even hold. Let's look at, for example, the message sent by Donald Trump just hours before his Vice President, J.D. Vance, lands in Pakistan. Donald Trump, speaking to the media, has once again held a gun to Iran's head while saying that warships are being loaded with weaponry to strike Iran if talks in Pakistan fail to produce a deal. He said this in an interview to the US media, adding that while the reset is ongoing, he says they're loading the ships with the best ammunition, the best weapons ever made, even better than what they did previously, and that they can blow Iran apart. Now, this is a threat from a president who wants a reset, and he's threatening Iran by insulting them further. In fact, another post that was put out by Donald Trump, he went on to insult the people of Iran, saying that they don't seem to realize that they have no cards other than short-term extortion at the Strait of Hormuz, while referring to Iran's plan to charge ships that pass through the Strait of Hormuz with a fee. Now, Donald Trump also said in his post, by the way, hours before the talks take place, if at all they do, Donald Trump says the only reason the Iranians are alive today is to negotiate. Now, when you not just hold a gun to Iran, but when you insult the people of Iran, will Iran really take these talks seriously? They haven't so far. Looking at the response that we've seen from two top leaders who remain in Iran, Ghalibaf, the speaker, has confirmed that they will not go to Pakistan for the talks unless the two preconditions of ceasefire in Lebanon and the sanctions on Iran being lifted. If those two preconditions are not fulfilled, he says they will not go to Pakistan for the talks. And secondly, you had senior leaders in Iran confirm and tell us that they have received an invite from Pakistan. This was Ismail Baghai, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran, who confirmed that yes, Pakistan had sent them an invite, but that invite was under review because preconditions had not been met. So, ladies and gentlemen, here you have a country called Pakistan that has gone to town, literally celebrating what they claimed was a ceasefire. Yes, there was a temporary truce, but that truce didn't last beyond a few hours, with bombing continuing even now as we speak in Lebanon. Israeli Foreign Ministry, Israeli Prime Minister have put out pictures, spoken about the non-stop attacks, especially in northern Israel, and they have promised a larger, more fierce response to Lebanon tomorrow. So the bombings will continue. And if the bombings continue, there is no ceasefire. And if there is no ceasefire, there can be no talks in Pakistan. So, ladies and gentlemen, it appears like Pakistan jumped the gun on this one. And we don't know whether J.D. Vance will land in Pakistan, and if he does, if the talks take place at all. Now, all of this, of course, is subject to whether Iran changes its mind and decides to take that flight to Islamabad.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, tensions are escalating across West Asia amid fragile ceasefire efforts and rising fears of a wider regional conflict as Iran and the United States prepare for high-stakes negotiations in Islamabad focused on the Strait of Hormuz and regional de-escalation. At the same time, US President Donald Trump has issued a sharp warning to Tehran, saying American warships are being reloaded and could be used if talks fail, while also escalating his rhetoric on Truth Social, accusing Iran of having no leverage and relying on global waterways for pressure. Iran's delegation, led by senior leadership, is now in Pakistan as diplomatic and military tensions run in parallel across the region. Watch this report.
Tensions are rising across West Asia with ceasefire efforts struggling to hold and fears growing of a wider regional conflict in the Middle East. Iran has called for a ceasefire in Lebanon, linking it to a broader regional stability, even as fresh Israeli strikes continue to escalate tensions. The situation now threatens to spiral into a broader regional conflict, with multiple flashpoints intensifying across the region. High-stakes negotiations between the US and Iran are set to take place in Islamabad, focusing on reopening the Strait of Hormuz and extending fragile ceasefire arrangements. US VP J.D. Vance set to lead the American delegation for the talks.
Good morning. Thanks for coming. Look, we're looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's going to be positive. We'll, of course, see. As the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The President has gave us some pretty clear guidelines, and we're going to see. So I hope you guys have a safe flight. We'll certainly take some questions later on, but for now, let's get on the plane. And
meanwhile, US President Trump has issued a stark warning, saying American warships are being reloaded and could be used against Iran if negotiations fail. Trump says the US is preparing its most advanced weaponry and will act decisively if no deal is reached, adding urgency to already fragile diplomatic efforts. He has also escalated the war of words, saying that Iran has no real leverage, accusing it of using global waterways for pressure. Says the only reasons Iranians are alive today is to negotiate. Meanwhile, the negotiations are all set to begin in Islamabad, with Iran's delegation led by Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf arrives in Pakistan accompanied by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, senior security officials, the central bank chief and key lawmakers, underscoring the high stakes of talks that could shape the region's next move.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has taken a rare swipe at Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, linking global decisions to rising energy costs in Britain and saying he is fed up with fluctuating bills. Now, during his Qatar visit, he said talks focused on the fragile Iran ceasefire and keeping the Strait of Hormuz open without restrictions. Now, while stressing Gulf states must be part of any deal, he also bagged NATO as vital, but called for a stronger European role amid renewed US criticism. Watch this report for more information.
UK PM Keir Starmer has taken a rare swipe at Donald Trump and Putin, linking their actions to rising energy costs in Britain. Starmer said he's fed up with energy bills fluctuating due to the global political decisions. Starmer, who is on a visit to the Gulf nation, said talks in Qatar focus on the fragile ceasefire in the Iran war, warning that more work is needed to stabilize the situation on the ground. He stressed the Strait of Hormuz must be a part of any long-term solution, saying there must be no tolls or restrictions on navigation through the key global shipping route.
Obviously, the discussion moved very quickly to the ceasefire, a sense that it's fragile, that more work is needed, that the Strait of Hormuz has to be part of the solution, a very strong sense there can't be tolling or restrictions on that navigation.
The British PM held talks with senior Qatari officials in Doha, highlighting the importance of regional cooperation in managing the ongoing conflict.
Well, I had a discussion with President Trump last night and set out to him the views of the region here. These Gulf states are the neighbours of Iran, and therefore, if the ceasefire is to hold, and we hope it will. It has to involve them. They have very strong views on the Strait of Hormuz. And we spent most of the time on the call talking about the practical plan that's going to be needed to get navigation through the strait.
Starmer also addressed tensions with the US over NATO's future, saying the alliance remains vital, but Europe must take on a stronger role.
NATO is a defensive alliance which for decades has kept us much safer than we would otherwise have been. So we're strong supporters of NATO. We'll always be stronger supporters of NATO. Do I think there should be a stronger European element to NATO? Yes, and I think we should step into that space.
His comments follow criticism from US, who has described NATO as weak and questioned America's continued commitment to the alliance.
I have a direct quote from the President of the United States on NATO, and I will share it with all of you. They were tested and they failed. And I would add, it's quite sad that NATO turned their backs on the American people over the course of the last 6 weeks, when it's the American people who have been funding their defense. As you know, President Trump will be meeting with Secretary Rutte in a couple of hours here at the White House, and I know he looks forward to having a very frank and candid conversation with him.
European leaders are trying to balance support for Washington while pushing for a stronger regional role as they work to shore up the fragile ceasefire and contain rising geopolitical tensions. The conflict has left Europe navigating a difficult geopolitical position between Washington and regional diplomacy, while trying to maintain unity amid growing pressure.
All right, viewers, now let's have a look at the top sports stories. Now, Sri Lankan spinner Wanindu Hasaranga has been ruled out of the Indian Premier League 2026. The Lucknow Super Giants confirmed the 28-year-old has been out of action ever since tearing his hamstring during Sri Lanka's T20 World Cup 2026 opening game in February. Now, it has also come to light that he did not take Sri Lanka cricket's SLC mandatory fitness test earlier this week. Islamabad United owner Ali Naqvi has revealed the real reason behind the decision to organize the ongoing season of the Pakistan Super League behind closed doors. Calling PCB chairman Mohsin Naqvi's bluff, Ali suggested that Pakistan prioritized peace and safety over entertainment, highlighting their role in the US-Iran ceasefire. Fast bowler Shaheen Afridi faced the heat on social space over his comment on the ongoing US-Iran conflict. Afridi, in a social media post, praised Pakistan's role in the global crisis. Afridi went on to credit the PM of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, and the army chief, crediting them for trying to restore peace in the world. While India celebrates its newest cricketing hero, Mukul Chaudhary, Lucknow Super Giants coach Justin Langer not only praised Chaudhary but also claimed that he sees Virat Kohli in him. As per Langer, Chaudhary's running between the wickets is similar to that of Kohli. Shreyas Iyer's sister Shrestha was forced to delete a viral video she posted after Punjab Kings Kolkata Knight Riders match at the Eden Gardens got washed out earlier in the week. Now, Shrestha has now deleted the video and claimed that what was meant as light-hearted banter was widely misunderstood. In a massive upset, India's Ayush Shetty stunned world number 4 Jonathan Christie of Indonesia to enter the men's singles semi-finals of the Badminton Asia Championship. The Indian demolished Christie in straight sets in less than 60 minutes in one of the biggest wins of his career. Former Indian cricketer Mohammad Kaif has criticised Lucknow Super Giants captain Rishabh Pant despite the team's win over Kolkata Knight Riders, saying the keeper batter must improve his game awareness and take more responsibility for consistent results. Pant has been patchy, scoring 2 below par scores on either side of a half-century in his 3 games so far. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, families in Beirut are reeling from the devastating Israeli airstrikes that killed over 300 people and wounded more than 1,100. Now, one survivor, overcome with grief, cried out, "All my family was martyred," as entire households were wiped out in the deadliest strikes on the Lebanese capital in decades. Take a look at this report.
مش رح نستسلم أبداً لو بيقتلونا كلنا. أنت سايطوا على البحر نتنياهو.
استقبلنا بحدود ال 45 حالة مصابين، حالتهم تتراوح بين الحالات الطفيفة والحالات الحرجة. حالات الحرجة بحدود ال10.
مش رح نستسلم أبداً لو بيقتلونا كلنا. أنت سايطوا على البحر نتنياهو.
أنا أهلي استشهدوا كلهم، كل أهلي، أمي وأخواتي 2 بنات ومرت خيي، وخيي عمره 20 سنة في منطقة حي السلم مدينة العباس. ضربوهم بدون إنذار، إجرام الإسرائيلي. مستشفى رفيع الحريري ناطر آخذ أهلي، بدي يخلصوا لي السفارة السورية الإجراءات اللي عم يمشوا فيهم على سوريا بس.
والضحايا عم بيجوا على المستشفى لهون وعلى غير المستشفيات، يتم التعرف على الشهداء والبروسس ماشي مبدئيا، بده وقت، الوضع صعب، الاعداد شوي كبيره، انما الامور شوي شوي عم تاخذ مسارها الصحيح.
كل المناطق يلي مستهدفة هي مناطق سكنية آمنة، يلي هي بتشكل بحد ذاتها يعني المشهد يلي عم نشوفه هو مجزرة بحق يعني المدنيين.
What we need to do is come back as Lebanese on the table, Council of Ministers, Hezbollah is represented there, and find out how we can protect our country and remove the occupation from our land. That's the only way to do it.
حاول ننقذ اذا في شيء تصاوب او لا. امبارح قدرنا نشيل من منطقه كورنيش المزرعه بسيني، كانت على وشك الموت. واليوم الحمد لله شلناها انقذناها، بس المشكله انه هون مش مثل الضاحيه او جنوب انه نقدر نحن نشيل السينات من البيوت قبل ما تنضرب، ما على اساس في شيء. سو ذاتس واي نحن عم نجي بعد الضربه، لانه ما حدا اكيد عنده معلومات انه هون ممكن يضرب.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, a major tragedy has been reported from Uttar Pradesh's Mathura, where a boat carrying pilgrims capsized in the Yamuna River. Now, at least 10 people have lost their lives, while several others have been rescued. Let's have a look at this detailed report for more information.
What began as a religious visit to Vrindavan ended in a tragedy when a boat carrying pilgrims capsized in the Yamuna River. The incident occurred yesterday near Keshi Ghat in Mathura district. The pilgrims, mostly from Punjab, were travelling in 2 boats when one of them overturned, carrying around 25 to 32 people. According to reports, the boat collided with a pontoon bridge amid gusty winds, leading to the accident. Following the collision, the boat lost balance and capsized in deep waters. At least 10 people have died in the incident, including men and women from the pilgrim group. Around 20 to 22 people have been rescued so far and shifted to nearby hospitals for treatment. Rescue operations are underway with police, fire services, NDRF, SDRF and local divers deployed.
बंसीवट और केसी घाट के बीच में यमुना नदी पे जहाँ पॉन्टून पुल है, वहाँ पे एक नाव दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुई, जिसमें लगभग 25 से 27 लोग बताए जा रहे हैं। अभी एग्जैक्ट नंबर जो लोग हैं उनसे बातचीत करके कंफर्म किया जा रहा है। टकराने का जो प्रथम दृष्टया कारण अभी तक लोग जो बता रहे हैं वो था कि पॉन्टून पुल से टकराकर ये घटना हुई है। जो भी मिसिंग लोग हैं उनकी तलाश जो है की जा रही है। तो मेडिकल टीम, प्रशासन की टीम, पुलिस टीम, ये सारी जो प्रशासकीय विभाग हैं उनकी टीमें लगातार कोऑर्डिनेट करके इस सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन को कंप्लीट कर रही है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with other ministers, have expressed condolences and have directed officials to ensure immediate relief and medical assistance. Authorities have now launched an investigation focusing on overcrowding and safety protocols.
Well, it is time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets before talks begin with US.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट। We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
Character, the taste of success.
R Pure शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में
NASA's historic Artemis II mission at the coast of San Diego.
Coast of San Diego returns home with astronauts. Trump issues warning to Iran, says US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail. Trump says Iran has no cards other than Strait of Hormuz ahead of negotiations. Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets before talks with US begin. AIA-DMK General Secretary EPS speaks to Arnab Goswami on Nation Wants to Know exclusive, says AIA-DMK will get majority, predicts NDA wave in Tamil Nadu. EPS tells Arnab that the AIA-DMK will go after DMK leadership, including Stalin, for corruption when voted, links DMK to the drug mafia.
All right, let's begin with the first story of the day. A chilling twist in the Ahmedabad dosa deaths now coming in from Gujarat. A case that was first blamed on food poisoning is now being probed as a possible poisoning as well. This incident has now claimed the lives of a 2.5-month-old baby and a 3-year-old child. Toxic substances have been found in the parents' blood as well, raising serious questions into the matter. Let's take a look into this full report.
A tragic incident, 2 young sisters dead, and a mystery that is only deepening. In Ahmedabad's Chandkheda, a 3-month-old infant and her 3-year-old sister died after falling ill, initially suspected to be a food poisoning after eating dosas.
In Ahmedabad's Chandkheda, allegedly 2 young girls have died because of having dosa batter from Ghanshyam Dairy, which is situated in the vicinity of 1 kilometer. Let me tell you where this incident unfolded. We are standing outside the same society, Maruti Plaza Residency, wherein this tragic incident has unfolded. Let me tell you, the family is claiming that deaths have occurred due to eating dosa batter from the same dairy, but now investigation is pointing something else. Before few days of this entire incident, a pesticide was bought by the family, claiming that this was for the storage of wheat. When wheat is being stored, such pesticides are used, and they claim that it was used for the same purpose, but the presence of aluminum and zinc in the NFSU blood samples. Now the post-mortem reports are yet to come, FSL reports are yet to come. So all these points and all the information which is coming up right now poses a question that was it an attempt of suicide, was it an attempted murder, or was it really a question of food security? Did it happen because of the dosa batter? Now police is investigating, FSL and PM reports are also expected soon.
But the investigation has now taken a shocking turn. This is what Police Inspector told Republic.
इसके दौरान हमने जो FSL की टीम है उसको साथ में रखकर जो भी भोग बननार है विमल कुमार, उसके घर पे पंचनामा किया है और उसकी झड़ती ली है, एवं जो घनश्याम डेयरी है वहाँ भी फूड एंड सेफ्टी और FSL की टीम को साथ में रखा है और वहाँ से जो भी ज़रूरी सैंपल वगैरह की जो कार्यवाही थी वो ली है और जो सैंपल थे उसको एफएसएल में भेजा गया है। जो अभी दोनों एंगल से तपास चालू है। जो घनश्याम डेयरी में जो भी खीरा बना था उस एंगल को भी हम जांच रहे हैं एवं ये भी शंका जताई जा रही है कि शायद उसके घर में से कुछ इंसिडेंट हुआ हो या कोई आर्थिक इश्यू हो, उसकी वजह से भी हुआ हो सकता है। तो दोनों एंगल पे अभी तपास चालू है।
On the other hand, the shop owners are demanding an investigation.
हमारे यहाँ से 3 किलो खीरू लेने आए थे और हमने 3 किलो खीरू दिया था और 3 तारीख को उनकी मिसिस हमारे यहाँ रात को 8 बजे करीब कंप्लेंट करने आई, क्योंकि क्या बोले हमारी डॉटर को फूड पॉइजनिंग हुआ है और उन्होंने बताया कि वो एडमिट किया है उनको। मैंने बोला ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है, तुम्हारे आगे और पीछे हम लोग कई कस्टमर को हमने खीरा दिया था और किसी की कोई कंप्लेंट नहीं आई है। ऐसा लगे तो तुम्हारा खीरू हम वापिस ले लेंगे, आप लेके आओ, हम देख लेते हैं।
तब खीरू जब लेके आए तो मेरे आदमी ने खीरू लिया, मेरे आदमी ने सीधा उसको वेट स्केल पे खीरू रखा, तब 2 किलो 700 समथिंग खीरू दिखा रहा था। फिर मेरे आदमी ने, मेरे स्टाफ ने खीरू खोला मेरे सामने और वो खीरू मैंने खुद उंगली डाल के चेक किया तो क्या खीरू में दिक्कत है। जब मैंने चेक किया मेरे को ओके लगा तो मैंने बोल दिया खीरू रख दो, सही है। फिर भी हमको समझाया भाई खीरू तो सही है, कोई कंप्लेंट इसमें भी मेरे को नहीं दिख रही है, फिर भी और कोई कस्टमर की भी कंप्लेंट नहीं आई है, ऐसा मैंने उनको बताया। तो अगर खीरू में कोई दिक्कत होती तो 2-4 लोग तो मेरे को बोलने आते ना।
Investigators now believe the food may have been poisoned after purchase or that the family ingested toxic substances separately. Police are probing multiple angles from accidental poisoning to a possible suicide attempt and even a foul play. Adding to the complexity, reports of financial stress and domestic issues have also emerged now in the investigation. The parents, still hospitalized, remain key to unlocking the truth. With forensic reports still awaited, one question remains: was this a tragic accident or a planned act?
All right, moving ahead to one key development story now coming in from Artemis II mission, which has successfully concluded with the splashdown of the Orion spacecraft in the Pacific Ocean, marking a historic return to the Earth for the 4 astronauts who were on board. The crew completed a 10-day journey around the moon, testing critical systems for future lunar exploration and potential Mars missions as well. Now, the Orion spacecraft splashed down off the coast of San Diego, California.
Victor in great spirits. I can't see who he's talking to, but I kind of think that he might be talking to his other 2 crew members. Shouting from across the flight deck, congratulations to one another.
Yes, viewers, that's the astronauts being carried into the aircraft carrier there from the coast of San Diego into from the Pacific Ocean on helicopter. Astronauts, they are still dressed in their uniform. And that's the Artemis II mission touching down and coming back to Earth. Now, we are joined by my colleague Shivam from the newsroom. Shivam, tell us all the details now into the splashdown, the successful lunar mission of the Artemis II. The 4 crew safely landed, touching down after a 10-day mission towards the moon. Tell us all the details that you're getting at this moment.
Yeah, this is a historic mission, and the visuals are also historic. You can see this is a US Navy ship at the coast of San Diego, and this is the next stage of the mission. It was a perfect splashdown. Everybody is safe. It was NASA's first crewed mission, that is the Artemis II program, and it was a successful splashdown at the coast of San Diego. Live visuals which are coming. As you can see, all those astronauts have been taken via a helicopter. The rescue was done, the recovery was done, and it was a completely successful program in this case. Now, live visuals, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on your screen, all 4 of the Artemis II astronauts have been successfully extracted from the Orion spacecraft Orion Integrity spacecraft following splashdown, and now on the USS John P. Mota. Next up, they will be escorted to the medical bay where they will be undergoing a post-mission medical evaluations, which is very important since it was a 10-day mission that sent 4 astronauts around the moon and back. It was a lunar flyback. and they don't land on moon in such missions. First time humans traveled beyond the low Earth orbit since 1972. Now, let me tell you about the crew. There are 4 crew members. There is Reed Wiseman, who is the commander of the entire mission. There is Victor Glover, who is the pilot. Then we have Christina Koch, who's the mission specialist. Jeremy Hansen, who is the mission specialist from Canada. Now, the main purpose, it was basically a test flight with people on board, test the Orion spacecraft and life support systems in deep space. Now, this is a test for the future missions, also for Artemis III and other missions across the globe for various space agencies across the globe. Now, and this prepares for future missions that will land astronauts on the moon, verifies heat shield, navigation, communications. So it was a successful mission, and they flew around the moon using a free return trajectory, and they are successfully back at Earth. A very big day, a successful day. There was a post by Donald Trump congratulating each and every astronaut and saying Mars is next. So he is, in his own style, congratulating everybody, welcoming everybody back to Earth, and saying that we are the other target, the next target is Mars. Now, they reached over 250,000 miles from Earth, which is a record distance for humans. They have set a record, and they have returned safely at the Pacific Ocean. We showed the live visuals of the splashdown and the rescue of those 4 astronauts, the brave astronauts who completed a successful mission. And this is the first crewed moon mission in 50+ years, and a step towards Artemis III, which aims to land humans to the moon. So this next mission, everybody will be looking forward towards the next mission, that is the humans being sent on the moon. It's a part of a bigger goal, long-term lunar presence, and eventually Mars missions will be a focus. So definitely it was Artemis II was like a dress rehearsal for the Artemis III mission, to prove that everything works, to be sure that everything works before NASA tries landing people again on the moon. Now, these are the live visuals on your television screens, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, live updates. The crew landed in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego, following a fiery plunge through Earth's atmosphere. Now, that's a very risky time when you re-enter Earth's atmosphere. It becomes too hot for the spacecraft, the capsule. Right now, as you can see, they're taking a wheelchair along with them, and that's the astronaut. Visuals of the astronaut out in the orange suit, in the orange space suit. As you can see, live visuals. This is a USS Navy ship. Now, NASA planned to extract the astronauts from the Orion spacecraft one by one, then fly them via helicopter to a Navy ship. And these are the visuals of a US Navy ship. As you can see, just near the helipad, one by one, you will be able to see each and every astronaut walking towards the helicopter, and they will be in the US Navy ship. Now, re-entry is, as I repeated, is one of the most riskiest part, and you can see these are the astronauts. They are taking support. The crew, the pilots of the helicopter, the chopper pilots are also with him. It becomes difficult when you stay out of the Earth atmosphere, you're away from gravity. Even your own weight seems to be too heavy for you to carry on. Now, it is a very tough mission, and requires a lot of physical endurance, physical fitness. In that case, there goes a lot of preparations behind the doors, as you can see. Now, this was the second astronaut who has been successfully taken to a different location in the ship. Now, from the helicopter, these are the visuals coming from the USS Navy ship. Very successful mission. The helicopters who approach the ship, announcement of integrity incoming. This is the integrity coming back, Orion coming back, Artemis II's capsule coming back, and a successful rescue for all the pilots, all the crew members of that Artemis II mission. Now, this is the visuals of the third astronaut being escorted. But you can also see the NASA crew with them walking. And these are the helicopter pilots congratulating him. And it was a very tiring and it requires physical strength. As you can see, your own body weight becomes difficult for you to carry after you stay for a very long period in space. Now, this was a 10-day mission and a successful one. Artemis II returns home. And a sigh of relief for the astronauts and for the scientist fraternity. Wonderful, beautiful visuals from the Pacific. As you can see, the coast of San Diego on board the USS Navy ship, the USS Navy's USS John P. Murtha. And they will now undergo standard post-mission medical evaluations right now. All right, live visuals on your screen. And we have a guest also with us for more details to speak with us. All right. Yes, okay. We have let me toss back to Amrita. Amrita, these are the live visuals. I guess we also have an expert with us, Dr. S. Venkateshwara Sharma. You can take the questions, Amrita.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much for all the breakdown, Shivam. And now we are joined by our guest, Dr. S. Venkateshwara Sharma, former ISRO director. First of all, thank you so much for joining us on Republic, sir. And this was, in fact, a very historic mission, 10-day lunar mission for crew there and splashdown on the Pacific. They are being transported from the capsule to the center. For your initial thoughts on this successful lunar mission, sir.
Good morning to you and the million viewers of Republic TV. It is a real great moment. If you had seen the T minus 12 minutes of splashing down on to the San Diego the ocean, Pacific Ocean, the time had been really, really crucial. And when the module, which is the Orion module, about 37,000 kg, enters into the Earth atmosphere, it generates a heat of about 5,000 degrees centigrade, and for a few minutes, there will be complete blackout. So just T minus 10 minutes, at around 125 kilometers, the crew module, service module was jettisoned, and the module with carrying the astronauts entered into the Earth atmosphere, and again it tossed back into the space. And really, it was a wonderful that the module, the Orion module, entered into the 80-kilometer orbit and then down to about.
All right, Doctor, do stay with us because we have a bite coming off one of the astronauts from the center that just landed. Let's listen in.
Thank you for, for everybody watching.
Yeah, it was great to watch the crew come back to the ship with you. How were you feeling when you were seeing them looking so happy to be home and feeling really good?
The funny thing is that we had video of them from inside the Orion vehicle. They were like that from the beginning. When we opened the hatch, they were already out of their seats, having a good time, waiting for us to open the hatch. And they opened the hatch, and of course, we did the first medical assessment. Everybody was doing very well, and they were just having such a great time with the medical team that was inside the capsule. I think they were all taking selfies with the phones that they have, probably talking about what they saw, and it was just smiles all around. They were having such a great time. And then we put them on the front porch when we were ready to put them on the front porch, and again, you could see they were just so ecstatic to be home and talking to everybody. So we were very happy to see all of that in the control room of the LFOC.
How remarkable is that? Again, if we think about their journey, the 695,000-mile journey around the moon and back, coming back at 30 times faster than the speed of sound. I mean, how remarkable is that they are in such good spirits?
I mean, this is an amazing crew. I think you guys have seen it for the past 10 days. They're wonderful people, and we're so happy that they brought us along on that ride. And I can't wait to see all the additional videos and pictures that they have that, we'll get a hold of now that they're back on the ground. And I can't wait to hear how, a little more than what we saw on the press briefings from the crew about what they saw. It's just fantastic. Some of my favorite people around this 10 days was the science team and how excited they were. And so this is exactly how we feel in the landing recovery team when the science team went, oh my goodness, when they heard all the the discussions about the moon. This is exactly how we feel now in the landing recovery team. We're so ecstatic.
Yeah.
Again, we have to recover the capsule. I want to make sure we don't forget about our Orion.
Lily's all about business. She's thinking about what's next. But yeah, speaking of these 10 days, I mean, we have been along for the journey with them, live with them 24/7 for 10 days, and just really seeing the engagement that we've gotten from around the world. What do you hope people take away from this mission?
I think that's fantastic. So, my story was that I went to the Kennedy Space Center. I was born in Colombia. I was 10 years old when we moved to the United States, but when I was 7, my family took me.
All right, that was Liliana Villarreal, the landing director and the recovery director of the splashdown. That was her speaking to reporter about the splashdown mission and how it was successful. So you were also saying the same thing as it was landing down. So please continue as you were.
Yes, as I was saying, the landing is the most crucial, even compared to bringing the astronauts from the ISS, because this is traveling over a distance of about 3 + 3, 6 lakh kilometers, and at an incredible speed of 40,000 kilometers per hour. The capsule enters into the Earth at 150 degrees, at about 120 kilometers. The Earth atmosphere starts, and at that point, the temperature will be above 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is unbelievable, and which has an unprecedented temperature where the heat shields have to really work. And at that time, the service module will be detached, and the total Orion module is about 35,000 kg, and in that about 20,000 kg will be jettisoned, and remaining 50,000 kg, which is what we call it as the crew module, having the 4 astronauts, has come down towards the Earth, and at around 80 kilometers from the Earth atmosphere. Again, the speed had to be reduced, and the module enters into the Earth atmosphere at 80 kilometers. Again, the temperature is unprecedented temperature, and the complete blackout was observed, and the complete no communication between the modules and the Earth. After about 2 to 3 minutes, once the module entered into the atmosphere, and T minus about 6 to 7 minutes, again the signal and the communication got established, and T minus about 3 minutes, the first parachute were deployed. What we call it as the Dragon parachutes were deployed, and further around T minus 2 minutes, remaining 3 parachutes were deployed. Totally 11 parachutes were deployed to ensure that the speed of the module is reduced to about 10 to 17 kilometers per.
We seem to have lost connection from our guest, and that was Dr. S. Venkateshwara Sharma, former ISRO director. We will definitely try him back again on this broadcast. But as of now, that's the visual that we have, ladies and gentlemen, of the Artemis II crew splashing down over the coast of San Diego. All right, we have Dr. Venkateshwara back again online. Sir, as you were saying about the touchdown, how heated temperatures can in fact be very risky for the capsule, and then how the temperatures were in fact to 5,000 degrees. So please continue, sir, you were saying on the splashdown specifically.
Oh yeah. Once it enters into the atmosphere, the 5,000 degree temperature is something which the Orion module had to withstand, and it successfully did withstand by sacrificial, heat shields, what we call it as the tiles, which would burn themselves, sacrifice themselves, and ensure that the temperature doesn't cross the safe limits inside the Orion module, and therefore the module successfully splashed down onto the sea, and after a few minutes of the splashdown, the module was completely thoroughly cleaned, and it was brought to the ship by the guiding boats, and it was lifted onto the ship. And as we all saw, what we got as the module will be completely acidic in nature because it would have splashed down onto the sea, and it need to be thoroughly cleaned before and made sure that the contamination levels are much lower. And once the contamination levels are ensured that it is much lower, the hatchet is checked, and initial checks of the module is done to ensure that the safety of the astronaut is ensured before they are actually brought out. Once that safety, preliminary checks, preliminary safety, preliminary, contaminations are all checked, the hatchet was successfully opened, and we could see all the 4 astronauts, in jovial mode, happy mode. And after traveling for about 3 lakh kilometers one-way journey into the space, and no astronauts had traveled to that distance of 3 lakh kilometers and 5,000 kilometers beyond the moon, and they could see Earth, Moon, and the module together is something which is really wonderful. And after that, the safe journey has happened, and we could see the astronauts being wheeled out one by one. You could also see the nicest part is that the astronauts were completely active, and they were talking, they were able to get out, they were able to walk. Even if you had seen the ISS where the astronauts are wheeled out, the astronauts are not, they will not be in a situation of walking. Even though the travel from ISS to the Earth is only about 24 hours, they would be completely in a situation where they need support, they need stretcher, they need medical support while coming out. But here, the beauty of the Orion module is such a fantastic way of design. The G's that the vibration, the shock, and the G4 that they have experienced, and the comfort that they have traveled is extremely high, is what we can definitely conclude from this observation. And one by one, we could see that the astronauts were brought out, they were able to walk. Then they were, of course, there were medical supports, etc., and there were wheelchairs and stretchers to carry them in case of any emergency, but that was not required. And they were able to walk down, and they were able to get into the medical tests, etc. And now the crucial activity starts after 10 days of trip. Necessarily, what is called as rehabilitation program happens for these 4 astronauts. It will be minimum of 15 days to 1 month is the rehabilitation program for any astronauts who flies into the space and comes back will be planned, where they really need the support because they would be in zero gravity all these 10 days. Fact, yes. And when they have come to Earth, it is a gravity situation. In the gravity situation, they have to have like baby steps they have to keep, and they need support from mental, physical, psychological support. And all this rehabilitation program would start very soon. And next 2 to 3 weeks, all the astronauts should be back into normalcy. And of course, this is a big step forward into the Artemis 2. And of course, we are looking forward for
Yes, definitely, indeed. It's truly a big achievement for mankind, and you have put it in very great detail into what goes down into a splashdown and what happens to the astronauts. And also, thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast, Dr. S. Venkateshwara. And that was our guest speaking on the splashdown. And this is truly one historic mission, a 10-day mission with 4 astronauts, and has touched down on Earth. And now, viewers, we will continue the coverage, but coming up after the break, we have Donald Trump saying Iran has no cause other than the Strait of Hormuz ahead of negotiations. And EPS tells Arnab that the AIDMK will go after DMK leadership, including Stalin, for corruption. When voted, links DMK to the drug mafia. Coming up next, stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
NASA's historic Artemis II makes a splashdown at the coast of San Diego, returns home with astronauts. Donald Trump issues warning to Iran, says US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail. Trump says Iran has no cards other than Strait of Hormuz ahead of negotiations. Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets before talks with the US begin. AIADMK General Secretary EPS speaks to Arnab Goswami on Nation Wants to Know. Exclusive, says AIADMK will get majority, predicts NDA wave in Tamil Nadu. EPS tells Arnab that the AIADMK will go after DMK leadership, including Stalin for corruption when voted, links DMK to the drug mafia. All right, viewers, now let's begin with the first top story. AIADMK General Secretary EPS has expressed confidence that his party will win the upcoming Tamil Nadu Assembly elections with a majority, predicting an NDA wave in the state. Now, in an exclusive interview with Arnab Goswami, EPS vowed to take action against DMK leadership, including Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, for alleged corruption and links to the drug mafia. Take a look at a glimpse of that interaction.
But you're saying you could form the government on your own without the BJP also? If you were confident that AIADMK can come to power on its own, why did you have an alliance with the BJP in the state election?
கூட்டணி என்பது அவ்வப்போது நடக்கின்ற தேர்தலை பொறுத்து தான். திமுக தலைமையில் ஒரு கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. அதேபோல் அண்ணா திமுக தலைமையில் நாங்கள் ஒரு கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். எங்கள் கூட்டணியை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஒரு ஊழல் நிறைந்த அரசாங்கமாக இன்றைக்கு இருக்குது. மக்கள் விரோத ஆட்சி இன்றைக்கு தமிழகத்தில் நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்குது. அதனால் ஒத்த கருத்துடைய கட்சிகள்லாம் ஒன்றாக இணைந்து இந்த தேர்தலில் திமுகவை அகற்ற வேண்டும், திமுக ஆட்சி அகற்ற வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் நாங்கள் கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். ஒரு நல்ல ஆட்சி தமிழகத்தில் மக்களுக்கு கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் எங்களுடைய கூட்டணி அமையப்பட்டது.
But the popular feeling is that in the 2024 general elections, both BJP did badly and AIADMK did badly. Then you realized that you needed each other to win. So was this a result of the poor performance in the 24 Lok Sabha
24 election, central election. It's not state election. இது மத்தியில் யார் ஆட்சிக்கு வர வேண்டும் என்ற ஒரு தேர்தல் தான் நடைபெற்றது. அந்த தேர்தலில் அதிமுக பாரதிய ஜனதா கூட்டணி அமைக்கலை. ரெண்டு பேரும் கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருந்தா குறைஞ்சபட்சம் 20 இடங்களை நாங்கள் வென்றிருப்போம். நாங்கள் கூட்டணி அமைக்கல. ஆனால் அதே 2019ஆம் ஆண்டு இதே நிலை தான் இருந்தது. 2021 சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் 75 இடங்கள் அதிமுக வெற்றி பெற்றது சட்டமன்றத்தில். அதே போல் 2024 நாடாளுமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் அதிமுக கூட்டணி வாங்கின ஓட்டு பாரதிய ஜனதா தலைமையில் அமைக்கப்பட்ட கூட்டணி வாங்கின இரண்டையும் ஒன்றாக இணைத்தால் 99 இடங்களில் சட்டமன்றத்தில் நாங்கள் வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கிறோம்.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, political war of words has intensified in West Bengal, with BJP leaders hitting out at Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over remarks on identity and culture. Now, the BJP asserted that it respects Bengali traditions and rejected claims of being outsiders, while also questioning leaders within the ruling party. The party further said the state is ready for change, raising concerns over women's safety, unemployment and migration of youth, and promising development and job creation. It also flagged infiltration as a major issue, vowing to take strict action if voted to power. Watch this report.
Mr. Bush, first question to you. Today was HM's roadshow. It was a lot said about the infiltration in the state and also about the violence occurred since long. How will this anti-incumbency of Mamata Banerjee will be finished by BJP? What are the promises made?
Anti-incumbency तो है, हर स्तर में है. लोग बदलेंगे. यहाँ की इन्फिल्ट्रेशन, घुसपैठ पिछले 40-50 साल से बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है. और घुसपैठियों का वोट से सीपीएम जीतता था, टीएमसी जीतता था. अब वो निकल गए. अब उन्हें जीतने का संभावना नहीं है. बंगाल को सुरक्षित करना तभी देश सुरक्षित होगा. इसलिए परिवर्तन जरूरी है.
देखो एक और बात, 90 लाख डिलीशन पे लगातार ममता बनर्जी आप लोग पे हावी है. कह रहे 90 लाख से ज्यादा डिलीशन हो गए. बीजेपी इसी तरह से चुनाव जीतना चाहती है. आप क्या कहें?
बिहार में 65 लाख डिलीशन हो गया है. कोई गया नहीं क्यों बोलने के लिए? जो एलिजिबल नहीं है उनको तो निकालना है. देश की चुनाव में भाग नहीं ले सकते हैं. वही काम चुनाव कमीशन कर रहा है और इसीलिए ये निकल जाएगा तो टीएमसी हार जाएगी. इसी की चिंता है उनकी.
आप लोग कहते हैं पॉल्टन दौरकर सरकार, लेकिन ममता बनर्जी कहती है कि भाजपा तो आउटसाइडर है. ये लोग तो मछली खाने वालों को रोक लगा देंगे.
पटन कहाँ से? ये बंगाली उनकी चचेरे भाई है क्या? बिहारी बाबू शत्रुघ्न सिन्हा कौन है? कीर्ति आजाद, यहाँ की MP जून मालिया, ये बंगाली है. मछली खाते हैं क्या? मछली बंगाल के लोग खाते हैं, लेकिन लाना पड़ता है आंध्र प्रदेश से. भारतीय जनता पार्टी सत्ता में आएगा तो बंगाल को मछली उत्पादन में स्वावलंबी बनाएगा और बंगाल का भात और बंगाल का माछ भात जिंदाबाद.
All right, viewers, now let's take a look at the top sports stories. Sri Lankan spinner Wanindu Hasaranga has been ruled out of the Indian Premier League 2026. The Lucknow Super Giants confirmed the 28-year-old has been out of action ever since tearing his hamstring during Sri Lanka's T20 World Cup 2026 opening game in February. It has also come to light that he did not take Sri Lanka cricket's SLC mandatory fitness test earlier this week. Islamabad United owner Ali Naqvi has revealed the real reason behind the decision to organize the ongoing season of the Pakistan Super League behind closed doors, calling PCB chairman Mohsin Naqvi's bluff. Ali suggested that Pakistan prioritized peace and safety over entertainment, highlighting their role in the US-Iran ceasefire. Fast bowler Shaheen Afridi faced the heat on social space over his comment on the ongoing US-Iran conflict. Afridi, in a social media post, praised Pakistan's role in the global crisis. Afridi went on to credit the PM of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, and the army chief, crediting them for trying to restore peace in the world. The pacer is now facing backlash over it. While India celebrates its newest cricketing hero, Mukul Chaudhary, Lucknow Super Giants coach Justin Langer not only praised Chaudhary, but also claimed that he sees Virat Kohli in him. As per Langer, Chaudhary's running between the wickets is similar to that of Kohli. Shreyas Iyer's sister Shrestha was forced to delete a viral video she posted after Punjab Kings Kolkata Knight Riders match at the Eden Gardens got washed out earlier in this week. Shrestha has now deleted the video and claimed that what was meant as light-hearted banter was widely misunderstood. In a massive upset, India's Ayush Shetty stunned world number 4 Jonathan Christie of Indonesia to enter the men's singles semi-finals of the Badminton Asia Championships. Now, the Indian demolished Christie in straight sets in less than 60 minutes in one of the biggest wins of his career. Former Indian cricketer Mohammad Kaif has criticised Lucknow Super Giants captain Rishabh Pant despite the team's win over Kolkata Knight Riders, saying the keeper batter must improve his game awareness and take more responsibility for consistent results. Pant has been patchy, scoring 2 below par scores on either side of a half century in his 3 games so far. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, tensions in West Asia have been long spilling into the global trade routes. Now, with Iran now considering a controversial move that could impact oil flows worldwide. Now, Tehran is exploring a proposal to charge transit fees on ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical energy corridors. Now, the move comes amid ongoing conflict and fragile peace efforts in the region. Here's more in this report.
Amid escalating tensions, Iran is now considering charging transit fees for ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. The proposal, backed by Iran's Parliament National Security Commission, suggests payments to be made in Iran's national currency, the rial. The Strait of Hormuz, a narrow but crucial waterway between Iran and Oman, handles nearly 20% of global oil supplies, making it one of the world's most strategic trade routes. Iran says any long-term peace agreement could include provisions to levy charges, with fees varying based on cargo, vessel type, and prevailing conditions. Tehran is also in talks with Oman to introduce a permit and licensing system for the ships, claiming the move is meant to regulate, not restrict, maritime traffic. However, since the conflict escalated, traffic through the strait has already dropped sharply. There are also unconfirmed claims that some ships may have paid to secure safe passage, raising concerns over enforcement and transparency. The proposal now raises major global concerns, as any disruption in the Strait of Hormuz could directly impact oil prices and supply chains worldwide. With global markets watching closely, the future of the undercurrent of the war, Strait of Hormuz, remains uncertain.
And this mission, as we've been talking about, is just the beginning. To all of our new followers out there, please stay tuned. This is the first mission, our first mission to the moon, of many more to come. And we can't wait. Our teams are so ready to get to work on the next missions and explore the lunar surface and bring the world along with us. I'll pass it over to Rick.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you all for your continued interest in this mission. What a truly spectacular day it was for NASA and all of our international partners. This crew has said time and again that they were going for all of humanity, and today we fulfilled that objective by completing their journey and returning them safely to Earth. I've got a few stats for those who are interested, courtesy of the Flight Dynamics Officer in Mission Control. Integrity and her crew of 4 astronauts flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target. What a tremendous day. Over to Howard.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you to the Flight Control team. What an outstanding job.
Wow, what a fantastic day. I mean, we've dreamed as a team of reaching this day, and appreciate Amit's comments. I mean, so many people have worked very hard, tirelessly to get this day. I think this mission has been historic and has demonstrated new capabilities for Orion spacecraft, has taken our crew farther than any crews that have ever gone to the moon and back safely. 252,756 miles. And that is a fantastic feat. We got a lot more to do. And I'm so happy that we get to have this moment, but we're going to have a lot of these moments coming up. And I want to thank the entire Orion team. They have worked tirelessly. They've dedicated many hours. They've committed to excellence and innovated and attacked challenges that we've come up with for both our NASA team, our industry partners, and our European team as well. We did it together. We brought the crew home safely. They deserve a round of applause. It was a terrific day for them as well. And I want to thank the crew. They have been a fantastic inspiration to our teams as well. You've heard their messages. We are so happy they're back on the ground. We can't wait to see them as well. And finally, we've learned a lot from this mission. Number one was bringing the crews home safely, but it's also a test flight. And like Amit said, we have a work ahead of us to be done. We're going to learn from this mission. We're going to look at the data, and we're going to move forward. This is the start of a new era of human space exploration. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Howard. What an incredible end to an incredible mission. I got to tell you, I think I'm trying to pick out the best thing that happened today, and I'll just say that we were sitting in the back room getting ready for this press conference, and Howard gets a call from Reed Weissman, the commander of Integrity. And it was so great to hear his voice and tell us that all the crew is okay, and we can say that we did our mission. We accomplished what we set out to do. I'm very proud of the efforts of the Exploration Ground Systems team that supported both the launch and recovery operations alongside our Navy partners. All the hard work and dedication over the last couple years paid off today, and the team did a great job. Our recovery teams are currently in the process of bringing Orion back on the well deck of the ship, and hopefully within about 4 or 5 hours it'll be hard down in the back end of the USS Martha. It's good to be NASA. It's good to be an American today. Thank you.
All right, it's time now for questions. We'll start here in the room and take several from the phone. For those on the phone, you can press *1 to get into the question queue, and please limit to one question if you can. We'll start here with Joey.
Thanks so much. Joey Rillett with Reuters, and congrats on a really nice mission. Curious to hear more about how the astronauts are doing, where are they going to sleep tonight, and then also, when do you guys expect to announce the crew for Artemis III? Thanks.
So the answer to your second question, Joey, is soon. I will not put units on that value, but soon. Rick, you want to talk about the crew, what they're doing?
Yeah, we saw the crew a number of times after they got out of the spacecraft. We saw them on the front porch. Everybody was happy and healthy. I saw Victor as he was sitting on the edge of the helicopter on the flight deck of the ship, and he was smiling and in good spirits. And everything we've been hearing from the surgeons is the flight crew is happy and healthy and ready to come home to Houston.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. Congratulations again. You know, obviously, it's been such a great mission to watch from start to finish, but I guess I'm wondering if you had to categorize, this was a test flight. What would you say is the issue that you feel maybe the most grateful arose during this mission so that you could apply that lesson learned to the next?
Maybe
Like me,
Howard, why don't you take that one?
Yeah, I think, we're taking a lot of lessons learned. Certainly learning about how the crew operates a spaceship has been a really great learning experience, and flying and ability for them to test drive for our spacecraft has been good. I think, as we mentioned previously, our pressure control assembly where we discovered a leakage through the system. I think we learned a lot about that. That is a new finding. Certainly, we're going to go investigate that. We're going to look at that and move forward to make sure that we make some changes if necessary, but we'll get all the data and we'll go forward from there.
Marcia.
Associated Press, Marcia Dunn. The administrator described the crew as great communicators, almost poets. How is, this is going to be a tough act to follow for the upcoming crews soon to be picked. Talk about this crew in particular and what they brought to this that went beyond the scientific and the research and the engineering, please.
I'll just say that this particular crew, they've gotten to know each other so well. So each of them individually are just absolutely amazing individuals. But they, as a group, you could watch them and what they brought as you watch them in Orion over the last 10 days, operating just seamlessly between the four of them, just the teamwork, the camaraderie, I think they really brought an amazing sense of what we're trying to achieve with this mission. It's the mission for all humanity, a mission for all, and they really did represent that and tried to communicate that. I do know that our entire astronaut corps is spectacular, and so I have no doubt that the next teams will also rise to that level.
Jackie.
Hi all, Jackie Waddles, CNN. Congratulations. Question for Rick. I'm really anxious to hear what that blackout during reentry was like for you. And also just wanted to ask, that splashdown target being less than a mile off is incredible. Can you walk us through if anything, was outside of ordinary? I know we heard on comms there were some sensor issues just before entry interface. Just curious to hear more about that. Thanks.
Sure. So, blackout, there's really no beating around the bush with that. It's a difficult time because the flight control team wants to see data. We want to look at the data. We want to be able to provide input to the flight crew on how to fly their spaceship. And when we don't have data, we're trying to figure out what to do with ourselves. But we knew when blackout was going to start. It started when we expected. We knew when it was going to end. It ended when we expected. And so that gave us the trust that the spaceship was flying itself correctly. As far as some of the cautions and things that came up on the way down, the prop cautions, they were, we think that, again, that was learning of the spacecraft. Some of the limits are set a little bit tighter than we probably should have had them set, and we dispositioned those and moved on. As far as the comms post-landing, we don't quite know what was going on there, but we worked around it. We had comms with the recovery team, and
all right, this was a press conference by NASA, and this is the USS Navy ship after the rescue, after all the astronauts were taken out safely. This is the Artemis II mission, and it was a successful mission. It was a successful splashdown in the Orion Integrity capsule that splashed down. These are visuals of the Orion Integrity space capsule that splashed down, and the door was opened, and all of the astronauts were safely taken to a USS Navy ship via a helicopter. And they landed, and now the medical procedures is on because it was a very tiring, very tough mission, a 10 days mission. They have already set up a record of being the farthest from the Earth. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has taken a rare swipe at Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, linking global decisions to rising energy costs in Britain and saying he is fed up with fluctuating bills. During his Qatar visit, he said talks focused on the fragile Iran ceasefire and keeping the Strait of Hormuz open without restrictions. Now, while stressing Gulf states must be part of any deal, he also bagged NATO as vital but called for a stronger European role amid renewed US criticism.
UK PM Keir Starmer has taken a rare swipe at Donald Trump and Putin, linking their actions to rising energy costs in Britain. Starmer said he is fed up with energy bills fluctuating due to the global political decisions. Starmer, who is on a visit to the Gulf nation, said talks in Qatar focus on the fragile ceasefire in the Iran war, warning that more work is needed to stabilize the situation on the ground. He stressed the Strait of Hormuz must be a part of any long-term solution, saying there must be no tolls or restrictions on navigation through the key global shipping route.
Obviously, the discussion moved very quickly to the ceasefire, a sense that it's fragile, that more work is needed, that the Strait of Hormuz has to be part of the solution, a very strong sense that there can't be tolling or restrictions on that navigation.
The British PM held talks with senior Qatari officials in Doha, highlighting the importance of regional cooperation in managing the ongoing conflict.
Well, I had a discussion with President Trump last night and set out to him the views of the region here. These Gulf states are the neighbours of Iran, and therefore, if the ceasefire is to hold, and we hope it will, it has to involve them. They have very strong views on the Strait of Hormuz. And we spent most of the time on the call talking about the practical plan that's going to be needed to get navigation through the strait.
Starmer also addressed tensions with the US over NATO's future, saying the alliance remains vital, but Europe must take on a stronger role.
You know, NATO is a defensive alliance which for decades has kept us much safer than we would otherwise have been. So we're strong supporters of NATO. We'll always be stronger supporters of NATO. Do I think there should be a stronger European element to NATO? Yes, and I think we should step into that space.
His comments follow criticism from US, who has described NATO as weak and questioned America's continued commitment to the alliance.
I have a direct quote from the President of the United States on NATO, and I will share it with all of you. They were tested and they failed. And I would add, it's quite sad that NATO turned their backs on the American people over the course of the last 6 weeks, when it's the American people who have been funding their defense. As you know, President Trump will be meeting with Secretary Rutte in a couple of hours here at the White House, and I know he looks forward to having a very frank and candid conversation with him.
European leaders are trying to balance support for Washington while pushing for a stronger regional role as they work to shore up the fragile ceasefire and contain rising geopolitical tensions. The conflict has left Europe navigating a difficult geopolitical position between Washington and regional diplomacy, while trying to maintain unity amid growing pressure.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up after this bulletin. Coming up next, Trump issues warning to Iran, says US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail. And also coming up, top focus, EPS tells Ornob that the AIA-DMK will go after DMK leadership, including Stalin for corruption when voted, links DMK to the drug mafia.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control, or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump
Our Pure सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्ट मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत दुर्घटना 6 इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी भी
NASA's historic Artemis II makes a splashdown at the coast of San Diego, returns home with the astronauts. Trump issues warning to Iran, says US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail. Trump says Iran has no cards other than Strait of Hormuz ahead of negotiations. Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets before talks with the US begin. AIADMK General Secretary EPS speaks to Arnab Goswami on Nation Wants to Know exclusive, says AIADMK will get majority, predicts NDA wave in Tamil Nadu. EPS tells Arnab that the AIADMK will go after DMK leadership, including Stalin for corruption when voted, links DMK to the drug mafia. All right, viewers, these are the visuals which we are getting. These are the celebrations of the 200th birth anniversary of Mahatma Jyotiba Phule. Floral tributes to be offered by the President of India, Vice President of India, Prime Minister, Speaker of Lok Sabha, Cabinet Ministers and other prominent leaders. Live visuals coming in. Vice President JP Nadda, PM Modi, Rahul Gandhi standing together to pay respect to Mahatma Jyotiba Phule on 200th birth anniversary. There was a mention, a tweet by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He said that on the birth anniversary of Mahatma Jyotiba Phule, paying tributes to a visionary social reformer who dedicated his life to the ideals of equality, justice and education. He was also a pioneer in championing the rights of women and the marginalized. Through his efforts, education became a powerful instrument of empowerment. Now this year, we mark the start of his 200th birth anniversary celebrations. May his thoughts continue to guide everyone in the pursuit of societal progress. All right, so these were the celebration visuals of the 200th birth anniversary of Mahatma Jyotiba Phule. Floral tributes were offered by the President of India, Vice President of India, Prime Minister, Speaker of Lok Sabha, Cabinet Ministers and other prominent leaders. So this is a celebration of the birth anniversary of Jyotiba Phule, who was a pioneer of anti-caste movement, women's education, along with Savitribai Phule. He fought for social justice for marginalized communities. His ideas around education, equality and reform are still seen as highly relevant today. And today is the day of celebration. It is the 200th birth anniversary of Jyotiba Phule. And he is known as Mahatma Jyotiba Phule, prominent social reformer who dedicated his life to fighting against the caste system and championing the rights of lower castes and women. Born on April 11 on 1827 in a small village in Maharashtra, India, his birth anniversary is celebrated every year as a day to honor his legacy and contributions to the Indian society. His family worked as florists for the Peshwas, leading to their surname Phule. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top international story. Now, tensions are escalating across West Asia amid fragile ceasefire efforts and rising fears of a wider regional conflict as Iran and the United States prepare for high-stakes negotiations in Islamabad focused on the Strait of Hormuz and regional de-escalation. At the same time, US President Donald Trump has issued a sharp warning to Tehran, saying American warships are being reloaded and could be used if talks fail, while also escalating his rhetoric on Truth Social, accusing Iran of having no leverage and relying on global waterways for pressure. Iran's delegation, led by senior leadership, is now in Pakistan as diplomatic and military tensions run in parallel across the region. Watch this report for more information.
Tensions are rising across West Asia with ceasefire efforts struggling to hold and fears growing of a wider regional conflict in the Middle East. Iran has called for a ceasefire in Lebanon, linking it to a broader regional stability, even as fresh Israeli strikes continue to escalate tensions. The situation now threatens to spiral into a broader regional conflict, with multiple flashpoints intensifying across the region. High-stakes negotiations between the US and Iran are set to take place in Islamabad, focusing on reopening the Strait of Hormuz and extending fragile ceasefire arrangements. US VP J.D. Vance set to lead the American delegation for the talks.
Good morning. Thanks for coming. Look, we're looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's going to be positive. We'll, of course, see. As the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The President has gave us some pretty clear guidelines, and we're going to see. So I hope you guys have a safe flight. We'll certainly take some questions later on, but for now, let's get on the plane and...
Meanwhile, US President Trump has issued a stark warning, saying American warships are being reloaded and could be used against Iran if negotiations fail. Trump says the US is preparing its most advanced weaponry and will act decisively if no deal is reached, adding urgency to already fragile diplomatic efforts. He has also escalated the war of words, saying that Iran has no real leverage, accusing it of using global waterways for pressure. Says the only reasons Iranians are alive today is to negotiate. Meanwhile, the negotiations are all set to begin in Islamabad, with Iran's delegation led by Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf arrives in Pakistan accompanied by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, senior security officials, the central bank chief and key lawmakers, underscoring the high stakes of talks that could shape the region's next move.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the US-Iran talks are happening in Islamabad today, with high-level delegations from both countries arriving. The US team, led by Vice President J.D. Vance, includes Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, while Iran's delegation is headed by Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf and Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Republic TV's executive editor Niranjan Narayanaswamy breaks it down for us. Watch this.
The Islamabad talks are scheduled to take place on Saturday, and looking at the way the entire story is played out over the last 1 week, one can safely assume that the story is not over, meaning the ceasefire may not even hold. Let's look at, for example, the message sent by Donald Trump just hours before his Vice President, J.D. Vance, lands in Pakistan. Donald Trump, speaking to the media, has once again held a gun to Iran's head while saying that warships are being loaded with weaponry to strike Iran if talks in Pakistan fail to produce a deal. He said this in an interview to the US media, adding that while the reset is ongoing, he says they're loading the ships with the best ammunition, the best weapons ever made, even better than what they did previously, and that they can blow Iran apart. Now, this is a threat from a president who wants a reset, and he's threatening Iran by insulting them further. In fact, another post that was put out by Donald Trump, he went on to insult the people of Iran, saying that they don't seem to realize that they have no cards other than short-term extortion at the Strait of Hormuz, while referring to Iran's plan to charge ships that pass through the Strait of Hormuz with a fee. Now, Donald Trump also said in his post, by the way, hours before the talks take place, if at all they do, Donald Trump says the only reason the Iranians are alive today is to negotiate. Now, when you not just hold a gun to Iran, but when you insult the people of Iran, will Iran really take these talks seriously? They haven't so far. Looking at the response that we've seen from two top leaders who remain in Iran, Ghalibaf, the speaker, has confirmed that they will not go to Pakistan for the talks unless the two preconditions of ceasefire in Lebanon and the sanctions on Iran being lifted. If those two preconditions are not fulfilled, he says they will not go to Pakistan for the talks. And secondly, you had senior leaders in Iran confirm and tell us that they have received an invite from Pakistan. This was Ismail Baghai, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran, who confirmed that yes, Pakistan had sent them an invite, but that invite was under review because preconditions had not been met. So, ladies and gentlemen, here you have a country called Pakistan that has gone to town literally celebrating what they claimed was a ceasefire. Yes, there was a temporary truce, but that truce didn't last beyond a few hours, with bombing continuing even now as we speak in Lebanon. Israeli Foreign Ministry, Israeli Prime Minister have put out pictures, spoken about the non-stop attacks, especially in northern Israel, and they have promised a larger, more fierce response to Lebanon tomorrow. So the bombings will continue. And if the bombings continue, there is no ceasefire. And if there is no ceasefire, there can be no talks in Pakistan. So, ladies and gentlemen, it appears like Pakistan jumped the gun on this one. And we don't know whether J.D. Vance will land in Pakistan, and if he does, if the talks take place at all. Now, all of this, of course, is subject to whether Iran changes its mind and decides to take that flight to Islamabad.
In a tragic incident from Ujjain district, rescue operations for a child who fell into a borewell in Jhalaria village under Badnagar Tehsil have concluded, officials said on Saturday. The multi-agency effort involved local administration and rescue teams from Madhya Pradesh, while authorities have said further details on the outcome are still awaited. In Tamil Nadu's Shivakashi region, an explosion occurred at a fireworks factory in Pulli Pariyapatti, prompting a swift response from fire and rescue services. Officials are on the scene carrying out containment and safety operations, while details on casualties and the cause of the blast are still awaited. In Madhya Pradesh's Bhopal, the municipal corporation and district administration have launched a major demolition drive against illegal constructions in the upper lake catchment area. Officials said the action aims to protect the lake ecosystem, with enforcement teams carrying out removals as part of ongoing conservation efforts. In West Bengal's Hooghly district, a clash broke out between Trinamool Congress and Bharatiya Janata Party workers in Kelepara village of Pursuraha block. Now, the situation led to tension in the area, with local authorities monitoring developments as details on injuries or damage are awaited. India has marked a significant milestone in its Gaganyaan mission with the successful second integrated airdrop test of the crew module supported by the Indian Air Force. Now conducted using a Chinook helicopter, the test simulated real-time descent and recovery, validating the parachute-based deceleration system crucial for astronaut safety. The exercise also highlighted seamless coordination between the Indian Air Force, ISRO, DRDO and the Indian Navy, reinforcing India's preparedness for its upcoming human space flight mission. Vantara, the global wildlife conservation organization founded by Reliance Industries Executive Director Anant Ambani, has announced the launch of Vantara University in Jamnagar, Gujarat. The university is poised to be the world's first integrated global university dedicated to wildlife conservation and veterinary sciences. It is envisioned as a modern-day Gurukul and proposed purpose-led university. The varsity aims to position India as a global hub for wildlife and veterinary education. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the recent Israel airstrikes in Beirut have been devastating, with over 300 people killed and 1,150 injured, mostly in crowded areas. Now, photographers on the ground have captured the horrific moments, showing the extent of the destruction. The strikes have targeted residential and commercial areas, including the Corniche al-Mazra, Talet al-Khayat and Mar Elias neighborhoods. Take a look at this report.
I was shocked about what I saw, like tens of cars were setting on fire. People were burned inside the cars. There were the bodies outside the cars. I don't know from where to start to take pictures.
So I arrived and then I took that position right here, and in order to have a good vision on that building that was really damaged and where a lot of people were walking there, emergency service, they tried to take out some bodies. There was dead people, there was people still alive, they are trapped in their building. One of the photos that I was moved by yesterday was a woman was rescued from the 8th floor. She was trapped there. She was in good condition, but she was in panic. So then she was taken by the firefighter truck, taken in a huge ladder, and then taken down. So that moment, her face was, I think, something I feel. Something when I took the photo, and obviously was, I think, impacting photo.
كان في سقف تحت نار كبيرة، كان فوقيه ناس. حجم النار كان مش طبيعي، يعني كنت اتوقع انه راح يكون في مخزن للبنزين او اي شيء، لانه النار كانت مش طبيعيه. وتحت فوق هذا في ناس كانت عم تمشي. كان الوضع خطير جدا، يعني لانه ممكن باي لحظه هذا السقف ينزل ويؤذي كمان الناس اللي اجت تصعف.
we focus, usually we focus on the Beirut suburb, but this time the strikes was from very far away from the suburbs till Beirut. We're talking about a huge area, and I didn't accept that. I didn't imagine it will be from south till north Beirut. I didn't know even where the strikes it is hitting. So I start looking left, right, shooting. So the strikes was too much that I couldn't even cover everything.
In a tragic incident from Ujjain district, rescue operations for a child who fell into a borewell in Jhalaria village under Badnagar Tehsil have concluded, officials said on Saturday. The multi-agency effort involved local administration and rescue teams from Madhya Pradesh, while authorities have said further details on the outcome are still awaited. India has marked a significant milestone in its Gaganyaan mission with the successful second integrated air-drop test of the crew module supported by the Indian Air Force, conducted using a Chinook helicopter. The test simulated real-time descent and recovery, validating the parachute-based deceleration system crucial for astronaut safety. The exercise also highlighted seamless coordination between the IAF, ISRO, DRDO and the Indian Navy, reinforcing India's preparedness for its upcoming human spaceflight mission. Vantara, the global wildlife conservation organization founded by Reliance Industries Executive Director Anant Ambani, has announced the launch of Vantara University in Jamnagar, Gujarat. The university is poised to be the world's first integrated global university dedicated to wildlife conservation and veterinary sciences. It is envisioned as a modern-day Gurukul and purpose-led university. The varsity aims to position India as a global hub for wildlife and veterinary education. All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up after the break. Coming up next, Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets before talks with the US begin. AIA-DMK General Secretary EPS speaks to Arnab Goswami on Nation Wants to Know exclusive, says AIA-DMK will get majority, predicts NDA wave in Tamil Nadu.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
NASA's historic Artemis II makes a splashdown at the coast of San Diego, returns home with the astronauts. Trump issues warning to Iran, says US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail. Trump says Iran has no cards other than Strait of Hormuz ahead of negotiations. Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets before talks with the US begin. AIA-DMK General Secretary EPS speaks to Arnab Goswami on Nation Wants to Know exclusive, says AIA-DMK will get majority, predicts NDA way win Tamil Nadu. EPS tells Arnab that the AIA-DMK will go after DMK leadership, including Stalin, for corruption when voted, links DMK to the drug mafia. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, AIA-DMK General Secretary, that is EPS, has expressed confidence that his party will win the upcoming Tamil Nadu Assembly elections with a majority, predicting an NDA wave in the state. Now, in an exclusive interview with Arnab Goswami, EPS vowed to take action against DMK leadership, including Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, for alleged corruption and links to the drug mafia. Take a look at a glimpse of that interaction.
I'll make it more direct. Will you investigate Mr. Stalin? Will you investigate the ministers of his government? Because what happens is, in my years of experience as a journalist, I have seen that politicians promise these things during the campaign, but when they come to power, they forgive the top level leaders. My direct question to you is that will you investigate, whether it is for the drugs issue, or for corruption issue, or for the law and order issue, will you investigate Mr. Stalin? Will you investigate Udaynidhi Stalin, or will you only investigate at a lower level?
அதிமுக ஆட்சி அமைந்த பிறகு பல துறைகள் ஊழல் நடைபெற்றுக்கின்றன. அந்த துறையில் எந்தெந்த துறையில் ஊழப்பட்டுக்கிட்டதோ அதில் சம்பந்தப்பட்டவர்கள் அனைவரும் விசாரிக்கப்படுவார்கள். அது மட்டுமல்ல, அண்மையில் அமலாக்கத்துறை ஆதாரத்தோடு சட்ட ஒழுங்கு டிஜிபிக்கு அறிக்கை அனுப்பப்பட்டுள்ளது. அந்த அறிக்கையில் குறிப்பிட்டவர்கள் மீது வழக்கு பதிவு செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று குறிப்பிட்டிருக்கிறது. 3 முறை அமலாக்கத்துறை சட்ட ஒழுங்கு டிஜிபிக்கு அறிக்கை அனுப்பப்பட்டும் அதன் மீது எந்த நடவடிக்கையும் எடுக்காத காரணத்தினால் அதிமுக சார்பாக நீதிமன்றத்துக்கு சென்று நீதிமன்றமும் அமலாக்கத்துறை ஆதாரத்தோடு சமர்ப்பிக்கப்பட்ட அறிக்கையின் அடிப்படையில் வழக்கு பதிவு செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று வலியுறுத்தி இருக்கிறது. இன்னும் அதுக்குண்டான நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கவில்லை. அதிமுக ஆட்சிக்கு வந்தவுடன் எந்தெந்த துறையில் ஊழல் நடைபெற்றிருக்கிறது என்று விசாரணை மேற்கொண்டு விசாரணையில் ஊழல் நடைபெற்றது நிரூபிக்கப்பட்டால் சட்ட நீதியாக யாரால் சம்பந்தப்பட்டார்களோ அவர் மீதெல்லாம் நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்படும்.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, a major tragedy has been reported from Uttar Pradesh's Mathura, where a boat carrying pilgrims capsized in the Yamuna River. At least 10 people have lost their lives. Now, while several others have been rescued. Let's have a look at this detailed report for more information.
What began as a religious visit to Vrindavan ended in a tragedy when a boat carrying pilgrims capsized in the Yamuna River. The incident occurred yesterday near Keshi Ghat in Mathura district. The pilgrims, mostly from Punjab, were travelling in 2 boats when one of them overturned, carrying around 25 to 32 people. According to reports, the boat collided with a pontoon bridge amid gusty winds, leading to the accident. Following the collision, the boat lost balance and capsized in deep waters. At least 10 people have died in the incident, including men and women from the pilgrim group. Around 20 to 22 people have been rescued so far and shifted to nearby hospitals for treatment. Rescue operations are underway with police, fire services, NDRF, SDRF and local divers deployed.
बंसीवट और केसी घाट के बीच में यमुना नदी पे जहां पॉन्टून पुल है वहां पे एक नाव दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुई जिसमें लगभग 25 से 27 लोग बताए जा रहे हैं. एग्जैक्ट नंबर जो लोग हैं उनसे बातचीत करके कंफर्म किया जा रहा है. टकराने का जो प्रथम दृष्टया कारण अभी तक लोग जो बता रहे हैं वो था कि पॉन्टून पुल से टकराकर ये घटना हुई है. जो भी मिसिंग लोग हैं उनकी तलाश जो है की जा रही है. तो मेडिकल टीम, प्रशासन की टीम, पुलिस टीम, ये सारी जो प्रशासकीय विभाग हैं उनकी टीमें लगातार कोऑर्डिनेट करके इस सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन को कंप्लीट कर रही है.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with other ministers, have expressed condolences and have directed officials to ensure immediate relief and medical assistance. Authorities have now launched an investigation focusing on overcrowding and safety protocols.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, a chilling twist in the Ahmedabad dosa deaths case. What was first blamed on food poisoning is now being probed as possible poisoning. Now, this incident claimed the lives of a 2.5-month-old and a 3-year-old child. Now, toxic substances have been found in the parents' blood, raising serious questions. Watch this report.
A tragic incident, 2 young sisters dead, and a mystery that is only deepening. In Ahmedabad's Chandkheda, a 3-month-old infant and her 3-year-old sister died after falling ill, initially suspected to be a food poisoning after eating dosas.
In Ahmedabad's Chandkheda, allegedly 2 young girls have died because of having dosa batter from Ghanshyam Dairy, which is situated in the vicinity of 1 kilometer. Let me tell you where this incident unfolded. We are standing outside the same society, Maruti Plaza Residency, wherein this tragic incident has unfolded. Let me tell you, the family is claiming that deaths have occurred due to eating dosa batter from the same dairy. But now investigation is pointing doing something else. Before few days of this entire incident, a pesticide was bought by the family, claiming that this was for the storage of wheat. When wheat is being stored, such pesticides are used, and they claim that it was used for the same purpose, but the presence of aluminum and zinc in the NFSU blood samples. Now the post-mortem reports are yet to come, FSL reports are yet to come. So all these points and all the information which is coming up right now poses a question that was it an attempt of suicide, was it an attempted murder, or was it really a question of food security? Did it happen because of the dosa batter? Now police is investigating, FSL and PM reports are also expected soon.
But the investigation has now taken a shocking turn. This is what Police Inspector told Republic.
इसके दौरान हमने जो FSL की टीम है उसको साथ में रखकर जो भी भोग बननार है विमल कुमार, उसके घर पे पंचनामा किया है और उसकी झड़ती ली है। एवं जो घनश्याम डेयरी है वहाँ भी फूड एंड सेफ्टी और FSL की टीम को साथ में रखा है और वहाँ से जो भी ज़रूरी सैंपल वगैरह की जो कार्यवाही थी वो ली है और जो सैंपल थे उसको FSL में भेजा गया है। जो अभी दोनों एंगल से तपास चालू है। जो घनश्याम डेयरी में जो भी खीरा बना था उस एंगल को भी हम जांच रहे हैं एवं ये भी शंका जताई जा रही है कि शायद उसके घर में से कुछ इंसिडेंट हुआ हो या कोई आर्थिक इश्यू हो, उसकी वजह से भी हुआ हो सकता है। तो दोनों एंगल पे अभी तपास चालू है।
On the other hand, the shop owners are demanding an investigation.
हमारे यहाँ से 3 किलो खीरू लेने आए थे और हमने 3 किलो खीरू दिया था और 3 तारीख को उनकी मिसिस हमारे यहाँ रात को 8 बजे करीब कंप्लेंट करने आई, क्योंकि क्या बोले हमारी डॉटर को फूड पॉइजनिंग हुआ है और उन्होंने बताया कि वो एडमिट किया है उनको। मैंने बोला ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है, तुम्हारे आगे और पीछे हम लोग कई कस्टमर को हमने खीरा दिया था और किसी की कोई कंप्लेंट नहीं आई है। ऐसा लगे तो तुम्हारा खीरू हम वापिस ले लेंगे, आप लेके आओ, हम देख लेते हैं।
तब खीरू जब लेके आए तब मेरे आदमी ने खीरू लिया, मेरे आदमी ने सीधा उसको वेट स्केल पे खीरू रखा, तब 2 किलो 700 समथिंग खीरू दिखा रहा था। फिर मेरे आदमी ने, मेरे स्टाफ ने खीरू खोला मेरे सामने और वो खीरू मैंने खुद उंगली डाल के चेक किया तो क्या खीरू में दिक्कत है। जब मैंने चेक किया मेरे को ओके लगा तो मैंने बोल दिया खीरू रख दो, सही है। फिर भी हमको समझाया भाई खीरू तो सही है, कोई कंप्लेंट इसमें अभी मेरे को नहीं दिख रही है, फिर भी और कोई कस्टमर की भी कंप्लेंट नहीं आई है, ऐसा मैंने उनको बताया। तो अगर खीरू में कोई दिक्कत होती तो 2-4 लोग तो मेरे को बोलने आते ना।
Investigators now believe the food may have been poisoned after purchase or that the family ingested toxic substances separately. Police are probing multiple angles from accidental poisoning to a possible suicide attempt and even a foul play. Adding to the complexity, reports of financial stress and domestic issues have also emerged now in the investigation. The parents, still hospitalized, remain key to unlocking the truth. With forensic reports still awaited, one question remains: was this a tragic accident or a planned act?
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, families in Beirut are reeling from the devastating Israeli airstrikes that killed over 300 people and wounded more than 1,100. Now, one survivor, overcome with grief, cried out, "All my family was martyred," as entire households were wiped out in the deadliest strikes on the Lebanese capital in decades. Take a look at this report.
مش رح نستسلم أبداً لو بيقتلونا كلنا. أنت سايط على البحر نتنياهو.
استقبلنا بحدود 45 حالة مصابين، حالتهم تتراوح بين حالات الطفيفة والحالات الحرجة. حالات الحرجة بحدود 10.
مش رح نستسلم أبداً لو بيقتلونا كلنا. أنت سايط على البحر نتنياهو.
أنا أهلي استشهدوا كلهم، كل أهلي، أمي وأخواتي 2 بنات ومرت خيي، وخيي عمره 20 سنة في منطقة حي السلم مدينة العباس. ضربوهم بدون إنذار، إجرام الإسرائيلي. مستشفى رفيع الحريري ناطر آخذ أهلي، بدي يخلصوا لي السفارة السورية الإجراءات اللي عم يمشوا فيهم على سوريا بس.
الضحايا بيجوا على المستشفى لهون وعلى غير المستشفيات يتم التعرف على الشهداء والبروسس ماشي مبدئيا بده وقت. الوضع صعب، الاعداد شوي كبيره، انما الامور شوي شوي عم تاخذ مسارها الصحيح.
كل المناطق يلي مستهدفة هي مناطق سكنية آمنة يلي هي بتشكل بحد ذاتها، يعني المشهد يلي عم نشوفه هو مجزرة بحق يعني المدنيين.
What we need to do is come back as Lebanese on the table, Council of Ministers, Hezbollah is represented there, and find out how we can protect our country and remove the occupation from our land. That's the only way to do it.
نحاول ننقذ اذا في شيء تصاوب او لا. امبارح قدرنا نشيل من منطقه كورنيش المزرعه بسيني، كانت على وشك الموت. واليوم الحمد لله شلناها انقذناها، بس المشكله انه هون مش مثل الضاحيه او جنوب انه نقدر نحن نشيل بسينات من البيوت قبل ما تنضرب، ما على اساس في شيء. سو ذاتس واي نحن عم نجي بعد الضربه، لانه ما حدا اكيد عنده معلومات انه هون ممكن يضرب.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, tensions in West Asia have been long spilling into the global trade routes. Now, with Iran now considering a controversial move that could impact oil flows worldwide. Now, Tehran is exploring a proposal to charge transit fees on ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical energy corridors. The move comes amid ongoing conflict and fragile peace efforts in the region. Here's more in this report.
Amid escalating tensions, Iran is now considering charging transit fees for ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. The proposal, backed by Iran's Parliament National Security Commission, suggests payments to be made in Iran's national currency, the rial. The Strait of Hormuz, a narrow but crucial waterway between Iran and Oman, handles nearly 20% of global oil supplies, making it one of the world's most strategic trade routes. Iran says any long-term peace agreement could include provisions to levy charges, with fees varying based on cargo, vessel type and prevailing conditions. Tehran is also in talks with Oman to introduce a permit and licensing system for the ships, claiming the move is meant to regulate, not restrict, maritime traffic. However, since the conflict escalated, traffic through the strait has already dropped sharply. There are also unconfirmed claims that some ships may have paid to secure safe passage, raising concerns over enforcement and transparency. The proposal now raises major global concerns, as any disruption in the Strait of Hormuz could directly impact oil prices and supply chains worldwide. With global markets watching closely, the future of the undercurrent of the war, Strait of Hormuz, remains uncertain.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, 2 days after Israel's deadliest strikes on Lebanon, the scars of war remain deeply visible across Beirut. Now, residents sift through the wreckage of their homes. Now, the human cost continues to mount, with hundreds killed and thousands injured. Amid the devastation, voices from the ground are now calling for an urgent end to the conflict. Even as diplomatic efforts remain uncertain, here's more in this report.
2 days after Israel carried out its most destructive strikes on Lebanon, residents in Beirut are still sifting through the wreckage of their homes. In the Ain al-Raseh neighborhood along Beirut's coastal Corniche, stunned residents are trying to salvage whatever belongings they can find. With over 300 killed and more than 1,800 wounded, many say they are grateful to have survived, even if they have lost everything else.
ما في بديل، واحد عن عائلته ما في بديل، يعني شو بدك تتعود عليه؟ البيت ما بيت كله بتعود بس الضنا والولد والمرأة هدول اللي غاليين، الجس اللي الروح اللي بتروح هاي المصيبة. بس اللي حجر الله بعوض، يعني شو بدنا نسوي؟ دولتنا كثير تعبانة ما قادرة مثلا تساعد بشيء ابدا، وهي ما دخل اصلا بكل الحرب هيدي، بس خلص اللي راح.
Survivors say the loss of lives is something no rebuilding can ever replace.
اختارت الناس انه ما تتعود، يعني عرفت كيف؟ بس الحجر رب العالمين بعوض، يعني مش يعني هلا هون الصيدليه صارت حجر، فالحمد لله الحمد لله. شو بده يقول الواحد؟ ما بإيده، عرفت؟ فهيك الوضع.
Even as residents struggle to recover, diplomatic efforts are underway, with talks between Israel and Lebanon expected to take place next week in Washington. But on the ground, people living through the conflict are urging for an immediate end to the violence.
هلا نحن ننهي الحرب بأي طريقة ممكنة، يعني مفاوضات يعني بالنهاية شو بيقولوا الأمر مفروغ منه، إنه واقع. يعني اللي عنا جارة اللي ما بدنا إياه نحن ما بنحبها يعني، بس موجودة. شو بدك تعمل؟ يا بتعيش يا بتقضيها مهلا مثل ما عم نقضيها.
This comes as Iran has put peace talks with Israel on hold, citing continued strikes on Lebanon, while confusion persists over whether the ceasefire applies to the region. For now, Lebanon remains caught in the crossfire, as diplomatic uncertainty continues and civilians bear the brunt of a war with no clear end in sight.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, tensions are escalating across West Asia amid fragile ceasefire efforts and rising fears of a wider regional conflict. Now, as Iran and the United States prepare for high-stakes negotiations in Islamabad focused on the Strait of Hormuz and regional de-escalation. At the same time, US President Donald Trump has issued a sharp warning to Tehran, saying American warships are being reloaded and could be used if talks fail, while also escalating his rhetoric on Truth Social, accusing Iran of having no leverage and relying on global waterways for pressure. Iran's delegation, led by senior leadership, is now in Pakistan as diplomatic and military tensions run in parallel across the region. Watch this report.
Tensions are rising across West Asia, with ceasefire efforts struggling to hold and fears growing of a wider regional conflict in the Middle East. Iran has called for a ceasefire in Lebanon, linking it to a broader regional stability, even as fresh Israeli strikes continue to escalate tensions. The situation now threatens to spiral into a broader regional conflict, with multiple flashpoints intensifying across the region. High-stakes negotiations between the US and Iran are set to take place in Islamabad, focusing on reopening the Strait of Hormuz and extending fragile ceasefire arrangements. US VP J.D. Vance said to lead the American delegation for the talks.
Good morning. Thanks for coming. Look, we're looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's going to be positive. We'll, of course, see. As the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The President has gave us some pretty clear guidelines, and we're going to see. So I hope you guys have a safe flight. We'll certainly take some questions later on, but for now, let's get on the plane and...
Meanwhile, US President Trump has issued a stark warning, saying American warships are being reloaded and could be used against Iran if negotiations fail. Trump says the US is preparing its most advanced weaponry and will act decisively if no deal is reached, adding urgency to already fragile diplomatic efforts. He has also escalated the war of words, saying that Iran has no real leverage, accusing it of using global waterways for pressure. Says the only reasons Iranians are alive today is to negotiate. Meanwhile, the negotiations are all set to begin in Islamabad, with Iran's delegation led by Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf arrives in Pakistan accompanied by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, senior security officials, the central bank chief and key lawmakers, underscoring the high stakes of talks that could shape the region's next move.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, political war of words has intensified in West Bengal, with BJP leaders hitting out at Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over remarks on identity and culture. Now, the BJP asserted that it respects Bengali traditions and rejected claims of being outsiders, while also questioning leaders within the ruling party. Now, the party further said that the state is ready for change, raising concerns over women's safety, unemployment and migration of youth, and also promising development and job creation. Now, it also flagged infiltration as a major issue, vowing to take strict action if voted to power.
Mr. Ghosh, first question to you. Today was HN's roadshow. It was a lot said about the infiltration in the state and also about the violence occurred since long. How will this anti-incumbency of Mamata Banerjee will be finished by BJP? What are the promises later?
Anti-incumbency तो है, हर स्तर में है. लोग बदलेंगे. यहाँ की इन्फिल्ट्रेशन घुसपैठ पिछले 40-50 साल से बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है और घुसपैठियों का वोट से सीपीएम जीतता था, टीएमसी जीतता था. अब वो निकल गए, अब उन्हें जीतने का संभावना नहीं है. बंगाल को सुरक्षित करना तभी देश सुरक्षित होगा, इसलिए परिवर्तन जरूरी है.
कुछ एक और बात, 90 लाख डिलीशन पे लगातार ममता बनर्जी आप लोग पे हावी हो कह रहे 90 लाख से ज्यादा डिलीशन हो गए. बीजेपी इसी तरह से चुनाव जीतना चाहती है, आप क्या कहें?
बिहार में 65 लाख डिलीशन हो गया है, कोई गया नहीं क्यों बोलने के लिए? जो एलिजिबल नहीं है उनको तो निकालना है. देश की चुनाव में भाग नहीं ले सकते हैं, वही काम चुनाव कमीशन कर रहा है और इसीलिए ये निकल जाएंगे तो टीएमसी हार जाएगी, इसी की चिंता है उनकी.
लोग कहते हैं पॉल्टन दौरकर सरकार, लेकिन ममता बनर्जी कहती है कि भाजपा तो आउटसाइडर है, ये लोग तो मछली खाने वालों को रोक लगा देंगे.
पटन कहाँ से? बंगाली उनकी चचेरे भाई है क्या? बिहारी बाबू शत्रुघ्न सिन्हा कौन है? कीर्ति आजाद यहाँ की एमपी जून मालिया, ये बंगाली है, मछली खाते हैं क्या? मछली बंगाल के लोग खाते हैं, लेकिन लाना पड़ता है आंध्र प्रदेश से. भारतीय जनता पार्टी सत्ता में आएगा तो बंगाल को मछली उत्पादन में स्वावलंबी बनाएगा और बंगाल का भात और बंगाल का माछ भात जिंदाबाद.
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Donald Trump says Iran has no cards other than Strait of Hormuz ahead of negotiations in Islamabad.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया. ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें.
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है. उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है. 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है. ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है. उसका माँ भी अभी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए घायल तरीके से इंजर्ड है. ये आतंकवादी लोग हम लोग को टारगेट कर रहा है.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Headlines first. NASA's historic Artemis II makes a splashdown at the coast of San Diego, returns home with astronauts after a lunar mission. Donald Trump issues warning to Iran, says US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail. Trump says Iran has no cause other than the Strait of Hormuz ahead of negotiations. Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets before talks with US begins. AIA-DMK General Secretary EPS speaks to Arnab Goswami on Nation Wants to Know exclusive, says AIA-DMK will get majority, predicts NDA wave in Tamil Nadu. EPS tells Arnab that the AIA-DMK will go after DMK leadership, including Stalin, for corruption when voted, links DMK to the drug mafia. All right, viewers, let's begin with one of the key stories developing for today. The arrival of the delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Talks are now being held underway almost in Islamabad, with the delegations of the Iranian Republic regime taking place shortly, arriving in Islamabad as of today, including Foreign Minister Arakchi as well. He is also accompanied by the central bank governor Hemati as well, and Ghalibaf, the speaker of the Iranian Parliament will also be taking part in these talks that's going to take place in Pakistan today. As of reports that the US delegation has also in fact arrived in Islamabad, and there on your visuals from Islamabad, there you can see Arakchi being greeted by Shehbaz Sharif and other top officials of the Pakistan's government. And this is a big talk that's incoming after the ceasefire between Iran, US and Israel has been struck, and there is a 2-week pause in these strikes against Iran between the two allies of US and Israel. And now this will be one of the first in-person meeting, in-person talks of these two nations, and coming after the ceasefire agreement has been struck. These are officials of the Iranian delegation now touching down in Islamabad. There, this delegation is being led by high-ranking officials of the regime and led by Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. He is the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, and he is going to be heading this Iranian delegation, and also including is Abbas Araghchi, Iranian's foreign minister, and also the governor of the Central Bank of Iran, Hemati, will also be there in these talks. And as well, we have more officials from Iran coming in to join these talks. Ahmedian, who is in charge of the military committee, and Baghai as the legal committee, has also participated in these negotiations. Now, US has also sent almost 300 of its officials in their delegation as well. And this is coming even as Iran is seeking for Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire. And now, viewers, we are now joined by our guest, Major Samar Paltul, on the phone line with this development. Now, Major, this as Iranian delegation just arrived in Islamabad for these talks to take place in Pakistan. The US delegation will also arrive shortly. They are naming now big officials, including the foreign minister Arakchi, also taking part in these talks. What do you expect, and how the big crux, the big bone of contention of Lebanon to be included in this ceasefire, how will that unfold according to you, Major?
Taking place from a military point of view, what I can contemplate is that from the day the Americans have announced the ceasefire, the very next day the Israel Air Force bombs 190 locations and wipes out 1,500 Hezbollah terrorists. Because one of the major issues what Israel was facing during this war was that once Iran used to dispatch its missiles for Israel, the Hezbollah used to dispatch their rockets approximately 4 to 5 minutes before the Iranian missiles could arrive. That used to result in the exhaustion of the interceptor missiles, which the Israelis were using to protect the civilians. So that was becoming redundant, and this frequency of coordination between Hezbollah and the Iranian top leadership and the IRGC became more prominent throughout the war, and Israel was taking a lot of collateral damage. So to negate that, presently the Americans have offered a negotiation for truce, but if we practically see the 10 points, they seem to be very impractical. It is almost like if America even agrees to these points, it is like a total surrender of the American forces and the American leadership in front of the Iranians. So it is not a practical, setup which is there. Secondly, the first glitch was when PM Shehbaz Sharif did a flaw in putting up the message in which it was written a draft. So the Iranians are with the mindset that the Pakistanis are being dictated by the Americans to go ahead with this peace talk. So basically, Pakistan is a stooge. It is just a platform, and it is not Pakistan which is initiating this dialogue. They are being directed to do it by the Americans, only to buy time so that the Israelis can, terminate or reduce the nearest proxy of Iran into rubble. and after they take control over, decimation of Hezbollah, Israel will be more focused on protecting its own civilian diaspora against the Iranian missile attacks. So this is exactly what is unfolding. Other than that, people
All
are
right,
not...
Major,
yes.
do stay with us. Do stay with us on the line, because we have another major breaking story now coming in at this moment, as Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf has said that Tehran has been continuing regarding this talk, that Tehran has deep distrust of the United States and has stated that past negotiations have consistently ended in failure and breach of promise, even as he signaled that Iran continues to maintain a posture of goodwill. And this is incoming from Iranian media, saying that Ghalibaf made the remarks while speaking to reporters upon his arrival in Pakistan, in Islamabad, and where he is leading a high-level delegation for these talks. Now, Major, this American delegation will be led by J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance and U.S. President Donald Trump has consistently said that if talks fail, then they have in fact warned Iran, which is that if talks fail, then they have begun reloading their warships even. So, and now Iranian delegation leader now Ghalibaf saying that they are now still having some distrust, and this particular talk that the delegation is purely symbolic. What do you take of this statement emerging from the Iranian parliament speaker?
If you see everything from a strategic point of view, the Americans have already mobilized their 82nd Airborne paratroopers. And they are not just a few, but they are in thousands. So you see, when you mobilize such a massive force, it is not just to show or just to discuss peace. There is an intent behind it, intent for resolve and a positive result. Otherwise, these troops are not even touched because they are very specialized troops. They are always into training, and they are the best of the best that the Americans have. So if they have mobilized these troops, spending over millions of dollars just to get them to the Middle East, it is definitely not there to get them and then announce for peace talks. So I think this is a gimmick. It's a tactic in which America is tactically buying time for Israel to replenish, regroup, reorganize its defenses. And as you mentioned, that the Americans are also resupplying, regrouping, reorganizing their own forces, and they are putting into place new strategy as to how to go in more effectively in terms of Karg Island and the critical assets that still remain a threat. And the big question, do we really think Iran is going to give up the enriched uranium and its nuclear program? That is the biggest question, whether they're going to do it. Secondly, the sanctions have been there. Despite that, violation of sanctions have taken place. And because of that, they have such a strong missile program that we witness unfolding. And other than that, are the GCC countries willing to be at peace with Iran after Iran assaulted all its critical economical assets, which are the lifeline of the economy of the GCC countries? So much is at stake. And more than that, this gap which is taking place for negotiation for peace, I think this is the time where countries should actually utilize this period and replenish their oil stocks for at least coming few months, so that in case the peace talks fail, this war is going to continue. Because let's not forget, Desert Storm 1 and 2, there has been a gap of 12 years and 20 days. It took George Bush Sr. to start and George Bush Jr. to wind it up. And in 2003 was the second Desert Storm. And in 2013, the American forces vacated Iraq. So this is...
Yes, Major, Stay with us because we have another breaking news coming in now. Israel has fired rockets into Hezbollah once again, and now fire is now breaking out after rockets has been launched by Hezbollah in Israel's Kiryat Shimona, this place located near the Lebanese border. And this is in a series of strikes that Israel has been striking Hezbollah, even after the agreement was struck, while still negotiating of the inclusion and non-inclusion of Lebanon. Now, Major, coming back to you, Lebanon has been one of the key areas that has been struck since the beginning of the war, and now Israel continues to maintain that Lebanon is in fact not included in the ceasefire. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance also maintained the same thing, but Iran now has a long list of things now bringing into this negotiation, one of them being Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire. How do you think that this will unfold as Israel is continuing to strike and wreaking havoc into Lebanon?
Firstly, I would like to take the audience back into history that Beirut, the capital of Lebanon, has been a location where the American base used to be there in the 80s. And it was bombed by the Hezbollah, in which approximately more than 100 U.S. soldiers had died. And because of that, the Americans vacated their military base in Lebanon. So this is the history that it holds. And Lebanon was a Christian majority country, which over the years with Hezbollah's infiltration and creation and funding and support and maintenance by the Iranian regime and the IRGC, it has resulted in big demographic change and spread of terrorism, especially when the Israeli Air Force went into a war briefly many years back. So that is when Syria decided not to participate in this war, because the Syrians themselves were against the Hezbollah as a terrorist faction, because Hezbollah has been dominating this area. It's a Shia-dominated terrorist group, and that is one of the major reasons why Iran is insisting to, include Lebanon in the peace talks, because the immediate nearest threat to Israel is Hezbollah, which is actually disrupting its air defense systems and making it more vulnerable to the Iranian missile attacks. So keeping all this in mind and, Iran insisting about Lebanon, it clearly tells that, Iran stop regime has been supporting 13 terrorist tanzeems in the Middle East. And 2 are in Bahrain, 5 Shia terrorist groups are in Iraq. Then you have the, Zainabiyun and Fatimiyun brigade and division in Syria itself. Then you have the Hezbollah in Lebanon. You have the Islamic Jihad and Hamas in Palestine. So you see, it's a very precarious situation for the Americans, and moreover, they've come under attack by the Shia proxies, the Iranian proxies in Iraq itself. So, keeping the whole scenario in mind, it is evident why the Iranians are insisting to include Lebanon, which is very unlikely to happen. The Israeli political diaspora is already in talks with the Lebanese political leadership, so as to convince them that Hezbollah needs to be wiped out. So I think keeping all these factors in mind, yes, it is a win-win situation for Israel till there is this peace talk which is going to carry on. And let us be honest to ourselves and ask, will this peace talk with those 10 points actually deliver? Are they practical to be agreed upon? So keeping all these things in mind, I certainly feel it's a tactic, it's a bait that America is holding in its hand, and it's buying time, and it's going to go in even more harder than what it has just gone in the last 42 days. Yes.
All right. Yes, thank you so much for all of your inputs, Major, for speaking to us as well. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. All right, now viewers, let's move on to another major story coming up now. Punjab police have launched a massive search along the Indo-Pakistan border, with Pakistan searching other way, and with BSF in more areas close to Pakistan border. And now viewers, this is a big story now coming in, as searches are undergoing in areas in the Pakistan border in Punjab, and areas with grown vegetation area are being scanned by joint forces in the areas of Gurdaspur. And Punjab police now, with BSF and the Special Strike Group, the SSG, are carrying out area domination operations in this region. And this is after a tip-off, in fact, and this is coming as a regular search operation, which is usually prone to drone dropping from the Pakistani side in recent times. A big search through area domination exercises being conducted by the BSF and Special Strike in collaboration with the Punjab police, taking place in Gurdaspur right now. And these are as the area, the Pakistan border in Punjab, is being very prone to the drone droppings as well, and now incoming as searches are being conducted at this moment. Now let us take a deep dive into the complete search area domination exercises operations that took place in Gurdaspur today.
With continuous threat being sent from across the border, the Punjab police along with the border security force is carrying out the intensified operations here along the Indo-Pakistan international border. Right now we are reporting from the Gurdaspur district, which is one of the highly sensitive zones, and here you will see that the border security force along with the Gurdaspur police and the SSG, which is Special Striking Group of the Punjab police, they are carrying out the massive large-scale search operations in the area that are close to the borders. The senior officials are here on the ground monitoring the situation. This is being done to ensure that the drone modules that are being operated from across the border that are not succeed in their nefarious plans, because what we have seen that a major terror module has been busted that was being backed by the Pakistani intel agency ISI, and now as we speak this entire stretch of the forest that is close to the Indo-Pakistan international border, that is thoroughly being searched by the security forces. They are ensuring that every threat that looms large on the Punjab that can be foiled well within the time, and here the commandos of the SSG along with the BSF men, they are searching everything, and also they are equipped with the sophisticated weapons. These are the Bretta weapons that they are using for the close quarter combat. So in case that the enemy emerges from this area, they can give enemy a befitting reply. This is a large area that has to be completely covered by the commandos of the Punjab police as well as the SSG, and here on the other side also you will see that they are carrying out the simultaneous operations. These are on the both sides of the area where the operations are being carried out, and the security forces are ensuring that how the situation is carried out.
And also, Republic also spoke to the Deputy SP Rajinder Manhar regarding this connection. Let's listen in.
So basically, जैसे आप देख रहे हैं ये इलाका दुरंगला एरिया, ये बॉर्डर से बिल्कुल आधा किलोमीटर दूर है. सो यहाँ ड्रोन की प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ पंजाब में और स्पेशली बॉर्डर डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में वीडीसी बनी हुई हैं. सो वीडीसी जो है विलेज डिफेंस कमेटीज़, वो हमें टाइम पर अपनी जो फीडबैक देते रहते हैं. अगर वो कुछ ड्रोन या कोई ऐसी एक्टिविटी देते हैं तो वो इमीडिएटली हमें इन्फॉर्म करते हैं. और एज सच ऑफ जो अभी सिचुएशन है वो इधर कंट्रोल में है, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ सेकंड लाइन ऑफ डिफेंस के नाके है, उससे पहले आगे बीएसएफ है, उसके बाद हमारी बॉर्डर पेट्रोलिंग टीम्स हैं. सो हम रात को जो बीएसएफ के साथ दिन में भी सम टाइम, लेकिन रात को हमारी बॉर्डर पूरा सील होता है और पेट्रोलिंग हमारी जॉइंटली बीएसएफ के साथ.
जो फॉरेस्टेड एरियाज है उन पे स्पेशल फोकस है, ड्रोन ड्रॉपिंग्स ना हो, लार्ज स्केल हमने देखा कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशंस जारी हैं. ये क्या राउंड द ईयर इसी तरह से ऑपरेशंस चलते हैं?
ये हमेशा चलते रहते हैं और हम इसकी टाइमिंग चेंज करते रहते हैं. कभी तो हम दोपहर को करते हैं, रात को भी करते हैं, और एम्बुश भी हमारे जॉइंटली लगते हैं. लेकिन अभी काफ़ी हमने अलर्टनेस रखी हुई है. सो हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि हम इसमें सक्सेसफुल रहेंगे. जी.
All right, now let us move on to another story and shifting the focus to the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. EPS Chief Palaniswamy expressed confidence that the AIADMK has enough people support to form the government in Tamil Nadu by themselves. In an exclusive conversation with Republic Editor-in-Chief, he also spoke about the nature of alliance politics. Let's listen in.
But you're saying you could form the government on your own without the BJP also. If you were confident that AIADMK can come to power on its own, why did you have an alliance with the BJP in the state election?
கூட்டணி என்பது அவ்வப்போது நடக்கின்ற தேர்தலை பொறுத்து தான். திமுக தலைமையில் ஒரு கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. அதேபோல் அண்ணா திமுக தலைமையில் நாங்கள் ஒரு கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். எங்கள் கூட்டணியை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஒரு ஊழல் நிறைந்த அரசாங்கமாக இன்றைக்கு இருக்குது. மக்கள் விரோத ஆட்சி இன்றைக்கு தமிழகத்தில் நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்குது. அதனால் ஒத்த கருத்துடைய கட்சிகள்லாம் ஒன்றாக இணைந்து இந்த தேர்தலில் திமுகவை அகற்ற வேண்டும், திமுக ஆட்சி அகற்ற வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் நாங்கள் கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். ஒரு நல்ல ஆட்சி தமிழகத்தில் மக்களுக்கு கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் எங்களுடைய கூட்டணி அமையப்பட்டது.
But the popular feeling is that in the 2024 general elections, both BJP did badly and AIADMK did badly. Then you realized that you needed each other to win. So was this a result of the poor performance in the 24 Lok Sabha
24 election, central election. It's not state election. இது மத்தியில் யார் ஆட்சிக்கு வர வேண்டும் என்ற ஒரு தேர்தல் தான் நடைபெற்றது. அந்த தேர்தலில் அதிமுக பாரதிய ஜனதா கூட்டணி அமைக்கலை. ரெண்டு பேரும் கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருந்தா குறைஞ்சபட்சம் 20 இடங்களை நாங்கள் வென்றிருப்போம். நாங்கள் கூட்டணி அமைக்கல. ஆனால் அதே 2019ஆம் ஆண்டு இதே நிலை தான் இருந்தது. 2021 சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் 75 இடங்கள் அதிமுக வெற்றி பெற்றது சட்டமன்றத்தில். அதே போல் 2024 நாடாளுமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் அதிமுக கூட்டணி வாங்கின ஓட்டு பாரதிய ஜனதா தலைமையில் அமைக்கப்பட்ட கூட்டணி வாங்கின இரண்டையும் ஒன்றாக இணைத்தால் 99 இடங்களில் சட்டமன்றத்தில் நாங்கள் வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கிறோம்.
All right, coming up after a short break, we have External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar reaching Abu Dhabi for an official visit coming up next after the break. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not, and we will continue to fight. and don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or some sport. You know, that is the kind of language that he has used. You expect such a ceasefire offer to be accepted? You must be out of your mind. The simple fact is that Iran said an absolute blunt no. You may be finished, we are not. That is the clear implication of what Iran has said. Now, is Donald Trump prepared to go on? We have had a series of
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome viewers, you're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will definitely be the West Asian conflict, which hasn't resolved fully yet. It's a 2-week pause, but today is the day of talks in Pakistan, talks in Islamabad. The Iranian delegation has already arrived. The American delegation is yet to come. We'll have to wait and watch what will be the outcomes, especially when Pakistan is involved in this talks. We'll get you all the updates of this story and a lot more, all the top national and international breaking news developments. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. NASA's historic Artemis II makes a splashdown at the coast of San Diego, returns home with astronauts. Donald Trump issues warning to Iran, says US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail. Donald Trump says Iran has no cards other than Strait of Hormuz ahead of negotiations. Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets before talks with US begin. And top focus, AIA-DMK General Secretary EPS speaks to Arnab Goswami on Nation Wants to Know exclusive. Says AIA-DMK will get majority, predicts NDA wave in Tamil Nadu. EPS tells Arnab that the AIA-DMK will go after DMK leadership, including Stalin, for corruption when voted links DMK to the drug mafia. All right, viewers, now let's begin with the first breaking news development that we are getting right now at this moment, and it is about External Affairs Minister, that is Dr. S. Jaishankar, and he has reached Abu Dhabi. It was a planned visit. It is a two-day visit, that is on today and tomorrow, a weekend visit on 11 April and 12th April. Now, External Affairs Minister is paying an official visit to the United Arab Emirates, that is the UAE, and meeting the leadership of the UAE to review close cooperation and deepen the comprehensive strategic partnership between the two countries. So, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is on a visit to UAE on April 11 and 12th against the backdrop of the ongoing hostilities between the US and the Iran that has threatened India's energy security. Now, as per him, we continue to reach out to countries in the Gulf region at the direction of Prime Minister. Our ministers are visiting Gulf countries to strengthen our energy security. Now, Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal said this on Friday. Now, External Affairs Minister is presently, after his visit from Mauritius, from here he was traveling to UAE. That is on today, 11th and 12th April. So he is in UAE. He has reached UAE, and he will be holding discussions with the leaders of the UAE to foster stronger India-UAE ties. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is very vital, especially when there was a conflict between Iran and United States of America, and the energy supply was impacted, severely impacted across the globe. Now, Mr. Jaishankar had been in contact with the counterparts in the region, as well as with Iran, over the course of the war that started in February 28. All right, viewers, now let's begin with another top story. Now, the recent Israeli airstrikes in Beirut have been devastating, with over 300 people killed and more than 1,100 injured, mostly in crowded areas. Now, photographers on the ground have captured the horrific moments, showing the extent of the destruction. Now, the strikes have targeted residential and commercial areas, including the Corniche al-Mazra, Talet al-Khayat and Mar Elias neighborhoods. Take a look at this report.
I was shocked about what I saw, like tons of cars were setting on fire. People were burned inside the cars. There were the bodies outside the cars. I don't know from where to start to take pictures.
So I arrived, and then I took that position right here, and in order to have a good vision on that building that was really damaged and where a lot of people were walking there, emergency service, they tried to take out some bodies. There was dead people, there was people still alive, they are trapped in their building. One of the photos that I was moved by yesterday was a woman was rescued from the 8th floor. She was trapped there. She was in good condition, but she was in panic. So then she was taken by the firefighter truck, taken in a huge ladder, and then taken down. So that moment, her face was, I think, you know, something I feel, something when I took the photo, and obviously was, I think, impacting photo.
كان في سقف تحت نار كبيرة، كان فوقيه ناس. حجم النار كان مش طبيعي، يعني كنت أتوقع أنه راح يكون في مخزن للبنزين أو أي شيء، لأنه النار كانت مش طبيعية. وتحت فوقي هذا في ناس كانت عم تمشي. كان الوضع خطير جدا، يعني لأنه ممكن بأي لحظة هذا السقف ينزل ويؤذي كمان الناس اللي اجت تسعف.
Usually we focus on the Beirut suburb, but this time the strikes was from very far away from the suburbs till Beirut. We're talking about a huge area, and I didn't accept that. I didn't imagine it will be from south till north Beirut. I didn't know even where the strikes it is hitting. So I start looking left, right, shooting. So the strikes was too much that I couldn't even cover everything.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting. Now, this is coming from Nashik, and it is about the Nashik sexual harassment and religious conversion case. Now, central agencies step in on Nashik sexual harassment and religious conversion case. This is ATS, NIA, and IB. Keep a watch. A scope of investigation expands. The high-profile case emerging from Nashik has now taken a new turn. Initially viewed merely as a criminal conspiracy, the case has now captured the attention of central security agencies as well. Now, according to sources, the ATS, NIA and IB have sought detailed information regarding this matter. A comprehensive report compiling the facts and evidence gathered thus far by the SIT has been shared with the concerned agencies. Officials involved in the investigation believe that this case may not be limited solely to the local level. Consequently, the probe is now being conducted on a much broader scale. The agencies will specifically focus on investigating the following aspects. Is there any external financial backing behind this network? Number two, do these activities have any links to anti-national elements? And also, are there any direct or indirect connections to any banned organizations? And also, was this operating as an organized module? Now, as per the sources, teams from the central agencies are expected to arrive in Nashik shortly, working in coordination with the SIT. They will conduct detailed interrogations of the prime accused. This investigation will not limit their scope merely to the sequence of events. All right, for more information, we have Revati with us. Revati, now the central agencies have stepped in this sexual harassment case. Share more details on what's unfolding, what's happening as we speak.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, there's a very high possibility where there could be an involvement of banned organizations, and also there's a huge possibility that this is a very big racket which is involved, because as of now 9 to 10 FIRs have been registered, and the special investigating team, which is SIT is approaching more and more girls who have been facing through all this conversion thing and forceful conversion process. So there is a huge possibility, there might be a chance that around 20 to 25 FIRs might be lodged against this entire process. Also, the most important thing to be noted here is that there are two women who are involved in this. One is absconding and second one is under is under police custody, which is the operation manager of the IT company. She is under inquiry right now because when female or the girls who faced all this forceful conversion or inappropriate touching of these very people, she approached the operation manager, she approached the HR, she literally mentioned, "Ye sab to IT mein chalta hai." That's what she mentioned. So she is under inquiry right now. And second most, Ridha Khan, who is absconding at the moment, it is said that she used to teach she used to teach those girls how to wear a hijab, how to recite namaz, and she used to also teach how to consume non-veg meal. So all of this is under scrutiny. So considering these very facts, currently the central agencies have stepped in. All the reports, all the investigation reports have been submitted by the special investigating team, which is led by the Nashik police. All the reports are currently submitted, and anytime shortly these central agencies might come to Nashik and take the further charge of this very case. Over to you.
Yeah, definitely. And also there is a very important involvement of the HR officer in this case. Now, she was repeatedly receiving complaints by those who were falling victims to these cases of the sexual harassment. Now, she did not play any role. How many arrests have taken place as we speak right now? And this seems to be a part of a very large network, not just a normal IT corporate company, but part of a larger network where they're sexually harassing the girls. They're trying to convert them. They're trying to teach them namaz. They're trying to teach them how to wear a burqa or a hijab. So seems to be there is a larger angle to this. That's why there is an involvement of the central agencies. Any links, any hints on that and the number of people who have been arrested in this case and how many of them are in radar?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, there's a very big nexus around this, which is revolving at the moment. But the very most important thing is that as of now, 4 of the accused are in judicial custody. They have been sent to the judicial custody. One of them, which is the operation manager or the HR, she is under police custody until 13th of April, and one of them is absconding. As of now, only these accused have been identified. But the most important thing is when these girls or these people who face this forceful conversion, when they come up and lodge a complaint against them, then only it would be possible for the police to know that what exactly or how many people are involved in this particular nexus or this particular racket. As of now, the 4 accused have been sent to the judicial custody, and also one of them, the operation manager, is under police custody. But there's a very, very high possibility that on 13th of April, there are total 9 to 10 FIRs registered. Police or the SIT might demand police custody in a fresh new case. So it will be important to see that what exactly happens in the court, in Nashik court on Monday. Over to you.
Definitely, we'll have to wait and watch. But thanks a lot for all the details in the story. Keep tracking as more details unfold in this entire case. So there is an update in the Nashik harassment and conversion case on financial links to be probed in this case. Now, central agencies to question the accused in this case. Now, central agencies have come because it seems to be part of a broader network, of a network that is trying to convert young girls, harass young girls, and there's sexual harassment. Even the HR officer was involved and she was receiving complaints, but she took no action. So that also should be investigated. 4 arrested, more must be in radar, and the further links will be investigated. All right, let's move to another top story. Now, a major tragedy has been reported from Uttar Pradesh's Mathura, where a boat carrying pilgrims capsized in the Yamuna River. Now, at least 10 people have lost their lives, while several others have been rescued. Now, let's have a look at this detailed report for more information.
What began as a religious visit to Vrindavan ended in a tragedy when a boat carrying pilgrims capsized in the Yamuna River. The incident occurred yesterday near Keshi Ghat in Mathura district. The pilgrims, mostly from Punjab, were travelling in 2 boats when one of them overturned, carrying around 25 to 32 people. According to reports, the boat collided with a pontoon bridge amid gusty winds leading to the accident. Following the collision, the boat lost balance and capsized in deep waters. At least 10 people have died in the incident, including men and women from the Pilgrim group. Around 20 to 22 people have been rescued so far and shifted to nearby hospitals for treatment. Rescue operations are underway with police, fire services, NDRF, SDRF and local divers deployed.
बंसीवट और केसी घाट के बीच में यमुना नदी पे जहां पॉन्टून पुल है वहां पे एक नाव दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुई जिसमें लगभग 25 से 27 लोग बताए जा रहे हैं। एग्जैक्ट नंबर जो लोग हैं उनसे बातचीत करके कंफर्म किया जा रहा है। टकराने का जो प्रथम दृष्टया कारण अभी तक लोग जो बता रहे हैं वो था कि पॉन्टून पुल से टकराकर ये घटना हुई है। जो भी मिसिंग लोग हैं उनकी तलाश जो है की जा रही है। तो मेडिकल टीम, प्रशासन की टीम, पुलिस टीम, ये सारी जो प्रशासकीय विभाग हैं उनकी टीमें लगातार कोऑर्डिनेट करके इस सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन को कंप्लीट कर रही है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with other ministers, have expressed condolences and have directed officials to ensure immediate relief and medical assistance. Authorities have now launched an investigation focusing on overcrowding and safety protocols.
Now there's an update to this news. There's another big breaking news development from Mathura. Operations still underway to rescue 5 more people. Now this is a search and rescue operation that is ongoing. And also big allegations emerged in the Mathura boat capsizing. A detailed report featuring visuals of the overturned steamer that caused the accident, along with the footage of the ongoing operations. There have been interactions with the families of the missing individuals. These are the latest images, the latest visuals from Mathura where the boat capsized. Now, the affected families allege that people are allowed to board the boats on the Yamuna River without being provided with life jackets. Now, this can prove to be fatal. This is clearly a case of negligence on the part of the administration, how people are being allowed to board boats, get on the boats without wearing life jackets. Now, this needs to be investigated. While the administration merely speaks of taking action, who is to be held accountable for this negligence? That is the big question here. The local administration would be easily responsible in this case. All right. Our correspondent Jatin has filed a ground report for more details on what exactly unfolded. Let's watch that ground report, ladies and gentlemen.
वृंदावन में यमुना के अंदर श्रद्धालुओं से भरी एक नाव अचानक पलट जाती है जिसमें 10 लोगों की मौत हुई। 5 लोग अभी भी लापता हैं जिसको लेकर रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है। 12 लोगों को अस्पताल पहुंचाया गया जिनका इलाज अभी जारी है। लेकिन जिन 5 लोगों को लेकर अभी रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है वो तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखा दूं। ये वृंदावन का यमुना घाट है और इसी जगह पर जो जानकारी मिल रही है कि जो नाव है वो अचानक पलट गई और पलटने के कारण जो श्रद्धालु उस नाव के अंदर सवार थे वो इसी यमुना नदी में गिर जाते हैं। जिसके बाद जो सामने आप पंटून पुल देख रहे हैं उससे टकराने की बात बताई जा रही है। उसको बनाने निर्माण कार्य में जो मजदूर थे उन्होंने कुछ लोगों को बचाया, लेकिन एहतियातन के तौर पर जब एसडीआरएफ की टीम यहां पर पहुंची और रेस्क्यू करने के लिए टीमें यहां पर पहुंची, लोगों को बाहर निकाला गया जिसमें 10 लोगों की मौत हुई है। 12 लोग इस पूरे मामले में गंभीर रूप से घायल हुए जिन्हें अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया है। 5 लोग अभी भी लापता बताए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन जिन 10 लोगों की मौत हुई है उसमें से 7 लोग एक ही परिवार के भी बताए जा रहे हैं। आप देखेंगे बोट के जरिए ये पूरा जो यमुना का घाट है यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन अभी चल रहा है। जो स्टीमर थी वो दरअसल ये बताई जा रही है, देखिए जो अब घाट के बिल्कुल किनारे पे खड़ी हुई है। जो 2 वीडियो भी सामने आए जिसमें भजन गाते हुए जो श्रद्धालु थे वो इसमें बैठे हुए थे और एकाएक ये जो नाव है जो स्टीमर है वो अचानक पलट जाती है और आप देखेंगे इसी जगह पर जो श्रद्धालु है वो बैठे हुए थे। हालांकि ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि हवा बहुत तेज चल रही थी, अनियंत्रण हुआ जिस कारण से ये जो स्टीमर है वो अचानक पलट गया। ये भी शुरुआती इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सामने बात आई है कि सामने जो पंटून पुल आप देख रहे हैं उस पंटून पुल से जाकर ये टकराई थी। कुछ श्रद्धालुओं ने ये भी स्टेटमेंट दिए कि 2 बार पहले टकराने से बची, लेकिन तीसरी बार जब टकराई तो उसके बाद पलट गई। लेकिन जो सभी 37 जो श्रद्धालु थे, पर्यटक थे, वो इसी जो स्टीमर जो कि अब आपको यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई नजर आ रही है, इसके ऊपर बैठे हुए थे। आप देखेंगे दोनों तरफ बैठने की जगह है और बीच में भी जो बेंच है वो यहाँ पर आपको बना हुआ नजर आएगा। इस बेंच पे भी जो श्रद्धालु हैं वो बैठे हुए थे। एकाएक ये स्टीमर जो है वो पलटा, उसके बाद ये पूरा हादसा हुआ। और आपको अगर मैं इस पूरे घाट की तस्वीर दिखाऊं तो पुलिस बल आपको यहाँ पर नजर आएगा। तमाम जो रेस्क्यू को लेकर ऑपरेशंस है वो यहाँ पर पूरी रात चलता रहा। 5 अभी भी मिसिंग हैं, उनको ढूंढने की जो कवायद है वो बहुत तेजी से इस पूरे मामले में शुरू कर दी गई है। हालांकि जो वीडियो सामने आ रहा है उसमें बहुत क्लियर है कि स्टीमर पे बैठे जितने भी श्रद्धालु थे, पर्यटक थे, उन्होंने लाइफ जैकेट नहीं पहनी हुई थी, तो कहीं ना कहीं लापरवाही से भी जुड़ा ये मामला है। हालांकि स्टीमर पर कितने लोगों की कैपेसिटी है, कुछ ये बोल रहे हैं कि 40 लोगों की कैपेसिटी वाला स्टीमर है, लेकिन 37 लोग बैठे थे। इन बातों में कितनी सच्चाई है वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा है।
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, in an exclusive conversation, the Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, AIA-DMK chief, threw light on TVK and Vijay and their ability to make an impact in the upcoming election in Tamil Nadu. EPS stated Vijay is still yet to prove that the people have accepted him as a leader. Listen in.
What is your view on TVK? TVK is contesting all 234 seats. He's saying that BJP is my ideological enemy, DMK is my political enemy. Is TVK more dangerous to DMK or more dangerous to the AIDM?
TVK வந்து புதிதாக தொடங்கப்பட்ட கட்சி, முதலாக தேர்தலை சந்திக்கின்ற கட்சி. இந்த தேர்தல் அவர்களுக்கு எவ்வளவு வாக்கு சதவீதம் கிடைக்கும் என்று இன்னும் யாராலையும் கணிக்க முடியாது. அவர் ஒரு நடிகராக இருக்கின்றார். அந்த நடிகரை பார்ப்பதற்கு கூடுகின்ற கூட்டம் ஓட்டாக மாறும் என்று எதிர்பார்க்க முடியாது. இதற்கு முன்பு திரு சிவாஜி கணேசன் அவர்கள் சிறந்த நடிகர். அவரே தேர்தலிலே போட்டியிட்டு ஒரு இடங்களில் கூட வெல்ல முடியவில்லை. மக்கள் கூடுகின்ற கூட்டத்தை வைத்து அரசியல் கணிக்க முடியாது. ஒரு முறையாவது தேர்தல் நின்று அந்த தேர்தல் மூலமாக அவருக்கு எவ்வளவு வாக்கு சதவீதம் கிடைக்கும் என்று பார்த்த பிறகுதான் அதற்கு பதில் சொல்ல முடியும்.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up. Coming up next, top focus, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un meets Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आर्टियोर मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration.
All right, coming up after the short break, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un meets Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Coming up next, stay tuned.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी भी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए घायल तरीके से इंजर्ड है।
All right, the top headlines first. Iran's delegation arrives in Islamabad for crucial peace talks with the United States. Trump issues warning to Iran. He says the US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail. Trump says Iran has no cause other than the Strait of Hormuz ahead of negotiations. Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets before talks with US begin. AIADMK General Secretary EPS speaks to Arnab Goswami on Nation Wants to Know exclusive, says AIADMK will get majority, predicts NDA wave in Tamil Nadu. EPS tells Arnab that the AIADMK will go after DMK leadership, including Stalin, for corruption when voted, links DMK to the drug mafia. PM Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah to lead BJP campaign blitz in West Bengal today. Both leaders to hold mega rallies today. NASA's historic Artemis II makes a splashdown at the coast of San Diego, returns home with astronauts. All right, viewers, let's move ahead with the top story of the day. The U.S. delegation plane is now entering Pakistani airspace as we speak for the Iran talks. Vice President J.D. Vance is supposed to land in Islamabad very shortly. This is incoming as U.S. and Iran is set to meet for the first time in person as Pakistan mediates the talks between the war in West Asia rages on. There's a 2-week pause after the ceasefire agreement was struck, and now U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance will be landing shortly, as now just reported that J.D. Vance's aircraft has just entered Islamabad's airspace. The talks will be undergoing today as Iran and U.S. is set to meet in-person talks. There are a long list of demands from both sides, and negotiations afterwards. We'll see how it unfolds. But for now, both the parties are now coming up as a goodwill gesture, as a symbolic gesture into what the world has seen a very big catastrophe in the war that has had far-reaching consequences, even with the global oil supply being even constricted. And now Vice President J.D. Vance, he has been one of the key mediators in these talks to come around with Iran Foreign Minister even now having already touched down in Islamabad just moments ago. And now J.D. Vance's aircraft, his airplane has just entered Pakistan's airspace. He is supposed to land very shortly, where talks between Iran and the U.S. will continue. Even now, U.S. President continues to wage demands and threaten Iran over opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran continues to raise the Lebanon question to be included in the ceasefire. All of this will be unfolded once the negotiations between the two sides begin and taking place in Islamabad. And this will take very shortly, as both the delegations is now set to meet very soon. All right, now we are joined by my colleague Shivam from the newsroom. Now, Shivam, take us down all through into the details. J.D. Vance's aircraft has just entered Pakistani's airspace. This is something everyone is looking very closely and into what is going to be unfolded. Tell us through what's the latest.
Yeah, Pakistan seems to be quite ready. They are putting placards, hoardings all over or across Islamabad right now as we speak. The senior Iranian delegation is already there. Abbas Araghchi is already there. Iranian parliamentary speaker is already there. Now it's time for the US delegation to reach that location for the final peace talks. Talks on ceasefire, as I must repeat that it's not a complete ceasefire yet. It's a 2-week pause, and the main issue that will be discussed, we hope so, it will be definitely in Lebanon, and on the kind of statements that were given by Israel, which was related to Lebanon and the strikes on Hezbollah. Even today, there were reports of fire being reported at various parts and a reaction by Hezbollah. So the war continues, not exactly to a very large scale, but between Hezbollah and Israel, and that needs to be sorted out. Many countries have pressurized Israel and wants Lebanon to be a part of the ceasefire. The 10 action point plan that was forwarded, now this has to be made clear, because earlier there was an allegation by the Iranian regime that Pakistan had deceived, had not forwarded the exact right plan which we forwarded to them, to United States of America, and the plan that was given by USA was not the exact one that was shared by Pakistan to Iran. So Pakistan is acting like a middleman and just like a postman, nothing more than than that, but it seems to be celebrating that we are the part of the peace deal, and they seem to be celebrating all across their streets. But we must also remember it's a very unsafe place to be in, Pakistan, and there is a heavy deployment of police. The entire area has been cordoned off. Senior leadership is there. There will be a very large delegation which will be reaching there in a very short while from the when we speak about the US as administration, more than 300 people in that, especially it will be including more than the security personnel and other staff and all the team members. Now JD Vance will shortly reach, because we are showing the live visuals as you can see on your screen. They have entered Pakistani airspace. Now there will be a lot more in the discussions, lot more in the agenda, but primarily while speaking to the media, JD Vance showed that he was confident of the talks that will be happening right now. Now this is Bagher Ghalibaf. He heard that Iran's parliamentary speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf, who is leading the country's delegation in the talks with the US, is in Islamabad, and he clearly said that we have good intentions, but we do not trust. So there is a trust deficit. There is a trust factor deficit, which is completely visible in the talks, and you never know whether these talks will work out or these talks will not work out. But high stakes. Everybody is thinking that is wishing for a conclusion, an end to the ongoing conflict. Donald Trump today again warned Iran that if they will not be going through the peace talks properly, and if the peace talk does not conclude, then it will blow up Iran, and that we are locked and loaded. Our ships are ready for any strike. So it's kind of a diplomacy with a gun, with a gun to the head of the party, that is Iran. So it's a mixed diplomacy. It's the way Donald Trump works. He's threatening the Iranian regime as we speak, and is threatening of action against Iran if they do not work out, if peace does not prevail in this location. So coming back to Pakistan seems to be celebrating, overjoyed, overwhelmed, because they never thought, because you must understand that they are on the payroll, whether it's Asim Munir or Shehbaz Sharif, they are on the payroll of the US government, so they are receiving money and they're going all gung-ho about that, and they are celebrating its role, helping to broker the peace, broker the ceasefire between Iran and United States of America. But the bone of contention will be definitely Lebanon, Hezbollah, because earlier the statements which were coming from Hezbollah, it made it clear that Lebanon was not a part of the ceasefire. When I speak about Lebanon, I mean Hezbollah. Hezbollah was not part of the ceasefire in this case. Now this was a very important mention. Now Hezbollah was also retaliating, striking against, launching missiles against Israel as we speak, because they never always knew that Israel is not going to leave it, and it will be continuing its strikes against Hezbollah. Now there were also discussions with the Lebanese government and Israeli government that Hezbollah needs to be wiped out, and Hezbollah needs to be stopped, because it's a non-state actor, and even the Lebanese government is fed up of Hezbollah. Now coming at that point, these discussions is in Islamabad, no big deal. Pakistan, though it may be celebrating, but it's just acting like a postman and just a venue, a location of discussion, because just imagine which other place could have been chosen for discussion. No other neutral country would allow a negotiation to happen in their soil, because Pakistan was not part of the conflict. But however, we must remember that its base was used in one of the strikes. Now this was confirmed by one of the former IRGC official in this case. So nobody would trust anybody. The peace talks might not come out to be fruitful. It might come out to be fruitful, but we'll have to wait and watch on the kind of reaction. But the latest update on this, the Iranian delegation is there. We are waiting for the Pakistan delegation is already there, because it's their country, but also the US delegation, which will be coming there very soon. JD Vance's plane has entered Pakistan's airspace, and the discussions will begin. But there will be a lot of bargaining when we talk about the negotiation points on the table, especially the 10-point plan that was raised by Iranian regime. Will it be approved? Because there's also a concern about the Strait of Hormuz, that you have to open the Strait of Hormuz or hell will break loose. These are the warnings of Donald Trump, but we completely understand that the IRGC still holds control of the Strait of Hormuz. And you must understand that even the ships that are passing right now as as we speak. They're not passing very far away from the border, from the banks of Iran, because there is a still threat that's in that location. They call it strategic issues that need to be sorted, because there was some implementation because of the ongoing war in that location. Most of the ships that are traveling, that are traversing from the Strait of Hormuz, are taking a circuitous path from that location under the watch of the Iranian regime, under the watch of the IRGC.
Yes,
so that needs to be
Shivam.
sorted out.
Yes, definitely, Shivam. Those are some big updates coming in from the United States delegation set to hold talks with Iran. And that was my colleague Shivam joining us from the newsroom. And now the talks in Islamabad certainly going through today. All right, viewers, let's now move on to another story. Now, tensions are escalating across West Asia amid fragile ceasefire efforts and rising fears of a wider regional conflict as Iran and the United States prepare for high-stakes negotiations in Islamabad focused on the Strait of Hormuz and regional de-escalation. At the same time, U.S. President Donald Trump has issued a sharp warning to Tehran, saying that American warships are also being reloaded and could be used if talks fail, while also escalating his rhetoric on Truth Social, accusing Iran of having no leverage and relying on global waterways for pressure. Iran's delegation, led by senior leadership, is now in Pakistan as diplomatic and military tensions run in parallel across the region. Let's take a look into this detailed report.
Tensions are rising across West Asia, with ceasefire efforts struggling to hold and fears growing of a wider regional conflict in the Middle East. Iran has called for a ceasefire in Lebanon, linking it to a broader regional stability, even as fresh Israeli strikes continue to escalate tensions. The situation now threatens to spiral into a broader regional conflict, with multiple flashpoints intensifying across the region. High-stakes negotiations between the US and Iran are set to take place in Islamabad, focusing on reopening the Strait of Hormuz and extending fragile ceasefire arrangements. US VP J.D. Vance set to lead the American delegation for the talks.
Good morning. Thanks for coming. Look, we're looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's going to be positive. We'll, of course, see. As the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The President has gave us some pretty clear guidelines, and we're going to see. So I hope you guys have a safe flight. We'll certainly take some questions later on, but for now, let's get on the plane and...
Meanwhile, US President Trump has issued a stark warning, saying American warships are being reloaded and could be used against Iran if negotiations fail. Trump says the US is preparing its most advanced weaponry and will act decisively if no deal is reached, adding urgency to already fragile diplomatic efforts. He has also escalated the war of words, saying that Iran has no real leverage, accusing it of using global waterways for pressure. Says the only reasons Iranians are alive today is to negotiate. Meanwhile, the negotiations are all set to begin in Islamabad, with Iran's delegation led by Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf arrives in Pakistan, accompanied by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, senior security officials, the central bank chief and key lawmakers, underscoring the high stakes of talks that could shape the region's next move.
Now, moving ahead, the US-Iran talks are happening in Islamabad today, with high-level delegations from both the countries arriving. The US team, led by Vice President J.D. Vance, includes Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, while Iran's delegation is being headed by Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf and Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Republic TV's executive editor Niranjan Narayan-Swamy breaks it down for us. Let's have a look.
The Islamabad talks are scheduled to take place on Saturday, and looking at the way the entire story is played out over the last 1 week, one can safely assume that the story is not over, meaning the ceasefire may not even hold. Let's look at, for example, the message sent by Donald Trump just hours before his Vice President J.D. Vance lands in Pakistan. Donald Trump, speaking to the media, has once again held a gun to Iran's head while saying that warships are being loaded with weaponry to strike Iran if talks in Pakistan fail to produce a deal. He said this in an interview to the US media, adding that while the reset is ongoing, he says they're loading the ships with the best ammunition, the best weapons ever made, even better than what they did previously, and that they can blow Iran apart. Now, this is a threat from a president who wants a reset, and he's threatening Iran by insulting them further. In fact, another post that was put out by Donald Trump, he went on to insult the people of Iran, saying that they don't seem to realize that they have no cards other than short-term extortion at the Strait of Hormuz, while referring to Iran's plan to charge ships that pass through the Strait of Hormuz with a fee. Now, Donald Trump also said in his post, by the way, hours before the talks take place, if at all they do, Donald Trump says the only reason the Iranians are alive today is to negotiate. Now, when you not just hold a gun to Iran, but when you insult the people of Iran, will Iran really take these talks seriously? They haven't so far. Looking at the response that we've seen from two top leaders who remain in Iran, Ghalibaf, the speaker, has confirmed that they will not go to Pakistan for the talks unless the two preconditions of ceasefire in Lebanon and the sanctions on Iran being lifted. If those two preconditions are not fulfilled, he says they will not go to Pakistan for the talks. And secondly, you had senior leaders in Iran confirm and tell us that they have received an invite from Pakistan. This was Ismail Baghai, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran, who confirmed that yes, Pakistan had sent them an invite, but that invite was under review because preconditions had not been met. So, ladies and gentlemen, here you have a country called Pakistan that has gone to town literally celebrating what they claimed was a ceasefire. Yes, there was a temporary truce, but that truce didn't last beyond a few hours, with bombing continuing even now as we speak in Lebanon. Israeli Foreign Ministry, Israeli Prime Minister have put out pictures, spoken about the non-stop attacks, especially in northern Israel, and they have promised a larger, more fierce response to Lebanon tomorrow. So the bombings will continue. And if the bombings continue, there is no ceasefire. And if there is no ceasefire, there can be no talks in Pakistan. So, ladies and gentlemen, it appears like Pakistan jumped the gun on this one. And we don't know whether J.D. Vance will land in Pakistan, and if he does, if the talks take place at all. Now, all of this, of course, is subject to whether Iran changes its mind and decides to take that flight to Islamabad.
Now, viewers, we have a breaking news coming in. Now, reports suggest Iran is facing challenges in locating and removing naval mines it deployed in the Strait of Hormuz. This happened during the war was intensifying in the region, and this has now complicated efforts to restore safe maritime traffic. According to U.S. officials, Iranian forces have laid these mines during recent hostilities but lack the capabilities and records to track or remove them. This has led to a restricted traffic in the strategic waterway, with Iran allowing passage only under controlled conditions. This is one situation where Iran has also said that they may have, in fact, put sea mines in the strategic region, and while they were issuing threats that they will blow up ships when the war escalated in February. And now, as the ceasefire talks are now emerging, Iran has also issued a notice saying that all ships that pass through should be coordinating with the IRGC because there may be sea mines. But in fact, now with Iran now facing challenges in locating and removing these naval mines, this may lead to more restriction in the strategic waterway, with more traffic being congested again. Because in any case, if the sea mines are not removed, then definitely this could in fact blow off and inadvertently hurt more ships. And this is incoming as Iran now lacks capabilities and records to track or remove them. A big development in the Strait of Hormuz. All right. Right now, we have more breaking news coming in at this moment. There are reports that suggest U.S. intelligence suggesting that China is preparing to deliver new air defense systems, including shoulder-fired anti-air missile systems, also known as the MANPADS, to Iran within the next few weeks. This move is seen as an escalation of China's support for Iran, and there are indications that Beijing is in fact working to route these shipments through the third countries to mask their origin. The transfer of these systems would pose a significant threat to both U.S. and Israel interests and comes as the U.S. and Iran are set to hold high-level negotiations in Islamabad today to discuss on a ceasefire. There has been reports previously as China has been arming Iran as there was escalations between the U.S. and Israel ally against Iran. And now we have reports suggesting from the U.S. intel saying that China is in fact preparing to deliver an air defense system, and this one, the MANPADS. This one, shoulder-fired anti-air missile, also known as the MANPADS. This saying that China may in fact be routing their defense system, rerouting it through a third party and then giving it to Iran just to mask their involvement in this war. And this is incoming from U.S. intelligence reports suggesting that China is again preparing to deliver new air defense systems again. And this also comes at a time when there's a ceasefire ongoing, talks to be taking place today in Islamabad with both sides, with both delegations having already touched down in Islamabad. And well, it continues to be seen what it unfolds, but this is the latest report, U.S. flagging that China is in fact supplying defense systems to Iran. Let us now move on to another story. AIADMK General Secretary Idapadi K. Palaniswamy, EPS, has expressed confidence that his party will win the upcoming Tamil Nadu Assembly elections with a majority, predicting an NDA wave in the state. In an exclusive interview with Arnab Goswami, EPS vowed to take action against DMK leadership, including Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, for alleged corruption and links to the drug mafia. Take a look at the glimpse of that interaction.
But you're saying you could form the government on your own without the BJP also? If you were confident that AIDMK can come to power on its own, why did you have an alliance with the BJP in the state election?
கூட்டணி என்பது அவ்வப்போது நடக்கின்ற தேர்தலை பொறுத்து தான். திமுக தலைமையில் ஒரு கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. அதேபோல் அண்ணா திமுக தலைமையில் நாங்கள் ஒரு கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். எங்கள் கூட்டணியை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஒரு ஊழல் நிறைந்த அரசாங்கமாக இன்றைக்கு இருக்குது. மக்களோட ஆட்சி இன்றைக்கு தமிழகத்தில் நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்குது. அதனால் ஒத்த கருத்துடைய கட்சிகள்லாம் ஒன்றாக இணைந்து இந்த தேர்தலில் திமுகவை அகற்ற வேண்டும், திமுக ஆட்சி அகற்ற வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் நான் கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோம். ஒரு நல்ல ஆட்சி தமிழகத்தில் மக்களுக்கு கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் எங்களுடைய கூட்டணி அமையப்பட்டது.
But the popular feeling is that in the 2024 general elections, both BJP did badly and AIDMK did badly. Then you realized that you needed each other to win. So was this a result of the poor performance in the 24 Lok Sabha
24 election, central election, it's not state election. இது மத்தியில் யார் ஆட்சிக்கு வர வேண்டும் என்ற ஒரு தேர்தல் தான் நடைபெற்றது. அந்த தேர்தலில் அதிமுக பாரதிய ஜனதா கூட்டணி அமைக்கலை. ரெண்டு பேரும் கூட்டணி அமைச்சிருந்தா குறைஞ்சபட்சம் 20 இடங்களை நாங்கள் வென்றிருப்போம். நாங்கள் கூட்டணி அமைக்கல. ஆனால் அதே 2019ஆம் ஆண்டு இதே நிலை தான் இருந்தது. 2021 சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் 75 இடங்கள் அதிமுக வெற்றி பெற்றது சட்டமன்றத்தில். அதே போல் 2024 நாடாளுமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் அதிமுக கூட்டணி வாங்கின ஓட்டு பாரதிய ஜனதா தலைமையில் அமைக்கப்பட்ட கூட்டணி வாங்க இரண்டையும் ஒன்றாக இணைத்தால் 99 இடங்களில் சட்டமன்றத்தில் நாங்கள் வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கிறோம்.
Coming up after the short break, Iran's delegation arrives in Islamabad for crucial peace talks with the United States. And PM Modi and Amit Shah to lead BJP campaign blitz in West Bengal today. Both leaders to hold mega rallies.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Mr. Palaniswamy, do you think that you will come to power this time?
நிச்சயமா நாங்க ஆட்சிக்கு வருவோம்.
What is the figure that you are looking at this time?
234 இடங்களில் 210 இடங்களில் எங்களுடைய கூட்டணி வெல்லும். தனி பெரும்பான்மையோடு அதிமுக ஆட்சி அமைக்கும்.
You will not have to get the support of allies.
அதாவது மக்களுடைய மனநிலை தற்போது அதிமுக தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி ஒரு இயற்கையான கூட்டணியா மக்கள் எண்ணுகிறார். இந்த கூட்டணி வெற்றி பெற்று வருகின்ற பொழுது ஒரு சிறப்பான ஆட்சி கொடுக்க முடியும் என்று மக்களிடத்தில் மிகப்பெரிய நம்பிக்கை இருக்குது. மத்தியிலே பாரதிய ஜனதா ஆட்சி, மாநிலத்திலே அதிமுக ஆட்சி.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not. And we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Iran's delegation arrives in Islamabad for crucial peace talks with the United States of America. Donald Trump issues warning to Iran, says US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail. Trump says Iran has no cards other than Strait of Hormuz ahead of negotiations. Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets before talks with the US begin. AIA-DMK General Secretary EPS speaks to Arnab Goswami on Nation Wants to Know exclusive. Says AIA-DMK will get majority, predicts NDA wave in Tamil Nadu. EPS tells Arnab that the AIA-DMK will go after DMK leadership, including Stalin for corruption when voted, links DMK to the drug mafia. PM Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah to lead BJP campaign blitz in West Bengal today. Both leaders to hold mega rallies today. Artemis II, NASA's historic Artemis II makes a splashdown at the coast of San Diego, returns home with astronauts. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a very big breaking news development. It is about the US delegation who is supposed to reach Islamabad. US delegation plane entering Pakistan airspace for Iran talks, and JD Vance to land in Islamabad shortly. Now, the Iranian and American delegations are expected to hold separate individual meetings with Pakistani PM Shehbaz Sharif first. Now, there's an update to this. The plane has landed. All right, this is the latest update. The delegation talks will happen very shortly. For peace talks will happen very shortly. The US delegation has reached there. JD Vance has landed. Iran and US to hold separate meets with Pak Prime Minister. US delegation led by JD Vance lands in Pakistan. So the peace talks will begin in the afternoon very soon. And Iran and US to hold separate meets with Pakistan Prime Minister. Pakistan, which is acting as a mediator, just like a postman, just like a venue of discussion and nothing more, but they will be having talks with Pakistan Prime Minister. Iran will be having talks with Pakistan Prime Minister. US will be having talks with Pakistan Prime Minister, and we will continuously track the flight of the US delegation, and these are the visuals of the flight being tracked. And finally, the plane has landed. Finally, there is an update to this. The plane has landed. US delegation led by JD Vance lands in Pakistan, all set for the talks in Pakistan for the peace deal, for final ceasefire after the 2 weeks pause. This is a very big development coming in. Vance, Witkoff, Kushner, they all reach Pakistan. Vance leading US delegation in Iran talks. We'll be keeping a big focus on this story. Arakchi, Iranian speaker, who are part of the Tehran team, are there, and US team has landed in Islamabad for the peace talks to take place. Now, JD Vance is there, Witkoff is there, Kushner is there, and Vance will be leading the US delegations in the Iran talks, the peace talks that will be happening. Very big development, big breaking news development. The US delegation officially, finally, this is confirmed that they have landed in Pakistan. They have reached Islamabad for the future discussions, on the peace talks between Iran. Now, we must remember there is a clear mention of Lebanon, of Hezbollah in the peace talks, and we will have to wait and watch on will they be reaching an agreement after there were strikes by Israel, even post the declaration of the 2-week pause. And now many countries pushing Israel to speak to Lebanon, to speak with Hezbollah, to end this conflict and end the killings on both the sides. But we'll have to wait and watch that. Both sides in Pakistan now, but no direct talks to be held. As we speak, there will be development. Will Lebanon be included? 300-member US delegation lands in Pakistan for talks. Iran and US delegations to hold separate meets with Pakistan. US delegation
led by J.D. Vance lands in Islamabad. They will be discussing the ongoing issue, and they will have to come to terms and decide how to put a complete full stop to the entire conflict. The Strait of Hormuz will be an important point of discussion in these entire peace talks, where IRGC completely shares that they hold the control over that region. Legitimately, they hold the control of that region, and there were talks and there were news that they will be charging ships. To pass through that location. There was a toll that was decided by the Iranian regime of $1 per barrel for the oil, the crude that would be passing from the Strait of Hormuz. Now, all of this must be in the agenda of the discussions that are supposed to happen. U.S. delegation led by J.D. Vance lands in Pakistan, in Islamabad, both sides in Pakistan, but no direct talks to be held. That's what we are getting right now. But let's wait and watch. There will be definitely updates on that. An American delegation, which is led by Vice President J.D. Vance, has reached. Now the Steve Witkoff is there, Jared Kushner is there. A big delegation, which also includes the security detail, because Pakistan is a very unsafe place and there is always a security threat. You remember after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in the US-Israeli strikes, there was violence reported in Pakistan, in various parts of Pakistan, with many dead as a result of those protests, the violent protests. So keeping that in mind, a very big delegation, along with the security detail from the United States of America, is now in Pakistan. Pakistan, very unsafe place to be in, but a venue for discussion for both Iran and America. All right. Amrita is joining me from the newsroom for more details. Amrita, very big development here. This is what everybody was waiting for. J.D. Vance was supposed to reach there shortly, and he has arrived along with a very big delegation, all U.S. officials, security detail. What can we expect in these discussions? What updates, Amrita?
Yes, Shivam, in fact, this is again a big change as well. The plane that was carrying the team that included J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, and Jared Kushner and also Witkoff. They were en route to Islamabad, and after a short stop to Paris, a refueling stop, was on its way to Islamabad. In fact, and the special envoy Steve Witkoff was also present, was accompanying them. And now we're seeing here reports that the U.S. government plane now carrying for the top U.S. officials have landed in Pakistan capital Islamabad for the peace talks with Iran to happen, with Washington and Tehran is now due to begin negotiations very shortly, seeking an end to the 6-week-old Iran war. And this now incoming as Lebanon and the Strait of Hormuz being one of the two main factors, as from the U.S. side they are going to be listing some things, including the nuclear weapons, because just before, Donald Trump has also said that the nuclear weapons is the 99% of it, saying that the strait will be open one way or the other. And from the U.S. side, the list seems to be mainly focused on the nuclear program, the nuclear weapons that they said that Iran is possessing. And from the Iran side, the main list seems to be into two big things here, with Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire, and also some of the previous assets seizing that have been seized and frozen from Iran. So those two seems to be one of the key crucial points for the talks to begin. And well, it remains to be seen as of now how it will unfold, with both sides now showing a very goodwill gesture by showing up. And Iran's delegation also includes the Foreign Minister Arakchi, and we also have Vice President J.D. Vance, who has been one of the key negotiators into coming about this agreement to take place. But yes, definitely more needs to be seen at how it unfolds. Back to you, Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. But these are supposed to be separate talks, as we are getting to learn. They have agreed to participate in talks moderated, which will be moderated, but it will be quite difficult if you keep in perspective the Hezbollah issue, because Israel earlier did not seem to be agreeing on that. Now, the mention of Lebanon and the mention of Hezbollah, can we expect that the final solution might be achieved in that case, or it seems to be a very fragile truce in the first place, Amrita?
Yes, as you rightly pointed out, in fact, seems to be fragile, even on the verge of breaking out, because Israel continues to strike Lebanon. Even today, we have seen some strikes in border areas of Lebanon. So the key area now here from both sides seems to be an agreement to be reached on Lebanon, and also, in fact, we have sources telling that Israel would be included, but in fact, if Israel was in fact included, that would be the first thing to consider regarding inclusion of Lebanon, because previously we all know that both Benjamin Netanyahu and J.D. Vance has categorically said that the ceasefire on Lebanon will not be included, saying that the Hezbollah elements will continue to be targeted, saying that not included. And now, with talks in place set on the table, just moments away, we have definitely at what unfolds between the negotiations, but definitely Hezbollah elements is one key factor, saying that they still pose a threat to Israel. And Israel has also earlier, in a few weeks ago, saying that they will now continue to occupy some areas that they have already taken. That's north of Lebanon. It remains to be seen, Shivam. This is a very crucial. All eyes are on these talks, very closely watched, in fact, because whatever unfolds and whatever agreement comes out will definitely take and definitely shape how it is seen in the West Asian region, and especially since there's a 2-week pause, it's still very fragile. And the United States President also said earlier, saying that the warships are being reloaded in case the talks fail. So yes, definitely very, very fragile and very contested, even with very big demands on Shivam.
Definitely, that is Donald Trump's way of negotiating. That's Donald Trump's diplomacy. Thanks a lot, Amrita, for the details, and keep tracking this development. Also, the live visual as the talks begin, the latest updates to the story. Let's move on to our top story. The US-Iran talks are happening in Islamabad today, with high-level delegations from both countries arriving. The US team, led by Vice President, that is J.D. Vance, has already reached there, include Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, while Iran's delegation is headed by the Parliament's Speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Republic TV Executive Editor Niranjan Narayanaswamy breaks it down for us. Watch this.
The Islamabad talks are scheduled to take place on Saturday, and looking at the way the entire story is played out over the last 1 week, one can safely assume that the story is not over, meaning the ceasefire may not even hold. Let's look at, for example, the message sent by Donald Trump just hours before his Vice President, J.D. Vance, lands in Pakistan. Donald Trump, speaking to the media, has a gun to Iran's head while saying that warships are being loaded with weaponry to strike Iran if talks in Pakistan fail to produce a deal. He said this in an interview to the US media, adding that while the reset is ongoing, he says they're loading the ships with the best ammunition, the best weapons ever made, even better than what they did previously, and that they can blow apart. That this is a threat from a president who wants a reset, and he's threatening Iran by insulting them further. In fact, another post that was put out by Donald Trump, he went on to insult the people of Iran, saying that they don't seem to realize that they have no cards other than short-term extortion at the Strait of Hormuz, while referring to Iran's plan to charge ships that pass through the Strait of Hormuz with a fee. Now, Donald Trump also said in his post, by the way, hours before the talks take place, if at all they do, Donald Trump says the only reason the Iranians are alive today is to negotiate. Now, when you not just hold a gun to Iran, but when you insult the people of Iran, will Iran really take these talks seriously? They haven't so far. Looking at the response that we've seen from two top leaders who remain in Iran, Ghalibaf, the speaker, has confirmed that they will not go to Pakistan for the talks unless the two preconditions of ceasefire in Lebanon and the sanctions on Iran being lifted. If those two preconditions are not fulfilled, he says they will not go to Pakistan for the talks. And secondly, you had senior leaders in Iran confirm and tell us that they have received an invite from Pakistan. This was Ismail Baghai, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran, who confirmed that yes, Pakistan had sent them an invite, but that invite was under review because preconditions had not been met. So ladies and gentlemen, here you have a country called Pakistan that has gone to town literally celebrating what they claimed was a ceasefire. Yes, there was a temporary truce, but that truce didn't last beyond a few hours, with bombing continuing even now as we speak in Lebanon. Israeli Foreign Ministry, Israeli Prime Minister have put out pictures, spoken about the non-stop attacks, especially in northern Israel, and they have promised a larger, more fierce response to Lebanon tomorrow. So the bombings will continue. And if the bombings continue, there is no ceasefire. And if there is no ceasefire, there can be no talks in Pakistan. So ladies and gentlemen, it appears like Pakistan jumped the gun on this one. And we don't know whether J.D. Vance will land in Pakistan, and if he does, if the talks take place at all. Now, all of this, of course, is subject to whether Iran changes its mind and decides to take that flight to Islamabad.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, families in Beirut are reeling from the devastating Israeli airstrikes that killed over 300 people and wounded more than 1,100. Now, one survivor, overcome with grief, all my family was martyred as entire households were wiped out in the deadliest strikes on the Lebanese capital in decades. Take a look at this report.
مش رح نستسلم ابدا وبيقتلونا كلنا. انت قاعد مع نتنياهو.
استعنا بحدود 49 حالة وطبيب. حالته تتراوح بين حالة الطفيف وحالة الحرج. حالة الحرج بحدود 10.
مش رح نستسلم ابدا لو بيقتلونا كلنا. انت قاعد مع نتنياهو.
انا استاذ كلهم واخواتي 2 بنات ومرت خيي وخيي عمره 20 سنه 18 سنه مدينه فاس. اجرام الاسرائيلي الطرفيه الحريري ناطر اخذ اهلي بدي يخلصوا لي صار السوري الاجراءات اللي عم يشوفوها السوري بس.
والضحايا عم بيجوا على المستشفى لهون المستشفى يتم التعرف على والبوست بده وقت عدد شوي كبير اما شوي صار.
كل المناطق اللي في مناطق اللي هي بحد المشهد يلي عم نشوفه يعني
We need to come back as Lebanese on the table. Allah is represented there and find out how we can our country and the occupation of the land. That's the only way to do it.
نحاول ننقذ اذا في شيء تصاوب او لا. قدرنا نشيل من منطقه كورنيش المصنع كانت وشك الموت واليوم شلنا انقذنا. المشكله انه مش مثل الاحياء انه نقدر احنا نشتغل من سو ذاتس واي نحن عم نجي بعد الضربه لانه ما حدا اكيد عنده معلومات انه ممكن.
Now let's move on to another top story. Tensions are escalating across West Asia amid fragile ceasefire efforts and rising fears of a wider regional conflict as Iran and the United States prepare for high-stakes negotiations in Islamabad, focused on the Strait of Hormuz and regional de-escalation. At the same time, President Donald Trump has issued a sharp warning to Iran, saying American being reloaded and could be used while also acting his rhetoric on Truth Social, accusing Iran of having no leverage and relying on global waterway pressure. Iran's delegation, led by senior leadership, is now in Pakistan as diplomatic and military tensions are across the region.
Tension rising across West with ceasefire efforts struggle to hold and fears growing of a wider regional conflict in the East. Iran has called for a ceasefire in Lebanon, linked to a broader region, even as Israeli strikes continue to escalate tensions. The situation now threatens to spiral into a broad regional conflict, with multiple points intensifying across the region. High-stakes negotiations between the US and Iran are set to take place in Islamabad, focused on reopening the Strait of Hormuz and extending fragile ceasefire arrangements. US VP JD Vance leads the delegation for the talks.
Good morning. Look, we're looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's positive. As it said, Iranians are willing to negotiate, willing to extend the hand. We're going to play team is not that receptive. So we're going to have a positive negotiation. The president gave us some guidelines, and we're going to see. So I hope you guys have a safe flight. Certainly some questions later, but for now, let's get on the plane.
US President issued a stark warning, saying American warships are ready and used against Iran if negotiations fail. The US is preparing its most advanced weaponry and will act decisively if no deal is reached, adding urgency to already fragile diplomatic efforts. He has also escalated the war of words, saying that Iran has no real leverage, accusing it of using global waterways for pressure. Says the only reasons Iran is to negotiate. While the negotiations are all set to begin in Islamabad, with Iran's delegation led by Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf arrives in Pakistan, accompanied by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, senior security officials, the central bank chief, and key lawmakers, underscoring high stakes of talks that would shape the region's next move.
All right, we have time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, delegation arrives in Islamabad for peace talks with the state. The US delegation has also arrived. PM Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah to lead a BJP campaign blitz in West Bengal today. Both leaders hold mega rallies today.
से क्या बना की चाट
अस्साद की चाट
The taste of success.
वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है राजा मसाला
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे ये पैसे अगर पीस हम पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें
ये बम ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है तो 5 महीने का है। वो उनका माँ अभी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में डेवलपमेंट के लिए तरीके से जो ये आतंक हम लोग इसलिए
और दो ही बड़े असली स्वाद की चाट
हर पल मना के त्योहार जुबान
और शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
Welcome back. Amrita and I bring to you coverage of peace talks that are going to take place in a while from now. The Iranian delegation led by the Speaker Ghalibaf has already arrived, accompanied by External Affairs Minister of and Artemis, and all eyes now on JS, who is going to be landing in Islamabad.
Yes, absolutely, and we will continue the coverage into detail negotiations. The peace agreement that's being taken place in Islamabad with both delegations supposed to be very remotely, although the Iraq team has already arrived in Islamabad with many lists of demands underway. But first, we'll get you the headlines. Iran delegation arrived in Islamabad for official peace talks with the United States. Issues relating to Iran, the U.S. blow Iran in talks. Trump said Iran opens up the host and negotiation. And throw banner in Islamabad lab as far as these blocked assets before the U.S. AIA-DMK General Secretary to all Goswami on nation wants to know exclusive says AIA-DMK will get majority six in the wave in Tamil Nadu. EPA tells up the AIA will DMK leader include Stalin corruption when vote links DMK to the drug mafia. today. Both leaders hold mega rallies. Artemis II of San Diego is home with astronauts.
All right, our association to begin in Islamabad shortly. As per details, the Iranian and American delegations are expected to separate individual meetings with Pakistan Prime Minister Sharif, and then, of course, the Pakistan's attention will be between both sides. Interesting, Amrita, that both sides are in place, going to be talking again. There is a long history of the American and Iranian and that's the reason why perhaps going to in-depth talk. This is the picture delegation that last evening by the foreign minister and minister of Pakistan, General Munir, and the Iranian delegation. You have the speaker behind the foreign minister, and the rest of the delegation includes members of the Iranian parliament. That was tonight at the Iranian side with this aircraft before having Ghalaba posted of him inside the aircraft, which were picked of those kids who were killed in an American trial in Arab, and a message being sent by the Iranians there. Also have here about an hour back, Islam, and delegations are holding separate leadership. So essentially, what is Samar Patu on the podcast live and and offset for talks in Islamabad. Islamabad is just getting some advantage. Otherwise, talking directly, or Pakistan has not succeeded in getting to one, only one.
The part of it with the especially name 11 leader. So once the start is born, you have moreover want to throw some light on the scenario how you declare a ceasefire. The next 100 of 10. So I not else. Let's not be pretense that the Americans were aware of this. Now, my ceasefire has called on the actions of the US that when we used to deploy 3 minutes before it has to talk to the and because the interceptor, the attrition of became more large. The destruction mass and the Israelis, have fatalities in military. So that call in the second, the more for 2 words being prepared for such scenarios with the enemy. They don't move in just like how the enemy does. There's a much picture of what building up behind us.
What are you suggesting? Ultimately come to ground
the would move that talks are diversionary tactics.
Little debate is a military debate. It's been put and moreover say Pakistan in case of I think the country will going to look economically and their military about Arabia they already committed. Let's one that Pakistan itself has not made peace with Afghanistan and broker peace, has been Iran, and let's practical. Let's read the points, discuss the points that Iranians had put. The American guarantee of non-aggression. Second agreement maintaining is a natural way. Not so they're having control over Strait of Hormuz.
Definitely, just speak to you now from the studio. There's also an issue talk with both sides now holding just indirect negotiations. That distrust, saying their previous negotiations, the U.S. have failed and when good gesture coming in Iran into this because now there is no direct, even though there are and in Islamabad, there will be no direct in-person this will be separately. So this Iran has state, even this is about into making this something good.
The demands put by Iran, they are not practical. They are asking the Americans to wait the military that they have. They are saying they should be enrichment. So, the Iran seek permission, but they will go ahead with uranium enrichment. What does it do? What is the and the primary objective based upon Iran handing the 4 kilograms of enrichment. That is the main issue. The denuclearization, is saying that it's allowed to enrich uranium. Primary and secondary sanctions. I really don't think that laws should have been sanctioned. The Iranians have very effective taken help from the Pakistan Q-Khar network, from the and to set underground missiles. This is I mean themselves what not going to be acceptable to Americans.
Okay, see, talks go details of the allegation.
Yes, definitely. May stay with us. Number of the there are one members led delegation have the media report that the leader had and rock as well, and delegation include a senior official 71 number and associated and teams are also being as media support staff. Now Mohammed Ghaddaf is leading the talk, and other senior figures in the foreign minister about Iraq, the central bank and security official Ahmed and the chief minister there in this direction. The Baghdadi and diplomacy officials are also part of this top big of the Iranian government and in this talk, the not directly the top officials of the Iranian by himself, including and the team, the one member Iran is including low and now that we are being his president definitely gives a big weight as well as and to in fire, though Iran has had of with negotiate with G4, but now there are now two key points here. One is Lebanon in fire and also of the assets to release and point see they also that the primary and secondary sanctions believed. So there are some of the preconditions that they would so go will there still be some issues regarding these two main
reason I'm insisting on Lebanon to take part in the CCS. Basically, I firstly want what is stopping Lebanon from directly connecting and coming in for this.
That Major, they've done.
But the intent basically why it insists because Hezbollah is the nearest proxy trained by Iran regime. Israel, I mean, Hezbollah goes away. Then there is
two things, Major. The other is Hezbollah has government there that the government must of we have to show the pictures visual of what J.D. Vance received by Chug, the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Pakistan, or interesting not you what can see I not in you these are remember by General Assembly the Pakistani scruff of its neck and perhaps he has the taking not being in union of the president match allowed it. That's all significant. That allow the Pakistan Army chief to be uniform when it comes to see Vice President of the United States officially ending some about the people. We have from or was there any bomb? Does this mean kind of word being?
Well, I don't significant point. More significant that there are we on the really moment in the sense that this is the level of interaction since 1999 between the Iran with the Vice President of the United States side. The Vice President did, I think, from her the representative from the side or participating in box the Iran side as they represent action looking in the U.S. that is to fully conflict. The same he's in as a future president and to not only concerns about also be a part that would be fulfilling the agreement on the value side going forward. Same time, strong advance of the very open of American stand. At the end of the day, the U.S. is going to do those 3 or 4 primary goals they've always out from the set of this conflict and prior. I think measure expectations of what we're going to see today and going forward. Remember, if we go back to U.S. deal in the years, took negotiation to that, and that was a nuclear deal. So, level of expectations here, and where the law. Yes, we're constantly going through those points that everyone wants to talk about. Remember, the president said, from the Trump said, that's a basis. That is not the basis. It can form a basis. So, at the end of the day, America is going to those key points: uranium, nuclear program, missile program, and a free, open, straightforward. That in regards to it being a natural waterway, in the back of our mind what international law, how to the been that's not similar to we also of our.
Well, look at the position of delegation. I believe the point raising, we've just not the U.S. President very formal occasion in close civil peace and not be informed. I think major reason of protocol is coming from the very first moment that Americans have allowing to happen.
This is a concept of as a political vice president.
As you know that you Americans are saying clear that they are okay having us as equal.
Exactly. And this is that is actually, has with managing. See, at the end of the day, I think I'm asking you a question. What if Pakistan not? What if Pakistan also in Afghanistan? What if fail? I mean, I certainly Iran pounding its side drones if it's caught in the of buying to let the Iranians and the Israelis reorganize and reinforcement troops replacement definitely Islam that scenario because there is not take just Pakistan having carried because life in CC is what Saudis are wanting peace with Iranian.
Yeah,
with it is since
so, nobody really know they would like this not there. So the Iranians do not like the and is no like there problem. That's why we anyway. Sanjeev, welcome. I think which that has been now those talks are going to happen. Iranian at one after the Pakistanis would come, which after the Pakistanis would come like here and to the and has put in their Pakistani talk. 3 happening, 2 talk face under one roof. So what of talks are these? And the same.
I think at the end of the day, we have continually back in a role. The role is simply a not or a true brother in that sense. And at the time, Pakistanis are moving as things recognize the high water act. They have the relationship to manage the relationship. They've already felt below back upon you guys. Put it the including called in their loan payment, which had been sitting for a long period. All of us doing full was $2 billion in payments. Stand himself in a very, very emerge from this case to be a very difficult task. Managing all of these multi-dimensional relationships and keeping one all managing a situation that is a very serious and difficult. So, while forget war, we want to find it, Afghanistan still ongoing.
Okay. Most by the Iran embassy in South Africa, there have been, if you get all the handles of the Iranians of no, very bad and put across there and their conditions accepted. Conditions, if you look at those 10 points, the Iranians said their conditions with Americans debunked to them and of this security guarantee, the job management of everything. Now, if conditions have accepted, then talks not fair front by not one roof.
The mode of condition is being here. If I with, I mean, 10 points for Iran, Iran 10 points that the Americans should. This is being done and then stand and willing to wait. In fact, me. Iranian. So, telling you this is a far some excuse which this or there is going to be incident somewhere by Iranians or by Americans, and something is not right. It cannot be so perfect. Thing to be created immediately. Moreover, China has been moreover, let's not forget that in 2001, the Americans bombed the airstrips of Iraq so that no foreign aid or militarization army. The Americans have not bombed the airstrips, not blockaded borders, the border between Turkmenistan and against Iran.
Development and American craft Air Force 50. You can have scenes, you can see visuals being escorted and the US Air Force being the Islamabad Air Force, by the Pakistan, by the Air Force in it into what's the significance saw the delegation of OST escorted there by in fact Pakistani host visual screen and as we speak, and the 9 p.m. today give Orion in more how US position. We have numbers delegated 300 of them are routinely to talk and tell, and in fact 4 Iranian delegations in there's take we know there's direct in fact they are going to be meeting by that. So as you right you're going to Pakistan being a there and US is far Pakistani F-16. So what do you take that?
Well, this Force One is official of the United States. This Force Two is the official the president of the United States custom brief or done wings 32 and is called the Pakistani planes. It's not Pakistan. The only made by Pakistan the U.S. Vice President China planes that they have, the J-17s and 15 to right. So the these pictures of the Pakistanis receive the Vice President of their liberty is being taken with the a role is taking place indirectly.
GSM
we are entering very dangerous inflection point. This here and onward, things escalate on. There could be surprise. Very of trying to world on to every world of wisdom. Last speech was disappointed. But hoping that he would a ceasefire and then finish was sick and tired and his insane wars in create a global disaster worse by this war country beyond by it is only greater action of the economy. The simple fact is Donald the worst political is irritation Iran. Why was not can't
just use headquarters. For breath. You're being
very
welcome viewers. You are the Republic TV. This is a show that met Vishnu Kapoor, and we the fragile peace talk as supposed to happen in a very safe place, Islamabad. The every
and that it's allegation of not to face with the interesting central government and more probably the Secretary of Defense Council. Interesting that is done of everybody's name. He's a which means that and then of course son-in-law.
We add very talk however just imagine both people from the US side. This planes thread the deal while being of America.
That's typical of America. They everything. They're in car.
That's one of the no dialogues happening. There is a trust, and that's why they're calling it agile. Because what why talks are supposed to happen? Donald Trump is still listening. Loaded. What does he? Is this problem?
Loaded thing. We'll this give that to the
American delegation. America is expected to hold separate individual meetings, which will be by round of negotiations. Trump is trying to erase the U.S. blow of peace. Says as a head of Iran throws Islamabad talks demand Lebanon of as for talks used again.
negotiations. In that negotiation are also in with 12 members at time is behind us. Go before American each call these are the pictures of the Americans. He's just standing relevant by and the lack of dry. He's not talking to Van. The Vans between Van and that the man cares about the civil government. Actually speak for them. We other politicians from London also have
yeah, is Tal Hakram and he joined from Geneva Convention. A lot of experts mean what's holding. I think we should क्या वहाँ तरीका किस बड़ा डेलीगेशन अमेरिका वहाँ चुके
बिल्कुल बड़ी है कुछ दोनों डाइट ऑफ है और अब ये है लो है या अब एक बाद से जो दोनों
दी बात नहीं मोहम्मद
हम एक पहले तो देख डेलीगेशन तो फौज और जेडी है वो वर्दी बिना उनको कर रहे हैं लास्ट जो पाकिस्तान जो में है दोनों वर्दी आप दिन के होगी कहाँ एक साथ के बाद एक खाना अलग अलग हो कहाँ बात है का इस्लाम में हो रहा है
to Sanjeev and to is to yeah the way you think of the talk not through stocks will be way that will it first to
I definitely I'll answer some made earlier contextualize inside the graduate top institute university for now vice president training state and special of the who has most deals that have in the first 12 of the administration, and then you have who has working closely with allies is Trump 2.0 in terms of Abraham Accords, and that's key, and that's important fact is that along with how various in will be represented in these talks as forward with Orion. So very specialized here what they represent, relationship they have, trust they are, and how they can get to bear in the box. Point. Now, actually, really clear, and it's read that 10 literally take most issues that have been able to be before. Even if you look at the negotiation and result with the nuclear Iran, the Obama administration, and the main issue every president from onwards, no nuclear program. Now the 80% uranium enrichment have that table has to be.
That's a point we have of the Jared has worked first also as Whitcomb the special honor talks an important, but all the matter the Indians both Kush, Whitcomb and so wanted, and so it is not pro war, not in that into the courts. That's an important. I'll come in a Sanjeev. हम सबसे बता कि किस से दोनों के बीच में होटल पे वो खाना खाएंगे या दूर और उनके
आज आप नहीं दोनों एक ठहरे हुए दोनों दोनों से होंगी आज ये दोनों आपस के बाद अलग जब हुई इस तरह पाकिस्तान इस मुकम्मल पर ये जो हम उसके साथ
सारे के कारणों से कहाँ रुके बताया गया है
अभी तक मेरे पास
अभी आपने इसको के तौर पर मनाया जाए लगाया जाए बाकायदा में हर जगह तरीके से बड़ी हासिल कर ली है ऐसा ही
और बाद में समाज के उसी और सर्वे पूरी कर रही वजह ऐसी how
Okay, वो क्या आगे वेन्यू में एक वेन्यू टूर साथ लगे हुए हैं तो what is a venue was any or this will and exactly the direct happen as we speak in that so doesn't and trusting Pakistan you don't each other do you still prevail
you take Pakistan did part or not a lot of economic they are like storage or cost more than lead is high then you have this role and credibility of the military other getting through immunity himself more immunity power so that one of the then actually the ISI and their God increased they're going to be consequences in beat war and law badly already another third is done that the question then the diplomatic fallout I mean how long they make a the Pakistan that they be taking a new pressure from South one for pressure the dollars use pressure to dollars the if you China they the biggest blunder done is the earth famous of sales every Trump what is earth and pressure to Afghanistan happening again so there is Pakistan be it diplomatically economic
yes
so break these possible which is what face yes
that Sanjeev also with you kind of being loading ship on one point on the other giving we blow up stock kind of diplomacy refer to in the case Trump style
it's the oldest in the world it's there right? And the stick there ready to be used in military the Iran after is American the is be engaged in not in I think that message from the side it has been the day one this president lines through those red lines the different world has learned President the American administration and state give a red line. It's serious and needs to be treated.
One small question, Mr. Sanjeev. Do you think such statements are needed? Statements by peace prevailed by now. Such kind of threats are not adding up to peace. That's why everybody is calling it fragile peace. It doesn't seem like these talks will work.
And I've noted that the burdens and challenges to achieve peace are significant, and I don't know if the Iranians are going to be able to give up those significant things they have not been willing to in the past. But at the same time, they are facing the utter survival of their regime and their regime forces, so they're in a very tough position. But America campaigns the president this going to it in June and of an ongoing system coordinated to rise Iran remove the of the military neighbors, remove that all of the neighborhood missile program that is reached cities 4,000 kilometers in terms of missile program. These are key points the are focused on that. The Israeli and the Arab are focused on that. Up to that in the last few months, and they are engaged on president of his strategy.
But the big for is used for your input. America, it's Pakistan range with America case. On this major tool is that America and the way America uses as a venue, future attacks, even base for one of the strikes. Yeah. Back to you. Back info. We understand it. Needs to be clear. Response on that.
So, what has clear outrightly spoken and this out is the side the Pakistan is Pakistan in China excluded it is with they are expanded range 15,000 20 kilometers in the mindset. Why wanting to
this does not have long miles China is for Pakistan, know the fact
that doing that
the first news test or what happened
yes
okay. You can't on so they don't have missiles, they don't have those no Chinese equipment that the army from the but okay news in fact the going take state report is right there in the of in some province of Nepal residential and have multiple places and people important that even as those talks are going on put a condition that Lebanon Israeli strikes continue that these are on
and the response is also military in North Israel. So when or wherever
to discuss that with us. We have a break side. What's happening in Islamabad?
The taste of
सर कह रहे थे ये तो ये नहीं
हुआ है उस का एक लड़की है ये सीधे अभी किसी है आतंकवादी को है इसलिए विनती है आके ये ये नो हमारा बहू के दो वो तीनों एक साथ है जिसमें एक
हम लोग बच्ची एक बच्चों जो माँ सो
new headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Led by President and Kushner land in Islamabad. Iranian and American delegations separate individual meeting with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif will be followed by a main round of negotiations. Trump to says the blow Iran peace talks. Trump says Iran has no other than for ahead of the negotiations. Iran talks on fire and is a logged asset for US again.
All right, welcome back, friends. To bring coverage in Islamabad, where delegations is called as indirect talk, and the reason why is so because then the Americans is the kind which makes them together under the roof in the same roof and to face is be accurate right
on Pakistan is actually creating forces. These two parties are not one. They are drive the conversation, but we're in fact talking about some tour matters is talk again one today. Also getting some live visuals is about visuals that again Islamabad are set happen military squad in India, the Islamabad also are knowing trust security have the million by the
yes, that is something which the world watch back so many land United States that had doubt about safety and security they come at and the red which this found security of the Islam government work of and through history we have and before I go to get update on Akram एक बात टाइम के से के बाद होगी फिर मैरिज आप के ये और का एलिगेशन वो कितने सामने मैं तकरीबन किलो अवे नहीं हो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह साबित को दिखाए हवाले पर आए और पाकिस्तान यूएस का वक्त पाकिस्तान एक बजे इसके बाद जो है अलग से मुलाकातें 4-5
होगी में चीज है तो ये जो अपन कराची आगे
मुज़ाकरात मियां ये कहाँ है?
इनके में अभी हमारे आई है अभी तक मुज़ाकरात के लिए ये कराची में हो रहे
हो कि कोई मामला नहीं है और इस्लामाबाद महफूज दूसरी तरफ तो आप से भी एक खड़ा पड़ रहा है आपको के पास नहीं बता कि जो कहाँ ये मसाले के जो जाने को हम बैठे कुछ
सारे जो है तो मैं यहाँ पर मुझे मस्जिद देख सकते हैं सारी रेड जोन है सारे रेड जोन काफी है में ही अलग पहले
जब आप जब आपका राज शुरू हो और हम देखेगा कि किस को and continue to have a
Major Major I want to, meaning that Obama is trying to pull me ashore. They were to deal administration began on Major to request you yourself.
Basically, you are your results life of in war on terror. You know, you then curse for humanity. You see it, there is lack of trust now. And as it supposed to new that into Pakistan actually not, and that see the bigger word time very thing point has reason all this because of this time. What is all this is just about nuclear knowledge to create a nuclear weapon because that is be able to do it. And looking at GC countries, at the of the height having and for bombing the is but these are last or later use for knowledge to be into so America other than IRC has been declared a terror organization. What is school just by common to a facility
assessment. Did not having a next to a higher institution.
Major.
And American and all of these warfare not to is on Iran that have of argument for a fair spectacular for perhaps not only dangerous political timing to send a message to the
Indian of done intense research. No television is a proper community which very big and for you, if you move the pool, it's a soldiers' barracks. So the area it has in school. It's a government school. So why is it in leadership why school GC
massive intelligence normal that investigation is going to as of now. This was a massive their intelligence they on having them in attack, but also segueing to Pakistan. Do you think Pakistan is a new this fact now? Ali Envoys also raised a similar question. Given the fact that Pakistan also has that either one of these countries, if they come under attack, it would mean pressure against both. So when Pakistan has a close defense deal with one of the countries that's being battered, so they're in heavy IMF and the United States, they're playing puppet for the United States. What part of this makes Pakistan possible, in fact, a neutral?
Mediators do not pass comments on those who are participating in the peace talks, and in fact, instigating the closest time the Americans want to protect in the war. You know, I think a sitting defense minister should be, I mean, he should give clarification in his statement. The statement saying that, he called Israel evil curse for humanity, accusing committing genocide, killing civilians. This statement is part of the diplomatic role. The Israel Prime Minister's office labeled this statement of Khwaja Asif as outrageous and Pakistan's new to the between Iran. All is that what Pakistan is just if this is whitewash, this of the Israelis to it is already incapacitated. So why not that Pakistan and to the Americans and the Israelis in this could a deception that in this tool is probably entering Pakistan and space and to Iran missile even better strong was the action of the Hezbollah negated.
To continue being with us, we're getting some more up and defense. It's in itself. in response to attack on Israel. Comes escalating tensions in Israel and his of Israel over level in other now out to fight tension to escalate being occurred in Islamabad. The link on the Biden has being again leave the delegations now.
High, but more important that this is going to be this thing what is this is designated terrorist organization by other Europe and not just United States, because in addition is not, and the Israelis are continuing so far as Islam whether aimed at attacking the Iranians, the would we get from our of in fact, remember in the late or 3 nations try this definitely escalating. This is I don't talk in places.
Now view the forces sat in leave or back when you Lebanon spent remember also citizens in Lebanon the evacuation the 10 closer to the border river. IDF continues his son Lebanon. In fact, being on summer to let us leave the talks now. Again has been clear till the time on it spread in time stop. There is going to be no truce at it does truce now.
This is reality. This is master stroke. Iran is to the name of becoming isolated. Israel in classic sequence war in which you did which is the and in terms of at time Israel and is great or new change this there will need lighting and his blood or and strategic in the American and Iran get to as so not about from and over here. So recognize that it's is being done the controversy. So you cannot even avoid war and you are doing it. It is a situation for so in is put on as a blow where if these reach
Thanks very much for joining us. Some agreement, some questions on the other side. So now it's time to we'll be back with conversation. Iran and American relations are expected to hold it will meet with the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, which on negotiations between two sides. In fact, issue will stop if people the talk become by freaks.
Random up still using employable higher UK estimate amity abana
pure paneer is
MDH
inflection point in the war. Onward, either aspect whole or there could be private ceasefire. pearls of wisdom. Last was a great disappointment. Everybody hoped he would announce an offer, and then war world is sick tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his insane in the Middle East created global economic disaster, worse by the day. But every day war continues. Day is only towards the destruction of global economy. To show his extreme irritation as not something. And to him may be we are we to fight. Plus,
that the PA had
our party
He has banked among the you believe most employable by the UK. Yet another testament to his excellent placement record.
अब मेरा थक गया उसके भी पीरो मणिपुर पीस आ गया ये पीस है क्या अब ये दो चाहिए
Republic, this shift when we come to our of the peace which has happened in Pakistan and Islam. The delegation is there. The US delegation is led by Iraq. There is but to wait because it's supposed to start at PM. Happening in Pakistan. A minute. What's unfolding? To stop, but have a look. Led by Vice President Kushner in Islamabad. An American delegation expected to hold 7 individual meetings in Pakistani which will the US will begin peace talks. Is no throws a sprint talk Lebanon fire and release log force begin. Negotiation begin short. American delegation are to hold the Pakistan Prime Minister, that is Shehbaz, social diplomatic round of in negotiations talks that are happening in Iran and US now to both US delegation, which is led by Vice President J.D. Vance, including President Donald Trump, by Steve Witkoff, and son Jared are reaching top in Paris and are in support. The big breaking news announcement here is there are no direct talks. They have reached Islamabad. They are in Pakistan. Pakistan are no direct talks happening. Now, showed you the visuals of receiving Indian delegation and the delegation close in these the visuals will show you the latest from Islamabad has been placed on alert. Pakistan is an unsafe location. Has been chosen when the point of communication. All right, we have news coming right. Islamabad was placed on high alert of scheduled meeting in American and Iranian delegation. Islamabad alert the crucial meeting between Iran and American delegation launching security operation. Islamabad peace, the sweet operation night early morning. We check and controlling so these are visuals from Islam checking the conducted Pakistan Islamabad is high because delegation the peace talks in America. Now just imagine the delegation which has most high, including J. Vance, 300 security the American and all have landed Pakistan. This is looking this is three to explain detail right now. India has been secure and only the those with the card and for the talks Vienna Convention is venue about education Pakistan peace talks is about hosting peace dealing with conflict various people was in Pakistan level start to PM, but it definitely troubled stock which are talks going to because all trust. All right, viewers, let's move on to another story. UK in a swipe from Vladimir Putin linking decisions to rise and he's with fluctuating business. His Iran the Strait of Hormuz open without, while saying it must be part of a deal. So back to vital for a stronger European Union. This is my report.
UK has taken a risk that Trump put in sanctions to rising energy costs in Britain. That he was waiting due to the global politics. On a visit to the nation said talks on child fire in Iran war. He stressed a long must note restriction on nation so the global route.
Move quickly to fire. It's well needed. The Hormuz has to pass the solution of very not be told or evidence or mitigation.
The preempt talk senior of highlighting the importance of regional cooperation in managing the conflict.
Discussion with President last night and set in the views of the and therefore if fire is called it will to them very strong views straight off Hormuz. But most of the time talking about that plan is going to be needed to get education through the strait.
Also mentioned the US over NATO future, saying the alliance is wide but must take on a strong role.
You know, it's a alliance. We for otherwise be the wish of NATO waters NATO. I think the stronger European NATO, and I think into that.
His sense for this is the US, who has described as weak and pushing America's continued commitment to this.
Director of the United States of NATO, I'll share with all of you did, and I'm quite NATO back for the last. It's the American people who have been defined. No, will be in a couple of hours, and I know he looks forward to have a very in candid conversation with him.
European leaders trying to back support while looking for a stronger role as the war of the geopolitical tensions. Conflict left get difficult and regional diplomacy while maintaining immense pressure.
Another news, and this is about the Iran and US in media of talk delegation to be determined the situation of preconditions are clarified. The time talk to after preconditions, no talk still clarified on conditions, so they have talk and that they are required to be then they will for talk. The precondition would be by the of talks with them after the preconditions the time of delegations. So both delegations arrive as per detail, there won't be any direct both be indirect negotiations between the Iranian from side have joining first because there will be a talk happening, of and indirect again. Now the latest that the talk delegate return after of clarify what more details.
In fact, I can already the toll not very strong because the Iran needs to met that now emerging as a take 1 p.m. today. Both the delegations of the US and Iran have already arrived at the big top officials. There is a heavy security lockdown happening in Islamabad as we speak. But now with Iran's preconditions, which is to reiterate again the Lebanon inclusion into the ceasefire and also of the assets to be unfrozen of some of the assets that they are claiming, and also include some of the sanctions of Iran that was placed before the war even started. And this is now incoming as these preconditions need to be settled first before they proceed into the talks. Now, we can say, Shivam, that this is already on a shaky ground. Already the ceasefire still has some shaky conditions now. We will wait and watch at how this unfolds. Back to you, Shivam.
All right, definitely. Thanks a lot, Amrita, for the details on this developing story. But the talks that were supposed to happen at 1, there seems to be a little bit delay in that, only after the preconditions are met. We have an expert joining us. We have Major General K.K. Sinha, retired defense analyst, joining us to speak on this issue. Thanks a lot, sir, for sparing your time and to speak on this issue, to break it down for our viewers of what exactly is happening in Islamabad. Do you think Iran trusts US when it comes to talks? As we are getting to know, there are no direct talks happening, and also some preconditions have been set, and only after the preconditions are met, the talks will be proceeding further. What's your take on what's happening in Islamabad, sir?
Good afternoon, Jai Hind.
Jai, sir.
See, you asked me the two questions. First thing is, Iran is blaming United States of America? Absolutely not. They have seen 2 rounds of talk. When the talks were going on, especially in 2025, America has carried out a round of war. The two big issues very important. That is the thing of assets. Now they are not. It was yes, and today they have come. Some clarity given them that they have might even from Pakistan side, maybe as for the they and there is not have seen that they have all been done by Iran, and there is and Israel through the invoice. I think because we as a if they can see, then are going more to above phone. And rally to this work under is many people know 60 the whole left. There was another press so to is process deployed there, but on from the your firing side condition ground one in deep freezing for that is silver the soft hope clearly that to also they are also these. This is because doing at home. Which is and they say anything them saying going to Qatar is very important. Qatar is in this region because gas business. It is are ready billions.
But right on two talks. Do you think no talk? Is this pressure on some sort of pressure on the US in this regard, especially when it comes to a lot has done US in so what happen talk suppose why reaching have the landed would have a Pakistan and the all leadership of Pakistan.
They have to have these conditions if they is going in direct and do not so they have and that is why with the 70 people, 14 people are directly out of delegation and if things are met and maybe also they have to do and they are not going to one say in delegation they are not going to they have their Iran they say they America so going to life because say negotiate we have trust and because of any the high tide and in a is not something.
Yes, with us. Let's do that. We'll need a big break development leader and whom the latest Iran in a suffering civil and is a that father the big of the world is the that circle of told as face the Iran he's in one leg free old is not from main that is positive request to see part of why conference and in discussing issues including to themselves. The question whether health to run the affair during Iran moment gravest for talk United States Islam who is in the shop discerning whether and the talk is it he is leader and following Khamenei has been becoming chaotic so to a
I think that concern I think that giving actions and everyone's following and the system of Iran it is the leader and the system it is not that there is a hegemonic leadership dictator. It is comes through there is a strong on which it goes as on to the Mustafa and mind you even the Ghalibab who seems to be actually leading this delegation, he was also IRGC. They both fought together for 8 years, starting from 1980 to 1986, with the war with Iraq. So they have got, something, I think, between them. And everyone has said Murtaba has been very, very, because he has also war. IRGC Carter. And the same thing, IRGC Carter is the Galvov. People, we will talk about it. There is a difference, but I think they're on the same page. So it is a collective decision. That's why if you see the delegation, 70 people, 14 actually coming for the table, they have a solid backup. When you see the Americans, you find three. J.D. Vance is there, Witkoff is there, and Jared Kushner. Witkoff and Jared Kushner has been earlier rounds also.
Yeah.
But they are actually the envoy of Donald Trump, not America. One of is into the lot of it is a man who it has gone and that is the hand right. Very interesting. They have done it correct. That's why Trump is saying if anything happens in his mind, he object about it. But I
think we have to that he comes from the Indian side where security of the US and it also Pakistan. Another news also Muhammad that is negotiating America benefits and it is possible if a representative of Israel will know we will are even more wicked than the costs. Means state that we of first in country are big world fair great major cases. It's not that it's only some who to get threats. So threats. Let's detail breaking leaders. Leaders put big development. This is from Iranian. If you stuff going to be Israel of will be world coming from the regime clearly if we negotiate it won't fragile lose them it's the Israel it is to be much Israel see for in time at the end of time Iran said that will come it will speak irrigation to the Western for the thing because this is the latest is the on route because in Pakistan post the All right. Short charge.
Among the most important test to
और पनीर
एक है अभी इंजू get binit
And we the challenges for the own talks. Meeting what is and all conditions which are has been the pre go to
so as delegate were here there was some with G was the of the that move benefit we continue it on it that regard
between again use any leaders this from strikes see inside medical if it confirmed condition but it on to on to the and
the is leader who is a Shiva, and it means that's why that week one have the drug feels walking well. It looks like there is on the they referring to the point that was placed 11 now can because also our state just was is a trust not just from coming and to the have people they're still maintaining their ground saying to be
before quite was the pre which claims the fragile strike negotiations apart in this the strikes Hezbollah but the predictions that was come by to yet in place. Fire mentioned as which is done the as these matters must go has is going we'll continue on more details to brief devastating strike that 111 now Lebanese
حالي مصابين في الخارج ضرب بدون اجراء تشفى حريق بس هاي هون هذا مو شوي
the
come back. And our
new how Minister Indian event from in India update for that Indian event from to Indian event Indian are in safe on through as fisherman visit to the and from 12 from India has been in the squad and the deep the comments between the release to where the fishermen 12 rescue two in let's move in people then in the destruction targeted and as in the court al and take a look at this.
Of starting where I was from
I proceed right in match and just serving to some that would still up. One
8-4 went mistake try taking that's space think something they feel took the on impact.
يعني يكون في او انه الناس مش رؤيه في ناس تمشي خطير يعني اي
huge from south north no hit so I start shooting for that even cover
we have news about that is a recovery severe and in this is of the three is now his face pound there are suffered to legs 6 years is meant according to sensitive matter in the actions within them and to move of great with high speed on to have now that are I mean in a wounded lead the first that was the of our fortunate but on this figure in meet officials via all is decision making issue war on condition non don't to be viewed it is we getting the is out during it was for both of Iran that talks only talks the first talk the no
हमारी इन दिया मैं को शार के लिए सिर्फ नादान ये जंगरा संघ के खाने में में बंगाल और की जो नहीं देगा और अब आशोल परिवर्तन रहे साथियों अरे बंगाल परिवर्तन की मान है, उसे दुनिया को है। आज बात जिस दी उस तीन हमें के लिए आपने इसलिए जन ने ले और उनके साथ बात सुनकर किया, लेकिन हमें कमीशन सब भाइयों का करने का सपना है। सिवा बोल रहे हैं कि हीरों की है न लीडर न इसलिए कह रहा हर के लिए पर सारी योजनाओं करो खाली हो या के लिए भूल नहीं है जाने तय किया है का होगा बंगाल हमारा बंगाल आगे रहा टीएमसी ने राज्य को आदेश राज्य व्यवस्था को जीडीपी बंगाल हिस्से बंगाल का जो है सरकार है गरीबी के खिलाफ है लोग ने कहा है लोग आमदनी की साथ बंगाल में नहीं ये कमीशन और हजारों छोड़कर दूसरा होते अब ऐसी करी लाखों और जब के मंत्री करी करोड़ डाले लाखों रुपए कैश मिले मोदी के टीम से लाखों रुपए बंगाल सरकार और कमीशन लगने के अवसर हमने दिया का बनने दिनों उठाएंगे। बीजेपी सरकार में बंगाल में इसके आप ही देंगे, यानी और बीजेपी का विकास और गरीब केंद्र बंगाल को बढ़ाने का प्रयास कर रही दक्षिण बंगाल को चार के लिए है में भी दिख रही है। भारत कल्याण क्षेत्र एक यहाँ सिंचाई विभाग आप बीजेपी सरकार के चुनाव के लिए साथियों का दबाव किया जाएगा। बीजेपी में लगा कर सकते हैं, लेकिन मैं से के क्या बन पूर्व बंगाल के लोगों ने करके दे बंगाल का के परिवर्तन चुनाव नहीं है, ये चुनाव आज है। बंगाल के बेरोजगार कब का लेकिन कुछ हुआ साथियों, हर साल ऐसे ही हालत, लेकिन खौफ है कि ये खड़ी है, बंगाल के बहुसंख्यकों को धमकी देती है, उनके सफाये की बात कहती है। साथियों, बीजेपी ने अपने घोषणा पत्र में साफ साफ कह दिया है, अतीत में बंगाल के साथ जो हुआ अब उसे दोहराने नहीं दिया जाएगा। बंगाल अब तुष्टीकरण और वोट बैंक के खेल को और बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। हम पश्चिम बंगाल में हमारे बंगालियों को अल्पसंख्यक नहीं बनने देंगे, माइनॉरिटी होने नहीं देंगे। साथियों, आज बंगाल में परिवर्तन का जो माहौल बना है, ये बहुत बड़ा मौका है, हमें इसे जाने नहीं देना है। मतदान के दिन आप सभी एकजुट होकर वोट डालने जाएं। यहां आपको चित्तो बाबू जैसा समर्पित उम्मीदवार भी मिला है। यह वो व्यक्ति है जो 1982 से इस क्षेत्र में कमल का संदेश लेकर घर घर पहुंचा है। बीजेपी के सभी उम्मीदवार, उनका एक ही मकसद है, बंगाल का विकास। बीजेपी का एक ही संकल्प है, बंगाल के भविष्य का निर्माण। ये संकल्प आपके आशीर्वाद से पूरा होगा। आपका एक एक वोट आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए वरदान होगा। और भाइयों बहनों, चलते चलते मैं एक और बड़े षड्यंत्र से आप सबको सावधान करना चाहता हूं। जैसे जैसे चुनाव पास आ रहे हैं, ये तृणमूल वालों को अपनी पराजय निश्चित दिखाई देने लगी है। इसलिए आने वाले दिनों में ये लोग साजिशों का सहारा लेंगे। अभी असम में भी ऐसा ही खेल किया गया, पुडुचेरी में यही किया गया। एआई के जरिए, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के जरिए फेक वीडियो बनाकर ये झूठ फैलाने की कोशिश करेंगे। हमें ऐसे किसी झूठ का शिकार नहीं होना है। हमें मजबूरी से अभी कर मेरे साथ बोलिए भारत मां की
বক্তব্য আমাদের
Biden is these facts on the table. Which will be followed by of
Yeah.
The taste.
Oh, Mama!
on bombing Israel during Trump to US peace faith.
देवा जुबान पनीर
एक में जा गया है बस की है तो 5 आते हैं है भी है हॉस्पिटल में को लोग लिए से घटना शुरू चाहिए
looking have to கொடுக்க
Gina. So
India's lead in the security program set 100 gigawatts of nuclear energy free in the global. The geopolitical is for a push the from to Japan is an alternate said Republic.
Both can stand in these Iran to hold individuals with Pakistan which we bomb Israel is Trump issues one with thrown into a talk of force says President safe to information. Very brave to this from media Iran, Pakistan only so for America for peace to prevail, truce for the to out until there ceasefire continue in Lebanon. Iran says so. Earlier, deficit been hearing this has more breaking news coming in. A few so prevail. I'm only day negotiation talks stop India and time we have Jan Abad also have us Narendra Singh Delhi go to journalist in Delhi in Pakistan speak right the Islam
taking foods at Rani to talk everything has come the everything kept in Islam by so far sports in most
is the with we calendar and what's the your talks some precondition now the season time out everywhere what this for a problem where sun else entire different Israel are fundamental. There is absolute or these not appearing the way done by John.
see,
Stay with. We getting a news. Iranian delegation with Minister she met Minister to talk Sharif coming Pakistani delegation Pakistan about begun have taken been met later coming let's listen to his Jamit must the discussion have between and the pastor on the that are happening won't be box also they
as already talk Pakistani so is obvious is a relation was they are the see over mission we fulfillment sees in second their
thanks the up joining Islam minute to in his break development just delegate Prime Minister the late because there's one day have for talk thanks latest all on Lind is going off the talks with if they have direct pre are they place do you think complete even ammunition kind of that
deploy where you problem right for the plan to US Israel and Israel on where I can stand do that all the here with the 14 Lebanon till because of the attack is attacking cannot deny the big command Iran to me a set me a because today to think
if in time just a two just a this of strength. Do you think they will control it of all? They're going to what the parallel that was passing from the location.
Yes. Open. Oh, it it was on being fine. Understand when negotiate every so that asking one to one per day because that to that my here for the is 1 billion is between Iran and one. This is taken happen at will happen what every that I that
yeah
they wanted international that should for and the say that it's the coast is wrong and when let me want to reach by US open on or tag we really don't want or
is about the US was when talks were being tagged it's a trust even of big stay that big is coming after his this is with sit between Iran and about German one Iran negotiate US that was visit that Iran with and of so this state in one see now now many people coming from one and in what is out of
we well installed too well but as and I with you know part and on ask their the nuclear Iran now if okay ambition fundamentals to hatred for Iran they don't use, and until destroy what Iran war. I'm looking this up. It's effective. Otherwise, like there's no peace for ISIS. Or 15 powerful are not powerful. You given you don't you have me to trouble.
Definitely. You or choose one as a thing. Don't choose the one. It is the Prime Minister of Pakistan. They both on the American Trump country. Do you think the Pakistan way the
back if nobody of this okay and I put that agree. China, so when you already officially prime that facility prime that only pass message and it's not a major, and you but on back always so why a wrong message says wrong proposal has been to US. The US yeah. Now where do I assess these or in a way say my air load here are you awesome? Understand? You said you have to Iran. You been able to bring Iran knees from strong 5% you in that 5% Iran. So they already Israel that 60% back.
It is done for building and deploy your what's where peace prevail look and it's quite stop and it's a lot and your insight on we use now another research route on 100 more Islam. Let's Lebanon.
I where
So I
to have good and with them and where people are emergency service right to some that people live there in I would yesterday was a woman was of floor she was by fire other down that her life so, something to
حجم طبيعي يعني اتوقع راح يكون في هي نار كهربائيه وتحت فوق هذا شيء وضع يعني باي ودي كمان تصل
huge focus on Beirut, but time the strike from far away from the suburbs area and from more didn't was hit by glove right shoot the too much I can
to another statement that has the inside meet delegate happen as guest and nations in place but there which was happened no had the over the entire corridor of military in the center has the visual from visuals on the talks between US and regions in security when the don't get there has been reserved with tight play close T system. Just don't go there because the of will prevail irrigation is don't we have a lot
Bank University in the multiple times UK
dangerous point in this. In words, either be like see on world is every word pulse speech movement. Everybody think that the sick and tired of and
Yup.
शाही पनीर मसाला
Zira se asli
Lozuma.
New
in India slots next. If his first policy Trump warning saying blow up on process into top and raise of with West external another the Bharadwaj and toxic it lead has in was one of the demands that put in front his father, even in fact after Islam by Speaker Mawlid, all Iran is structured meeting only it works in Gulf states it continues to be heard by Russian Iranians need to release influence in to move a deal to the top that start in but the United States has not made any public on the freezing Iran as from region, but just says that the Greek is the frozen Iranian assets elsewhere as well, including other banks Gulf. Now Iran is well to move line of peace in the West relations. Have not begun even though foreign allegations by foreign and in fact they've made it clear joint broadcast what Iran was set is fire talk with the US if region.
Only as how they can set now two Lebanon issue one on emphasis the idea which is that one day this from a so they agree doesn't have any option whether they are to all three conditions set by the Iranian regime because the only chance to get have some very complete understand the structured side Iran now now we are getting information so we need to that allegation more in only day the only one window as they within one day there's only one window where this box only if they agree to the three conditions which have the we must remember matter what kind of what which are Trump is that long for a very long period and a very costly president of the United States that is the Putin also with action near court on the rate Trump clearly means that higher the has proven they work on the have proved they are powerful and the Strait of and even the Strait from close to the GC that they have is future planning to that will be a bad that was the chance the was by the US release in as in other thanks welcome the move sign of reaching with in Islam to wait for common United States
right fact what even peace deal that in the entire. That is not since Israel has launched fresh strikes. 200 already until the control has wanted to beat new who even in all the Iranian us live from London. Mr. Agmar, thank you for speaking to us. Iranian is now it's that early state in and across bank free have over to Islam. Your comment.
Maybe going back to the JCPOA and the administration, they had been 79 as of 400 interest in following 15 disbursement. Of course, what if you did that is a question together when it in salary economy start so we be evident to one another. What is also pointed out that around Islam, I would connect this. Please come to some more compliance. If they must to check it at stock by debris after being opportune. They must have and limit the one that they would have to cross the to a complete 3 management. Other things did subsequently must discuss. Of course, for important the program that in case was spread over the GT and the Arabian Peninsula because there was point make principle argument that is our right to have like any other is not a question. It was the first but regional in area for rest in the peninsula. By Mr. Iran of the war leading up to 28th February, all of our region have an issue and it's our program, and at some point we Muslims have to sit down and try to present to
in fact, being more up in the own peace mediation that is the media is not of is now a member Iranian delegation also made one for a deal to be brokered with the states in Islamabad. Now Iranian media says that one delegation in Pakistan just one day. A media information that from Iran that the delegation is left for about and their entries only be in Islamabad for one day. Iran, United and Islamabad have just 24 hours to peace. Remember, between the two warriors, the United States was. Now we are at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Even that talks remain suspended. In fact, we're continuously joined by the delegation media Islamabad. They arrived early in the morning. Today they arrived in Islamabad. Even now, talks have started. This fracturing an already fragile ceasefire.
for the start to what as point that the Iranians put out that the 24 hours with a take it or leave it high-handed approach is not necessarily going to work by the Americans. By taking and by Americans into settlement, and that no is the problem the psyche of Iranians and Iranians is that they to come not just with maximalist advance, but with quite unreasonable and the beat so else necessarily to what necessarily by have realized that does or rounds of talks.
In fact, for once again that delegate said will have just 1 day, 20 hours in case of a war between the United States and was supposed to start at morning day, but the still not started between the warring sides. In fact, anything Mr. Wagner coming to you, these talks are completely indirect. That is completely clear. The war will operate will come Pakistan and they will face each other on the negotiating table. This is into a two sides willing to come on the
and that's excellent, and I'm glad it allows me to put on record something from Iran to you. In the month, Vienna, Istanbul, and else, GDP talks of 2014 related agreement. Iran never talked with Washington. It's always the only between so what will be on a new route if and when these talks even I mentioned it's I forward in his bad and they not yet and my service of Iran is considered disadvantage because it actually actions with
but also this being to be a person that for the level attack happening. They've been clear since the of the 10-point plan had this as number even though it's introduced the level. Is this real loss? Is this serious? The difference that Iran has forward for the side of even in are being ignored.
Was a press ban made it for evident for discussion. The ambassador Beirut decided the foreign declaring on that is equally disquieting. The Iran fund is which is and having country of control that is simply not a discussion. It is those aspects that we have to bear this because what we are into the United Kingdom with the comparison of population. So for Iran to say is right and center for anything to see is what that again Iranian application hand but to selectively the situation.
Right. The Wagner is requesting you to please saw that in this I must tell you the Pakistan source Iranian gave continue to declare that going to Islam so Islam to get the war side on the team. In fact, I've also said that in the not to the talks will indirect and that Pakistan will continue the United States and Iran in doing escalation. Now, continuously joining us on the podcast is Ms. Wagner. Coming back to you, how much of this do you think is exactly just any? Because let us be very clear about numbers. US has lost about $2 billion, $2 trillion, and in they want there was of Russian military their munitions, their then so for this to live from crude, and that is going without sanctions. Of course, this reform is the money that Washington was supposed to do first. On the other hand, US has also lost about $2 trillion to this war, and they continue to say we have, but Iran is fighting for war. While they tell Iran cannot match the United States, Iran shown that their rebuttal should not be stated. So, if it's enough data, it is that in the war, perfect calculation and are exactly in the position to war.
Well, we about being militarily restricted in more than also economically, because we are going to end this all 30-48% last day to anything between 30 to $164 billion. The US may is use posturing report. So it's not a military question, but an economic question which led all this to realize. Food inflation has been 100% in Iran. That's just food inflation, not the Iran inflation food wages. And that's the reason for you have cast publicly. So even Iran, as you know, has been told charged the state of horrors to $2 billion unreal, even which has time state has out is not to be a to. About the $2 billion, and the Iranians have started up go and by that inflation, these gone $110 billion annually for reparations or in reparations. Help the investors and just the loss to you.
I do agree with some points that you're saying, but as a journalist, I am supposed to ask, and in fact, this is the question to ask, that if it is that the nation over stand, why can't a nation stand itself? Why must a nation bow down in front of the state announced to attack the countries across the line, one girl, civilian, flat energy, and plunging the region to a never, but we will continue. It's given time for such a detailed slowdown. Have your was shifting focus, moving in another, and this time around it comes from Lebanon. Beirut continues to be. Now remember, even at peace are we are under the yet to start Islamabad. The two rings it's Iran not face another picture come in. Israel has continued its fresh strikes on Beirut has been struck, Lebanon has been struck by these forces. Now, in fact, just a few moments ago, have been killed, counting the total toll of deaths in Lebanon over 200, toll of injured beyond 1,500. That's the latest that we're now continuing to strike southern east. Now, IDF also gave a statement of evacuation to the residents of southern Lebanon, saying that they should now leave their, they should flee their territory, move to the north, towards the Lebanon River in case they are safe from the strikes. But there's now to better combat 2011. Now, this is at the backdrop, very previous backdrop of Islamabad that are halted in Pakistan between the United States and Iran. This comes back talks are already being delayed. They have met an early deal. In fact, both these delegations arrived at week after the talks were supposed to start in the morning, but now no talks to warring parties. At the talk have Israel to ban Lebanon. They are saying that going up, but that's exactly Iran wants an end on Iran. Italy. They made the cursor receive fire clear said that they will only agree for a ceasefire only even come to the United States, Lebanon. Viewers, shifting to very positive news. In fact, on the Gaganyaan, Indian Air Force along the ISRO has managed to conduct a successful landing, a test landing of the Gaganyaan mission, giving us moved another height. Take a look at this.
The Indian Air Force has supported the second draw test of the Gaganyaan crew module, marking a key milestone in its progress. The test was conducted using an IA nuke helicopter, simulating the crew module's set and recovery. The trial validated the parachute-based deceleration system, safety feature for astronauts. The exercise also showcased seamless coordination between Indian Air Force, ISRO, DRDO, and the Navy, with the Indian Air Force managing area deployment, leading module design and testing, DRDO providing critical technology, and Navy preparing for recovery operations. All this highlights a joint framework for future human spaceflight missions.
Meanwhile, Trump war will help Iran if peace talks in Islam. We'll bring you all the details on the fragile peace talks in Islamabad after reporting you to TV.
Ranked the top is globally produced most oil graduates by the higher education UK. Yet another Amity
We are entering very dangerous inflection point in this war. Here in words, either escalate beyond drone, there could be a ceasefire. Very few of the world is heard with the last speech was a great disappointment. He was hoping an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then or because a sick and tired position of Donald Trump and his mad insane wars in the Middle East, which have created global economic disaster, which will worsen the day every day or beyond due date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not. Iran told him, you may be finished, we are not, and we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a of surrender. Lay down our arms. give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or support. That is the kind of language as you expect such a ceasefire offer to be accepted. You will be out of your mind. The simple fact is that Iran said an absolute blood. You may be finished, we are not. That is the clear implication of what Iran has said. Now, is Donald Trump prepared to go on?
से क्या बना है
और परेशान अर्जुन की चाल
की चाल
मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो
केसरी त्योहार प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस एवरी डे।
तो कह रहा कि चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर पीस आ गया, पीस क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो यहाँ पे पीस नहीं चाहिए।
ये ब्लास्ट 1:00 में हुआ है, उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया। 2 बच्चा एक साल का है, एक लड़की है, वो तो 5 महीना का है। बहुत दुर्घटना है, उसका आप अभी भी इंजर्ड है, अस्पताल में
This week, let me big leap on the nuclear energy security front. Our decades-long breeder reactor program attains criticality in Kalakam. It sets us on road to 100 gigawatts of clean nuclear energy and frees India from the clutches of global nuclear fuel power politics. And the geopolitical chessboard is all set for a permanent shift post the Iran war as rest of the world adjusts to decline. From Europe to Japan, from Australia to Taiwan, is everyone looking for an alternative to American security umbrella? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
Do you think that you will come to power this time? What is the figure that you're looking at this time? You will not have to get the support of allies.
தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி ஒரு இயற்கையான கூட்டணியா மக்கள் எண்ணுகிறார்கள். ஒரு சிறப்பான ஆட்சி கொடுக்க முடியும் என்று மக்களிடத்துல மிகப்பெரிய நம்பிக்கை இருக்குது. மத்தியிலே பாரதிய ஜனதா ஆட்சி, மாநிலத்திலே அதிமுக ஆட்சி.
American and Iranian delegations have landed in Islamabad. Talks get underway. Iranian and American delegations are holding separate individual meetings with the Pakistani side, which will be followed by another level of indirect negotiations. No word yet on whether they will come face to face. Iran warns that it could continue bombings as a defensive measure if Israel first policy is followed during the talks in Pakistan. Meanwhile, Trump issues a warning to Iran, says the US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail. He says Iran is living only to negotiate. Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets before the talks begin. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar says another 312 Indian fishermen have been safely evacuated from Iran to India via Armenia. Ladies and gentlemen, as we keep our focus firmly on the talks that are underway in Pakistan. Now, these are essentially talks between Iran and America, except the fact that both Iran and Pakistan and America haven't come face to face. There have been several round of talks that have happened already. First up, Iran delegation, which is in Pakistan, has met the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. And as we speak, another round of talks between the US and then Pakistan will get underway. Some of the details coming out of Islamabad suggest that perhaps America is willing to remove sanctions on Iranian assets, which was one of the preconditions. There were specifically two preconditions set for direct talks to begin between America and Iran. One of those preconditions was that the ceasefire in Lebanon should be final, should be achieved even before the Americans and the Iranians can come face to face. And secondly, the aspect of assets of Iranians being unfrozen. There is indication now that the Americans have perhaps partly agreed to remove the sanctions on Iranian assets, mostly in Qatar, as per reports that are emerging from Islamabad. These are some details that we're picking up in the course of our broadcast here on Republic TV. Those are pictures, by the way, that came in from earlier of both sides being received in Islamabad. Asim Munir, the failed marshal of Pakistan, receiving both American and Iranian delegations. And we're getting in some more breaking news. Now, one of the aspects of this precondition seems to have been achieved. Partly the sanctions will be lifted. But what about the ceasefire in Lebanon? Is a ceasefire completely possible? There are some breaking news pictures coming in. Let's go across from Lebanon, where the bombardment continues. The war between Israel and Lebanon has not ended. And Israel continues to strike different parts of Lebanon. We had some images come in of the latest strikes. In fact, both Israel and Lebanon have claimed attacks. The latest Israeli strike seems to have been carried out in the town of Zifta. That's what the Lebanese claim, that there was another strike even as talks were underway between Iran and the Pakistani side, Islamabad. And these strikes are continuing as we... Okay, so while we get to these updates, ladies and gentlemen, while we get to the latest updates of the war, the Prime Minister is speaking in battleground Bengal. We'll have to cut across to that. We'll take a short detour from the live coverage, cut across to the Prime Minister's speech.
कैंडिडेट है, इस चुनाव में उम्मीदवार है, उन सबसे मेरा आग्रह है कि कैंडिडेट जरा आगे कतार लगा दें, यहां आ जाए सारे कैंडिडेट. हाँ, बस बहुत आगे मत जाइए भाई. मैं 1-2 मिनट इन मेरे सभी उम्मीदवारों को मिलकर के आता हूं, उसके बाद भाषण शुरू करता है. बोले भारत माता की.
holding his second address today. First up at Murshidabad. Murshidabad is critical for the BJP. And the second rally this time in South Dinajpur. Let's cut across live.
जय भोलेनाथ, जय जलपेश बाबा, नमस्कार। केमन आছেন আমার দিনাজপুরবাসী? दक्षिण दिनाजपुर की इस पुण्य धरती को, कुश मंडी की इस पावन भूमि को मैं श्रद्धापूर्वक प्रणाम करता हूं। साथियों, सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सबकी क्षमा मांगता हूं। क्षमा इसलिए कि हमारे साथियों ने इस सभा का जो प्लानिंग किया और ये जो पैंडल बनाया है, ये बहुत छोटा पड़ गया और इसके कारण जितने लोग अंदर हैं उससे 3 गुना लोग बाहर धूप में खड़े हैं। जो लोग धूप में खड़े हैं, मैं उन सबकी क्षमा मांगता हूं, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास देता हूं कि ताप में आप जो तप रहे हैं, मैं आपके इस परिश्रम को बेकार नहीं जाने दूंगा। मैं इस आपके प्यार को 2.25 गुना करके लौटाऊंगा, विकास करके लौटाऊंगा। ये अद्भुत दृश्य है और वहां हेलीपैड के आसपास तो मानो पता नहीं, ऐसा लग रहा है कि कोई बड़ा कमाल कर दिया इस बार बंगाल ने। साथियों, इस बार का बंगाल चुनाव एक तरफ टीएमसी का भय है, दूसरी तरफ भाजपा का भरोसा है। ये लड़ाई भय को पराजित करने की है। ये लड़ाई भरोसे पर बंगाल को आगे बढ़ाने की है। आज मैं आपको ये भरोसा दिलाने आया हूं कि अब टीएमसी के भय का राज जाने वाला है। जाएगा ना? पक्का जाएगा। मैं जहां जहां गया ऐसा ही मिजाज पूरे बंगाल में नजर आ रहा है। अब टीएमसी के झूठ और लूट, टीएमसी के झूठ और लूट की दुकान बंद होने वाली ही है। बंगाल से भय जाएगा। अब बंगाल में भरोसा आएगा, उन्नयन आएगा। मेरे साथ बोलिए, दोनों हाथ ऊपर करके बोलिए, पूरी ताकत से बोलिए, पलटानो दरकार, पलटानो दरकार, पलटानो दरकार, पलटानो दरकार। साथियों, ये टीएमसी मां, माटी, मानुष ऐसी झूठी बातें बोलकर आप चुनाव में यहां सत्ता पर बैठ गई। आज ये दुनिया भर की उठपटांग बातें करती है, दिन रात हमें गालियां देती रहती है, झूठे दावे करती रहती है। लेकिन ये टीएमसी सरकार 15 साल से यहां बैठी है, 15 साल से। अरे 15 साल में क्या किया, जरा बंगाल की जनता को बताओ ना। बताते हैं क्या? क्या काम किया बताते हैं क्या? अब आप सोचिए, अगर 15 साल तक कुछ नहीं किया तो आगे 5 साल लेकर के कुछ पाओगे क्या? कुछ करेंगे क्या? और ज्यादा बर्बाद करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे? इन्होंने बंगाल को कौन सा डेवलपमेंट मॉडल दिया है? साथियों, ये 15 साल की बात इसलिए नहीं करते क्योंकि तब टीएमसी का झूठ, टीएमसी का विश्वासघात, टीएमसी की दुर्नीति, ये कच्चा चिट्ठा खुल जाएगा। टीएमसी ने 15 साल में एक ही मॉडल डेवलप किया है। कौन सा मॉडल? यहां सिंडिकेट ही सरकार है और सरकार ही सिंडिकेट है। साथियों, आप जरा एक बात सोचकर देखिए, टीएमसी बंगाल के बाहर कई जगह पे चुनाव लड़के गई है। बगल में त्रिपुरा में चुनाव लड़ने गई थी, असम में चुनाव लड़ने गई थी, गोवा में चुनाव लड़ने गई थी। कहीं पर भी एक वोट कोई नहीं देता इनको। अड़ोस पड़ोस के राज्य उनको पहचान गए, लेकिन वहां उनकी गुंडाई नहीं चलती, बेईमानी नहीं चलती, और इसलिए कोई उनको पूछने वाला नहीं है। साथियों, टीएमसी बंगाल से बाहर इसलिए नहीं जीत पाती क्योंकि इनके पास कोई विजन नहीं है, कोई विचार नहीं है, कोई नीति नहीं है, कोई नियत नहीं है। टीएमसी गवर्नेंस के नाम पर बहुत बड़ा जीरो है, जीरो। इनकी एक ही काम में मास्टरी है, पीएचडी करके रखा हुआ है। कुछ लोगों ने तो डबल डबल पीएचडी कर दिया है, और उन्होंने की मास्टरी किसमें है? गुंडागिर्दी करना, करप्शन करना, इसमें नए नए खेले करते रहते। इनको लोगों को डराना, बूथ लूटना आता है। बंगाल में ये टीएमसी वाले इतने सालों तक यही करते रहे हैं। यहां भी टीएमसी के कैंडिडेट्स का बायोडेटा ही बूथ लूटने के कारनामों से भरा हुआ है। ऐसे लोगों को बंगाल में सरकार चलाने का कोई हक नहीं है। साथियों, भारत विकसित हो, ये हम सभी का संकल्प है। लेकिन भारत तभी विकसित होगा जब हमारा बंगाल भी विकसित होगा। आप मुझे बताइए, बंगाल विकसित होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? बंगाल विकसित होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? बंगाल हिंदुस्तान में नंबर 1 होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए?
Okay, cutting across to the live pictures coming in from Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, the first images of J.D. Vance, the US Vice President, meeting Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Now, those are images that have been released by the Pakistani government. And this is for the first time. So what this also confirms, by the way, is that there is no direct talks. First up, that's the Iranian delegation. Now, let's go to the video, please. There's a video of J.D. Vance meeting Shehbaz Sharif. I think that's the video of the moment. Let's go across to that. This is the Iranian delegation at the talks in Islamabad. And you also have a video now that's come in of J.D. Vance, the US Vice President, meeting Shehbaz Sharif. Now, what both sets of pictures confirm is that the Iranian delegation and the Pakistani delegation and the American delegation are meeting Pakistan separately. These meetings are happening separately. These are separate meetings, which indicates that perhaps there is an indirect negotiation that is underway in Islamabad. There are no direct talks between the Iranian side and the American side yet. Okay, let's show you the video now. This is the video that's come in. The video where Shehbaz Sharif is meeting J.D. Vance. A few minutes back, the Iranian delegation left after meeting the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. That meeting lasted about half an hour, we are told. And after that meeting ended, the American delegation, led by the US Vice President J.D. Vance, has met with the Pakistani Prime Minister. And this meeting has just begun, or that's the first video that's come in. But whether both sides, whether Iran and America will meet face to face, whether any direct negotiations will happen, is extremely unclear as of now. There is no clarity. What we know is that Lebanon continues to be hit by Israel, and Israel has also claimed attacks from Lebanon, especially northern Israel. So there is no ceasefire on that front. And one of the preconditions for the direct talks to happen has been that there should be complete ceasefire in Lebanon. There is no complete ceasefire in Lebanon. And in that case, will there be direct talks at all in Pakistan? That is the big question. Whether the Americans will meet Iranians face to face, whether Arakchi will meet J.D. Vance face to face is unclear as of this minute. So, staying with these pictures, we're also getting you details of the likelihood of the meeting or the talks lasting more than one day. We are hearing that it may not last more than one day because both sides are prepared, or at least the Iranian side is saying that they are preparing to go back in one day. They don't want to stay in Pakistan for longer. In that case, will there be an outcome at all? Is the big question of these talks in Islamabad. They're being called the Islamabad talks, and at the Islamabad talks, whether there will be a direct meeting is what we don't know. Major General G.D. Bakshi is joining us on the phone line. General G.D. Bakshi, both sides are meeting the Pakistanis. So the Pakistanis, once again, are the mediators here. They are the intermediaries. The Iranian delegation has met with the Pakistani Prime Minister. We have pictures of J.D. Vance meeting the Pakistan Prime Minister. But the precondition for the direct meeting, which was of a ceasefire in Lebanon, is not there. There is no ceasefire.
I thought from the very outset that this refusal of Israel to have a ceasefire in Lebanon was a deal wrecker from the word go. And that is what it looks like. It remains to be seen if these talks can be salvaged. But from the very outset, it was quite clear. At least the tweet of Shehbaz Sharif, the draft tweet, as also the second tweet had made it, edited tweet had made it quite certain that Lebanon ceasefire was part of this. And both the United States and Israel are now saying, no, it was not. How true that is or otherwise remains to be seen, but that could very well be a deal wrecker. And whether the United States is happy having its oil price on the rise, its stock markets bleeding profusely, its food prices going up in a midterm election year, that's for Donald Trump to decide. But if the Israelis are going to call the shots, and the Israelis have much more at stake, they have their existence at stake, so then it remains to be seen whether these talks will lift off the ground or not.
Yeah. Now, we are hearing that this may not last beyond a day. In that case, the Iranians are keen that they leave after one day. So at best, this could have been maybe just a photo op, a PR exercise for Pakistan, which they wanted. They will get what they want. But do you think there's going to be any outcome of this exercise at all? In your view, General Bakshi, is it possible?
My understanding was that they would have, talks via Pakistan first, and then if there was some meeting ground, the Israelis would talk, the Iranians would talk to the Pakistanis would convey it to J.D. Vance, and then it would be decided whether they have to have a face-to-face meeting. But if from the word go, there is the Iranians had said that till such time there is a complete ceasefire, inclusive of Lebanon, they were not prepared to talk. And then we also heard reports that Trump was, J.D. Vance was halting over in Paris, deciding whether to come there or not, whether the Iranians were going to call it off. And then he said if they're going to negotiate in good faith, they'll find us cooperative. Otherwise, if they're trying to play us, then it's no-go. So, looks like a no-go as of now, because the Iranians are quite adamant on the conditionality that the ceasefire should continue should be applicable to Lebanon too. Don't forget, 200 places in Lebanon were struck after the deal was signed, the deal was announced. The peace deal, or the so-called talks, the peace talks were announced. 200 sites they struck. They've killed over 300 people, over 1,000 plus wounded. That's a major stab in the back. That's a major stab in the back. You let people, let their guard down because of the ceasefire. And this is the third time they've done it to the Iranians. You pretend to negotiate and then use that as a kind of a rip-off. If you look back to the time of Op Sindoor, even we had, before calling it off, wanted to give a proper strike to Pakistan. And we had delayed accepting the call. We had delayed accepting the call so that we could hit some of the targets, including the ISI headquarters where this whole Pelgam tamasha was planned. We had hit that with drones and put it on fire. So people do try and, just before the ceasefire goes into operation, hit some very high-value targets, knock them off, because for Iran, for Israel, it is a major threat coming from northern Israel. The whole of northern Israel is under the attack by the Hezbollah rockets and missiles. So they were keen to hit back, but their operations were progressing slowly because the whole ground geometry has been altered by the Hezbollahs to put up very fierce resistance. They haven't been able to make it till the Litani River, no way. So whether they'd settle for a 4 to 5 kilometer deep belt, border belt, is what is to be seen. But Israel's insistence on continuing to engage Lebanon could be a deal wrecker.
Sir, I'm running short of time. General Bakshi will get you live in some.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो बंटवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy every day.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction.
BJP-AIDMK relationship had collapsed.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Both American and Iranian delegations land in Islamabad. Ceasefire talks next. Iranian and American delegations to hold separate individual meetings with Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, which will be followed by main round of indirect negotiations. Iranian leaders warn it will continue bombings if Israel's first policy is followed during the talks. Trump, meanwhile, issues warning to Iran, saying US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail. Iran throws a spanner into Islamabad talks, demands a Lebanon ceasefire and release of blocked assets. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar says another 312 Indian fishermen safely evacuated from Iran to India through Armenia. Well, in fact, a US official has now denied reports that Washington has agreed to unfreeze Iranian assets. Now, this comes after media reports essentially coming in that perhaps United States of America had basically accepted the demands that were made by the Iranians with regards to unfreezing assets of Iranians. And this was perhaps something that was accepted by US, but it seems now it has been contradicted, where US officials now indicating that no such demand has been accepted as yet. Now, just a quick recap of what we know so far in terms of the talks that are basically underway in Islamabad. There are no direct negotiations that are still taking place. It seems these are separate meetings that have taken place. On your screens right now, these are images that came in earlier today with regards to the meeting between US Vice President J.D. Vance with Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. We are also given to understand that Iranian delegation had also had a meeting with Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Now, whether at all both the warring sides would be coming together on the negotiating table, that's not still known at this point in time. There is no clarity really coming in, but it seems there is a complete deadlock as far as these talks are concerned, with Iranians unwilling to budge at this point in time. On your screens right now, we're going to take you through what are the conditions that have been put forth. Iran has been demanding that a ceasefire in Lebanon should take place. Lebanon is not part of the deal. Remember, this confusion essentially began with the proposal that was put forth by the Pakistanis to United States of America. Now, the other big demand that has been made by Iran is with regards to the assets which have been blocked. Now, this is for several years put together with multiple sanctions that have been imposed. In fact, at 3 different parts or 3 different legs, these sanctions have been imposed. They've also acknowledged Hormuz Authority here. US has been demanding that they would like to jointly control Strait of Hormuz, and it should be opened without any toll. Iran, on the other hand, hasn't been willing to do so. As far as nuclear enrichment is concerned, Iran has been demanding that their right to enrich uranium should continue. That is yet another demand that has been rejected by United States of America, saying that there is no question of enrichment of nuclear. Now, with regards to military assets, Iran has demanded that there should be a complete withdrawal of US combat forces from the entire region. US says they will retain military assets in West Asia until deal. In fact, there are almost 17 military bases that basically operates in the region. And those are the same military bases that have been used by the Americans. Major General Bishambar Dayal is joining us on this broadcast. General Dayal, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Help us decode this, because never before have we really seen a negotiation really taking place when both warring sides are not on the same negotiating table. These are separate meetings that are taking place. And when we spoke to reporters in Islamabad, there has been no clarity really coming in from their side as to whether at all both sides will come together perhaps sometime later in the evening.
Thank you for inviting me. And firstly, let's be very clear that it's a very complex issue. It's not so simple. And since complexities have been over a long period of time, which has been bounded by complete mistrust and which have been also bounded by hostile friends, those who are not willing to establish peace in this area. But let's look at it positively. Both these sides have never agreed on these terms. I mean, they've never, but yet they've reached Islamabad. So that means there is some urge in both these sides to talk and talk something positive. Both sides know each other's stance. These are now coming to public. In my mind, it looks like that all this public maneuvering, all this, is all meant for probably their own domestic constituency, for our people, and certain things for the globe to remain engaged. I think somewhere there is a serious war, and I did not expect them to come to the table directly and start talking to each other, one another. I thought as much that, look, both of them have been very, very unwilling into face-to-face this thing. Both have got very, very hard stand in front of their own constituency. They both may be utterly wrong if you look at it from a global perspective on each issue. But they both have been showing a very, very tough stance to their people. So to expect them to first time come to Islamabad and then start hugging each other and then talk, no. There will be exchange first. There will be some ground prepared. There will be some. You just see, there has been a news in some media where I saw, I didn't know about it, and I don't know, I'm not verified it, that both Israel and Lebanon have agreed to meet in Washington on Wednesday. Till yesterday, there was nothing like that. Till yesterday, it was there that Israel will keep bombarding Lebanon. Today also, I mean, so these statements, we also heard something on Hormuz, that look, there are some mines and it is very complicated and we do not know where mines are, so beware. So that means there is a channel being opened to tell the public that, look, if Hormuz doesn't get open tomorrow, doesn't mean we don't talk. I mean, there are issues there. And if ships have to go along with the Iranian, around the Iranian coastline, under Iranian supervision of them, doesn't mean it is violating international law and doesn't mean it dilutes the status of talks. They have decided, and let me tell you, this is not the last chance. Probably this is just the beginning. This is just the first step. Ultimately, if ever talks happen, ultimately, if ever peace comes in this place, ultimately, if we achieve an agreement, there will be Trump present. He can't miss that limelight. There will be other players. There will be Saudi Arabia, there will be UAE, there will be other parts. There may be Israel, so it may not happen in Islamabad. It may just be the Islamabad dialogue, which can tomorrow get converted into Cairo declaration or something like that. I do not know. But the positive aspect is that Vice President of America, despite all these, they were aware of these Iranian demands. More than you and me, they've been aware of these for ages. They discussed 1 month in the month of February. They were discussing all these issues. So they know each other. The basic grounds is prepared. It is now how to satisfy their domestic constituency that if certain things, because of this war, popularity of America has gone down, Iran is winning on a narrative, and Iran want to see that they are negotiating from a strength, a place of strength, position of strength. Then these statements, these things will happen. This is my belief.
General Dayal, I'll request you to stay on with us as you help us decode what does this meetings essentially mean, and whether at all are we really expecting at a final conclusion, and whether at all the ceasefire will hold, because that's extremely crucial at this point in time. Beyond the rhetoric of war, the idea is to basically find a solution. I want to take another breaking news now coming in right now. This is from the Iranian side, and in fact, as far as the Islamabad talks are concerned, Iranian media is now reporting contradicting talks lasting a few days. Now, that's what was being indicated in Pakistan. Iranian media has indicated that the Iranian delegation in Pakistan is just for 1 day. This means that they are running out as Iran refuses to negotiate until there is clarity as far as the ceasefire is concerned. And while bombing basically continues in Israel, a short while back, I'm given to understand that southern Lebanon was once again targeted by the Israelis. General Dayal, minus the Israelis on the negotiating table, and this is the question that I had also asked someone from a European country, that how do you really expect a solution to really come up when one of the major stakeholders, because of which the war actually began, that is Israel, not on the negotiating table? Secondly, it's happening in a place which does not even recognize Israel. So how are we to expect that even if these two sides, America and Iran, basically comes together and they decide, assuming that they decide that yes, let's stop the war, Israel is not going to accept it. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has multiple compulsions. He may not even agree to what America is saying. Let's be very clear about that.
So let's be very clear that if if American Vice President has come here, I'm sure there must have been some dialogue between Israel and America. And it was well known Israel will not come. And that's why I said maybe this is the first round, maybe the second round, maybe something else. There is no doubt about it that Israel is not on the side of peace. Israel is on the side of war. But does Israel matter? Does the Israel confrontation with Lebanon, Hamas, or Gaza, did it affect the world? Today, the world has been sucked into it. The entire Southeast Asia is completely sucked into it. Their economies are getting affected. Their livelihood is getting affected. How is Israel affected? So Israel what are Israel's stakes here? Does he have a stakes in Gulf? He just has been able to promote an ideology that my existence is a threat because Iran exists. Iranian civilization has existed for years. It may not be a same civilization. It may have transformed. Rulers may have gone. There was a Shah during our contemporary period. He was also difficult for some people. He was also executing people. There is another Ayatollah Khomeini came who bloody continued, sorry to use the wrong word, who continued to be more tyrannic than the Shah. So how does it matter to the world? I don't understand. This area is delicate. The stability of Gulf affects the world. It affects another players here. They were not firing at each other. Iran was not firing at UAE. Iran was not firing at Dubai. Iran was not firing at Saudi Arabia. It all started because you started bombarding Iran. You eliminated their top leadership. You eliminated their head of the state, whom they considered as a representative of God. But that's their belief. Whether 70% people believe, 60% people believe, we don't know. So you have gone there and caused this instability. You had your own games. You have not been able to achieve any of your stated political-military games. So now, and you shifted your political-military games, and those shifted games, goals also today looks like that they are also being dominated by Iran. There was no Hormuz issue. Whereas all military strategists knew from day one that Hormuz could become a critical issue. Yeah, I'm sure Americans must be knowing it. So it became an issue. So you shifted. We want the Hormuz to be clear. So you've been shifting. Whereas Iran has been saying that, look, I am fighting for my survival. And here I am. My top leadership may be gone, but we remain a functional country. Our IRGC top leadership but they remain a functional force and they continue to fire back. Some infrastructure has been destroyed, but our life remains normal. Our missile heights and our UAVs have been destroyed, but they continue to fire back. So Iran has actually, the narrative shifted from Israel, American stated this thing, to the fact that Iran is really doing a good job by standing to a power which is unnecessarily trying to bully another country in a different region and for which is caused complete upset. In Gulf, there are citizens of each country. I mean, in UAE itself, there are citizens of 60, 70 odd countries. And there are Indians. So what I am saying is the narrative shifted. Now, if Iran remains hardliner on Hormuz, I can assure you, dear, that after some time, even the narrative will shift back against Iran. Today, if the population in the world feels that wrong is being done by Iran and Iran continue to do these funny things on Hormuz, then their narrative will shift. He will look like tyrannic. Today, everybody feels America is a tyrannic force. They came here to bully. They came here to establish their complete control like they did in Venezuela. And to that, Iran is withstood. This is what I think everybody, you go on the street, talk to people, talk to common people, talk to any faith people, talk to any political alliance people, there's no leftist here, there's no rightist here, there's nothing. There is simply a very, very strategic area which has been the hub of world trade, which has been hub of world communication in the contemporary last 20, 30 years. It has emerged as one of the most important air traffic region, the communication reasons, all communication under sea are going through this area. 20% trade comes through Hormuz, but other 20% comes from Red Sea also. So you cannot disturb this area. This is what has made the people speak, and this is what has brought friend Trump to negotiate. So you must be expecting some positive.
General Dayal, I just also want to put the spotlight on the role of the GCC here. But before that, let me get in another breaking news now coming in. This is Saudi Arabia making an announcement with regards to the arrival of Pakistani troops. They've said that the military force from the Islamic Republic of Pakistan has reached at the airbase in the eastern sector under the Joint Strategic Defence Agreement signed between both of the countries. Pakistani force consists of fighters and support aircraft belonging to the Pakistani Air Force. with the aim of enhancing joint military coordination, raising the level of operational readiness between the armed forces of the two countries, and supporting the security and stability at both regional and international levels. Now, this was the dichotomy that we were talking about, General Dayal, with regards to the relationship that Pakistan and Saudi Arabia share. And perhaps they find themselves in a precarious situation because the Iranians are not going to take this lightly, given the fact that this even may be in the garb of some sort of a joint military exercise. But having said that, the Pakistanis sending their troops to Saudi Arabia, this is an official announcement that has been made by Saudi Arabia. How do you think this would be taken by the Iranians to begin with?
And just take it a step ahead. Imagine the Turkish also, because there was a tripartite talk at one time between Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan. And if imagine that also, and Turkey also does the same thing, then you make another coalition here. No, so these are small steps where probably have been conveyed to Iran also by people. And that's where probably Iran has said that, look, it's time for you to also find a peaceful. Otherwise, see, I've been talking about it. I mean, this is a huge development. I mean, during this time, I mean, it could take everything back to, like, Pakistan could also play the same part, which I say that if Israel doesn't stop in Lebanon, well, then he's spoiling the peace process. And if Pakistan does something funny like this, then it is also looking like spoiling the peace process. But I'm sure this must have been ongoing for not today. It must have been ongoing ever since they signed this agreement. They both signed a strategic partnership and the whole dimension changed here, right? But Pakistan brigade presence there has got no relevance because there's no ground threat. There's no ground attack from Houthis, from Yemen side. There's no ground threat. They have not attacked from there. It is only missile and the drone threat which has been going there, and which probably from the Houthi side some critical these things because from China, even Pakistan may have taken certain anti-drone systems. So look at it here. On one hand, Chinese equipment seems to be supporting the Iranians. On the other hand, the Chinese equipment through Pakistan lands up in Saudi Arabia. So look at this. That's why I said it is a very complex issue. And yet they are here, yet they are discussing. I'm sure intelligences of CIA must be aware of this. I'm sure the Iranians must be aware of this, what is going on between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. This news may be coming today, but this must have been going on for some time now. So all this has been considered by these players, and yet they've decided to talk. Means America in 40 days has fired everything, what it had, except that nuclear weapon. The rest it has fired. Israel also is talking big. They've tried everything. You eliminated 50 leaders on the first 2 days, yet the country remained functional. Why? You've done a fantastic job. You eliminated bulk of the leadership. You first day struck at their air and air defense systems. Yet on 15th, 16th day, they start some air defense systems coming out of tunnel, and they could shoot F-35, they could shoot F-15, they could shoot A-10, they could shoot your strategic electric countermeasure places. So they have a great potential to survive. So this is now these are not going to. But yes, from Indian perspective, our relationship with Saudi Arabia is quite good today, and let's face it. After the attack on Mecca, Medina, you may recall, you've been in this profession for quite some time, and you understand better than I think most that look, the Saudi Arabians after the Mecca, Medina attack by the terrorists had requested had a brigade placed from Pakistan forever. And Pakistani retired chiefs have been their advisors, number of them have been their advisors. So it doesn't affect so much materially as it affects, I think, or strategically or defense-wise, because there's no ground threat to Iran, to Saudi Arabia, right? The rest, I think, it's more towards, let's focus on the peace process and let's try and promote this. because our interest lies in stability.
General Dayal, I believe there is also some more developments that are taking place. This is fast-paced developments taking place in Islamabad, and perhaps you can also weigh in on this issue, because it seems that Pakistan is trying their level best right now, hoping that there would be some sort of a direct talk, because if that does not happen, then it seems that the first round of talks that have taken place in Islamabad has completely failed. Now it seems Iranian media is reporting this, that the second meeting of the Iranian delegation with the commander of the Pakistani army, I believe that would be Field Marshal Asim Munir, the Iranian delegation once again met with the Pakistani army officials this afternoon prior to their meeting with the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and there's a possibility that a new message was exchanged. Now, we do not know exactly what is it that the Iranians have essentially told the Pakistani army, but it seems that some Western media is now basically reporting that there is a slim possibility that there could be a direct talks, because that's exactly what Pakistan has been batting for, hoping that there would be a direct talk between Iran and United States of America. And the trust deficit, General Dayal, that basically exists right now, I think so it's going to be a tough task for the Pakistanis to try and iron them out, and that too at a very short period.
See, Pakistan, I think, is not in that sort of a strong strategic strength that it can leverage any of its strengths to bring them to melt down on their individual position. Pakistan at best is trying to communicate, establish a communication between both of them and trying to bring them, because that is their venue and that is where their advantage lies, because they are geographically located so close to Iran. Iran would not have traveled in the present circumstances in any of the Gulf countries, and that probably was the best option. So somewhere the back channels have succeeded, and somewhere the IRGC is supporting their political leadership that yes, let's try it. I mean, so there I feel that if they negotiate directly, or even if they even go from here to say, okay, we don't break, we don't start firing at each other tomorrow, let's come back, or let's extend the pause. If something like that happens, will be considered as a positive step, right? That look, okay, fine, let's go back. You see, the key players haven't come. The presidents are not here. Head of the states are not here, right? The head of their, he may be down, Mustafa may be down, he may not be in a position to do that. But he probably can directly, or indirectly could be there now. So large number of ifs and buts are there, where I think that this is the start point. And in this start point, there are huge expectations by the world, and we also are going into minor things. But I think all this has been worked out. That's why Vice President of the US has come, and there'll be some positivity. Even if it is a pause, and this pause remains for 15 days, and they come back to talk again, or they extend the pause, I think that will give lot of peace to the other part of the world. Lot of other economies will have some respite. This is what my fundamental take is, because to expect Pakistan to, pressurize Iran, Pakistan to press America, no. I think if somewhere somebody indirectly from back channels, if there may be some, Chinese may be using some influence on Iran. Chinese may be using some influence on the economic, power that it shares with America. So there may be number of tools, and Israel may be trying to say that let's continue 10, 15 days. Probably they would like to sort out Lebanon once for all. So there are a number of players, but at present,
General Dayal, I'm sorry.
To me, it looks like it looks like things are positive.
General Dayal, I'm sorry I had to interrupt you in between, but I'm running short of time. But thank you very much for putting this into perspective. We'll be tracking this very closely, because it's far from over right now. It seems that not much headway has been made as yet. A story that we'll be tracking very closely, as the Iranian leaders warn it will continue bombing if Israel-first policy is followed during the talks.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिर्फ MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिर्फ
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Is it because of Annamalai that the BJP AIDMK relationship had collapsed?
அண்ணாமலை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் எங்களோடு சுமூகமாக இயற்கையாக இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். அவர் பாரதிய ஜனதா பார்ட்டி இருக்கார். ஆகவே அந்த கட்சி வளருவதற்கு பாடுபட்டவர். அதோட தற்போது அதிமுக தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி அமைக்கப்பட்ட பிறகு அவர் இந்த கூட்டணி வெற்றி பெறுவதற்கு கடினமான உழைப்பை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்.
Both America and Iranian delegations land in Islamabad, separate meetings taking place. Iranian and American delegations to hold separate individual meetings with Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, which will be followed by a main round of indirect negotiations. Iranian leaders warn it will continue bombing if Israel first policy is followed during the talks. Trump meanwhile issues warning to Iran, saying US will blow up Iran if peace talks fail.